This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah, not to yourself. You drop it in dry. Yeah, so you're gonna have it on a computer. Oh, you did. Way to go. Well, to, you know, it's there. There's an issue. Do you have a? In there. Totally different.
Were you talking about Yellowstone?
Yeah.
I swear this morning you were giving a lot of fun.
Mhm.
Shut up and park.
Yeah. They need something.
Well, down on the southern Atlantic, we're fast forward. But then I'm reading on West Forward. It's hard to tell if you know like the almanac. Weather is actually more important. The second time in 20 years I've seen water getting on board flood control. Sorry, which day? Country Road. Yeah, Country Road. Yeah. Controls pretty much all the flooding. Yeah, they let it all the way down, held that. That's interesting. Yeah, and then you can always tell where to go past the dam. It's like spilling over is back to the back. More to the end. Maximum.
Alicia.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to your
It's a fire control. It's not an ordinance already. It's like pretty good right now. There's 4 main branches of operation. Basically,
Yeah, you're talking about like and what.
What you're fighting?
I know there's fire. Because there's a difference between mineral side and the private side. Private side is more. So they on the road networks.
Okay, that would be.
That's the only thing we have.
Okay, so I have, so this is what. So.
Beautiful forest.
Yes.
Really nice conifer.
This is what we're gonna do.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I put 5 copies. I like to keep one, but if you have. They did that by March or something. Okay, so we're okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to, I don't, I can. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just as a class like. No, she'll continue to be She's still the head of the ministry. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think she'll be counting. Yes, more. On the schedule. It's recommended. I have to say before. I can do that. I'm still. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen that? It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Were they at those trees by your barn there? Your place?
Yeah. A lot of retirements and as well as churches.
Big excellent. Finally happened.
Yeah, they,
We have more of a worry. The rest of the time. Now we got. Right, these. The motion. Even contract that to me. But it's, I know that. I'm not sure they should have got that. Yeah. All the people.
Yeah. But I'm fairly
Oh,
I'm trying to get a little more involved this year. Run a small business, so it's kind of, the first meeting is January 2020. Yeah, so. Okay, I've got it on here. That's the top. And then, that's good. We're gonna do the shares. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just seeing this year. I would want to go.
Yes.
You're seeing that very people look at oh, you oh, yeah.
I think
Michael Judge. Most likely. I like.
Yeah, they're,
I'll move on. You can request it up front. I'll get here.
Cell phone. Yeah. Yeah, full of micro, like. You handle all this stuff. Obvious, the first thing you do is set up-
I've never heard of it.
It's kind of like-
Having worked with the.
I know, yeah, it works with music. You gotta give my computer, and like, okay, so we just sort of call Microsoft stuff. Oh, shoot. I think I got extra time. 9 to 12, I think that's. So we've got.
Get nervous.
It's bad.
What she said.
No, I didn't. I was answering on my.
I'm sure she, I mean,
I just was like, I could just see that. Is she pulling in the Coos Bay or she's still going through Florence, you know?
well, she was gonna come in. And I told her I was in Bridgeport, let's be honest. But I don't know that. Oh, there's two here.
Yeah.
Bill.
Hi Ken, how are you? Yeah, we were just, we were wondering, are you like, 3 minutes out? 3 minutes out? Like 15? Okay. That is.
We're okay.
No, it was like, if you were gonna be. Then we were just gonna- 15, 20, then we're asking. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 15.
Yeah, we're gonna start. Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My first comments are a welcoming comment. Welcome to Oregon's Adventure Coast. This is our first meeting in person since October 2019, when we had field trips and a regular in-person meeting in the field. The theme for this meeting is restorations, challenges from invasive species. And that's a really good topic, especially for this area. I'm Christine Moffett, and I'm acting chair of this meeting and vice chair of the council. I'm assuming leadership role very recently, as our previous chair, Troy Abercrombie, resigned from this position, has taken a job with Oregon Department of Agriculture. He's here filling different shoes today, but I would likely look at him for a lot of assistance at various times through the meeting. We will discuss the process of replacement at our workouts, our working lunch session, which we're probably going to put in a bit more interactive room setting down the hall. I'm proud to lead this meeting today, and my focus personally is on aquatic habitats. So I admit my bias, but aquatic habitats are the integrators and are affected by the terrestrial watersheds and the pathways that move through them. This region represents some of the most challenging issues affecting restorations, and you'll hear about some of them throughout the days we have here in Coos Bay. As a resident of Coos Bay, I want to recognize the special place this region is. It's the ancestral home of the Coos and Coos Indians, and it's the home to their tribal governments and offices today. Restoration of ancient rights and resources has been their own theme. The Coos Bay Estuary is largest within Oregon, and the surrounding habitats include some of the Elliott Forest old growth, freshwater streams and bogs and lakes, and the largest coastal dunes formation in North America. The region supports a major recreational commercial fishing community, shellfish aquaculture, and the large port commercial shipping. Educational and research institutions and organizations are located throughout the area. We're hosted today by the staff of Southwestern Oregon Community College in their new science building built with up-to-date green technology. Within this area are the University of Oregon's OINB, the South Slough National Estuary Research Reserve, the Coos Watershed Association, regional headquarters for the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, BLM, and regional representatives for Sea Grant and other NGOs. So with that introduction, I would like to have Ann Cole, who is the Director of Community Education and Workforce Development and for the Southwestern Oregon Community College for welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad that you can be with us today. Welcome to Southwestern Oregon Community College. I hope that you are able to, at some point today, walk around our campus and enjoy all of the beautifulness that we have here to offer. Just this morning when I was sitting right there, Patrick was the only one here, so I don't even know if you noticed, but right next to those windows passed 3 big deer. So we have a lot of wildlife on our campus, which is, it's definitely a highlight, and it's really nice to be able to work here on this campus. This building is brand new. We've been in here for 8 months. It was because of COVID, a multi-year project that was extended out due to supply and because of the working conditions that people had to adhere to. So we are really happy to be in here and just have this wonderful opportunity for our students. It houses our health and our science programs upstairs, and feel free to walk around. There's no students here, so you're not going to bother to get classes. They just had graduation on Friday, but most of the classes have windows, so feel free to walk around and see what's in there. We have upstairs beautiful nursing, not facility, but it's essentially mocks a hospital ward. And so they have that opportunity, which is really nice. Our labs have been equipped with state-of-the-art microscopes and just different opportunities for them to do virtual cadaver type things. So they get to do a lot of that stuff, which is really neat opportunity for them, and definitely becomes a resource for our community as well, being able to use this beautiful room. So our campus hopefully is a resource not only to our community, but also to everybody who is in our region. The Northwest Commission for Community Colleges and Universities is made up of Alaska, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Oregon, Utah, Washington, and British Columbia. So those are the places that we can actively recruit because they're considered in our district. That does not stop us from getting students from, I think in this graduating class, we had 9 countries that were represented. So that's really something to be super proud of. And I believe it was 30 states. So we get students from everywhere. A lot of them do stay in our housing facility, which can house up to 400 students. So that is pretty neat and pretty unique that we offer. A lot of community colleges are not able to offer housing, so it's pretty neat for us to do. We have 64 credit programs and multiple certificates outside of those as well. And we have a really robust GED, which is under our pre-college education program, really robust, and they had 64 graduates this year. So, and at this time, we're able to offer that program for free to students, which is really, really amazing to be able to do. So that the cost of that program is not a barrier to students. And then, of course, I represent all things non-credit. So all the way from underwater basket weaving, all the way up to your workforce development to get people to upskill, get new skills, change careers, and get them into the workforce. So with that, I will just say thank you again so much for choosing us as the place where you came and did this event. And I hope you have a great day and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, and it's nice to highlight what's possible here on the South Coast. I guess we're at the point where we want some self-introduction, and I'm not quite sure how we're going to arrange that for the camera. So I ask Patrick to assist with how we're going to.
For introduction.
Yes.
I think, well, the camera will pick up folks, but I'm thinking we don't have that many. If folks just want to come up to the stand, maybe to introduce, would that be okay? Or
Well, I want to make sure that anybody that's remotely connected can see themselves.
Well, they can see.
Okay, so they can see me, so maybe they come up here. What's your idea? We're interactive here, but this is, we're trying to have this stuff.
If you just put the top view, and they can see it.
yeah, it'll automatically, this camera will pick up folks' voices, so it should go into the audience.
Okay.
So folks
Okay,
should-
we'll give it a try.
okay, yeah. If not, then folks can come up to the podium.
The only thing that fools it is your masks, because I found this by accident in the systems. If you're wearing them all, it actually will not focus on your face. Especially black. Wearing a mask.
Okay, so let's start over here. Let's see how this works.
I'm willing to be the test case, and we can see if I turn on the camera.
Okay, great.
Not so- So I'm Karen Ripley. I represent the U.S. Forest Service. I work out of Portland, Oregon. And my official position, in addition to being an OIC member, is that I coordinate forest health monitoring for Oregon, Washington, and other Pacific coastal states.
Let's just do it.
Attic, I'm Brian Clapp, I'm the Union County Weed Supervisor at the range. I make people spray their weeds. Or just cut them, whatever they want to do.
I'm Gary Bondra. I work for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife with the fishery biologist at the Charleston office locally. Just here again.
Nice. Chuck Fisk, representing Browns, Lynn Lane. Here. Anyway, private interest representative on seat and owner technician for 5 Wildlife. WCO under Rick's department there. Licensed in controlling critters. Last couple of weeks, my favorites, I excluded mini starling. Got a colony of nutria a couple weeks ago, 7. They're gone now.
Hey everyone, Jen Foyer, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service fish biologist out of Vancouver, Washington. And I lead a lot of our various AI. Good to see everybody.
Hi, I'm Rick Bogert with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the invasive species wildlife integrity supervisor.
Ready? Josh Emerson, Department of Mineral Quality. I oversee the ballast water program and general water invasive species issues.
Yeah, loudly, please. Hi, Jean Stanley, retired. I'm a volunteer, formerly retired from BLM as an opportunity coordinator.
Morning, everyone. Wyatt Williams. I work for Oregon Department of Forestry out of Salem, and I'm the agency's invasive species specialist.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nikki Brooks. I am an agriculture specialist with Customs and Border Protection. I work with stuff coming into the country to make sure it's not bringing invasive species of any kind.
Morning, I'm Peter Carnegie, a farmer with Carnegie Family Farm, active in the Farm Bureau and with specialty seed growers in Western Oregon. Yeah, public member.
I'm Eugene Weir, Restoration Project Manager with the Freshwater Trust, and I'm on the council representing environmental stewardship.
I'm Noel Batchelor. I'm an ecologist with Oregon State Parks. I'm Alex Tosh. I manage a small restoration company in Portland, Mosaic Ecology.
Troy Abercrombie, outgoing chair, now representing Oregon Department of Agriculture as the newest integrated weed management specialist in Northwest Oregon.
Super comment. Coastal Training Program Coordinator at South Sudan National Estuarine Research Reserve. If anyone worked with John Brad, he was my predecessor. And I'm here to learn about the network of invasive species.
Patrick Singh, I'm one of your coordinators for the council as of, I think, February. Good to meet with you all.
I'm Alicia Gibbons. I'm your other coordinator, so public affairs council.
Do we have some folks online that would like to introduce themselves? And you yourself and let us know.
Hi, Christine. This is Robin Talkman. I am on the line because I'll be giving a presentation later on, but I am an independent consultant and I work primarily on aquatic invasive species issues. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Will Lackey. I'm with the Oregon Department of Transportation, the statewide vegetation management coordinator.
I think that's what we have online. Just a little bit of housekeeping here for those of you in person. The restrooms are down the hall to the left and then immediately to your right. And we have coffee break items across all that has to be found. So, oh, I'm sorry.
Hey there.
I didn't-
Sorry.
Yeah.
I really wish I could have made it there, folks. Hope you have a good conference. I'm Kathy Pendergrass. I'm with NRCS. I work out of Portland, Oregon. I am their plant material specialist or botanist. That's what I'm their botanist. So, wish I could be there.
Well, thank you very much. Sorry I missed your name on the list here. So we're a little bit ahead of time, but I think we can move forward into some of our formal updates right now. We have on the agenda that Alex is going to give us an update on the web, and then he'll also explain how we're going to do a work gathering at the end of the meeting to help facilitate that.
Just pull that down. Cool. I'll let you know. Here, while we get that set up there, yeah, I'm Alex Tosh, co-chair with Roy Marler for the Hub Working Group. And I guess I want to say, give a shout out here to Jolene as well as Troy. They really did put a lot of work into this resource of the Hub over the last few years here. Both of them departing is going to kind of be pretty tough, and I think the working group will have to transition for roles and be able to fill these gaps for the Often Energy. Both Troy and Jolene contributed to this resource. So in saying that, yeah, I took a presentation, didn't reinvent the wheel that was used previously and built on it. And I always like to, so yeah, we'll go over background of the hub. I like to reiterate the purpose of it. These 2 slides from the previous meeting kind of say what the, why the hub was put together as a resource from the 100 Worst Invaders working list, where we are, where we would like to go, as well as the working group needs. And that's kind of our request to the council, where we can be supported in this effort. Thank you, Patrick. So many of us may know, but there may be a few that doesn't. But the hub is a technological informational resource. Kind of the different terms have gone around for it, and I think they all describe it fairly well. But it was created to kind of divert from the lists of invasives that were primarily used for agencies, organizations, and states. So in January 2020, the working group convened for the first time in order to create a dynamic educational resource that, in my opinion, could be adaptive and can more easily change and be used by a variety of different audiences, from educators to land managers to the educated citizen. So yeah, so what has happened in those 2.5 years is a lot of work went into actually creating a sortable cross-taxes species information hub, where we utilized the program Airtable and embedded it into the OISC website to be accessible for those that use the internet. And yeah, we organized the hub to create key information, and again, wanted it to be accessible for easy access. So where we're at now is we have 24 species that have been published that are actually on the hub. And we also have links for those that are being processed or under development. And right now we have 125 species that need to be reviewed and will go up for publication. And the working group has created kind of a loose schedule here where we really will try to hold for it, where we will get 65 species or 60 species published by July of 2022, and then the rest of them in November. So this allows us to have all the information that we've put together over the last few years. It just needs that final push to be propagated into the hub, and then we can make adjustments and changes going from there. And we also have had 2 alerts that have been posted to the hub. In October of this past year, the spotted lanternfly when it was detected in Washington State, and then just last week, the viral crayfish found in the Ashland Canal. And so beyond the alerts and propagating species, Troy and Jolene and other members of this group worked to achieve a Western IPM grant for a hub expansion. And that is to expand the information and resources provided within the hub. So taken right from the grant application, transforming a state list into a dynamic web-based regional information hub. And a lot of this incorporates impacts on first foods and the impacts related to climate change, like how will climate change affect these invasive species within our state and even our region. And so from the Western IPM grant, this is something that the working group could use the council's help with as well to integrate this. There is a grant working group that is doing a lot of the work, a big push on it, but I do think there'll have to be integration across the working group and the hub working group and the grant working group. So the objectives here, and I will just read these off, but to share the best available climate science, understand pressing research needs to better inform adaptive management efforts. And then related to first foods, develop that common understanding about the threats of invasive species establishment and the impacts of treatment methods on first foods. So not only how does these invasive species directly impact first foods, but how there are treatment methods, and being someone that implements the treatment across different areas of the state. those can be impactful to entire plant communities in order to manage that, those specific species. And then compile shared resources for various management practices that have been documented to work or not to work for invasive species management. So those are the three main objectives. And again, I like always looking at what was initially set and seeing how either changed so we can go back to those or vice versa. And the five main deliverables from this grant is that hub expansion, provide that updated info on climate change and first food impacts. So that will be, adjusting the information or maybe some structures or links within the hub itself. And a web landing page where we have another URL that folks can navigate to that will provide, overview of the hub and the impacts of first food, climate change, and this hub expansion, and then we'll send it straight to this resource. So it's another way that we can move more people to the hub. And a how-to guide, detailed instructions for best use, a recorded webinar. Well, it will be an active lesson for those that want to participate in it, but then also will be a standing resource for anyone to reference it in the future. And then the project report, we provide an evaluation of current hub status and next steps. And that's way more comprehensive than this one sentence does. It will show ways that it can improve. Are we meeting the goals? And so I really define this grant as a way to support the hub itself. There's its own goals in this grant, but I think it will be a great resource to help expand and improve the hub. So the next steps, and this is something I put together, and I think the working group will finalize these today when we actually get to meet in person in one room, which I'm excited about. We have a lot to do with the departure of Jolene recently and Troy as well. There's a lot of stuff that we can kind of lift off the ground and help push. And one being updating and finalizing our taxa teams. So the whole point of the hub was to have these different species, their profiles, all this information kind of propagated and updated by the smartest experts in the region. So finalizing that and using this new workflow reviewer, collaborator, and editor that will help speed these processes along. And then, just in the last virtual meeting we had, there were a lot of questions about if we were achieving the goals of hitting the audiences we wanted, all these different things. How can we change the hub to ensure we are back to the original objectives and the original purpose that this hub was created? And also finalizing the content review process, review process, workflows, and roles. So a whole bunch of stuff, but trying to propagate the information within the hub, get it published, but then also create official workflows for editing it, keeping it going. How are alerts published? How do we decide what should be an alert? How do we decide what species should be added? What should be removed? It's the classic questions that come with, listing species like this. So from the council, there was a lot of work digging up through old files and meeting notes and presentations. The direction of the publishing process. We've had some things written down in the past, but we haven't yet really finalized something. And again, when people come and go, things can be missed. So I really want to pull this in and decide on a publishing process for what I mentioned, what species should be added, when and how should we communicate alerts, and then should the council have a role in annual review from there on out. And then define roles for the future. What are the roles for the working chair group, or the working group chairs, such as myself and Roy, the OISC coordinator, the OISC chairs? How can we create roles that can stay continuous through time, so nothing falls through the gaps here? And of course, as always, some of the smartest folks in this room, online somewhere, but we can always take more folks to get involved and working to make sure we have all our contact lists together within Airtable. with task teams put together so we can pull the trigger on getting information propagated and helping keep this as a dynamic resource. So that is it for me. I don't know if there's any questions or anything, but hopefully that was all right up.
So
Thank you.
there's going to be a work session this afternoon?
Yes, that too. I forgot something. But yes, so there will be, we're meeting for an hour at 3:30, I believe. I was told earlier, it's a room right over number for it.
Well, yeah, it'll be down the hall.
Cool. Down the hall. I'll be standing in the hall. We'll get people in there. You can't really miss me. But yeah, session coming together. I shared the agenda with a working group, and I guess I would say this is optional. I know we added this on, so thank you for working group members for spending extra time. Where you will participate in that. But yes, 3:30 right down the hall. I'll print some agendas out and have it available for folks. But I really do think it'll be a discussion to help check off the boxes on multiple different topics we have to chat about. Anything else? Cool, thank you.
So, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Alex. I just want to really encourage, if you can at all make it, if you don't have a ton of pressing emails or phone calls that you need to return at 3:30, please pop into that meeting. There's some important questions that can get answered relatively quickly that will set the stage for how the hub working group is going to carry forward. I'm going to continue to stay engaged as much as I can with the project. I've been encouraged to do so and going to do that, but there are going to be some roles that need filled and some slack that needs picked up here and there. And when it comes to your contributions, there's a lot of different ways to contribute. You can really dig in and create content and really dive in, or just simply be a reviewer of content that can quickly get approved to be published. So there's a lot of ways that you can fit into that puzzle, and the group needs to help. So I encourage you to hop into that meeting at 3:30, that discussion.
Yeah, the information is only going to be as good as we engage and put it out there and put it up to date. So these are challenges that the opportunity to get this grant and move this forward and to really be a dynamic resource is there, and we need to move forward and thank everyone for the incredible effort to put that through and get it funded. So it's going to happen. Thank you again for those updates. We have Pat. You're on the agenda, and we would love for you to introduce yourself maybe up here and talk about the MOU legislative concept. Please. Good to see you all again. Hello. Hello. So as many of you know, I'm Kathy Rivera from Portland State University and for the council. And when I was chair in 2020, we realized that we really could benefit from working with ODA to come up with a memorandum of understanding that outlines what ODA's responsibilities are to the council. And ODA does so much for us that I think that we sometimes take parts of it for granted. And also we do a lot, and just outlining what it is we do for ODA, who might not all of them always remember everything we do. And
We also apparently had a bunch of misconceptions. And that these really came out through the MOU. And so in a process that's taken over a year now, we met a group of us, Christine and Troy and Wyatt and Rick and Helmut when he was here, replaced them by Isaac and now Chris Benjamin at ODA, and me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's all of us, met along with a Department of Justice representative, Renee Milana, over a course of a number of meetings. We met sometimes just ourselves, the OIC, and sometimes with everybody, and really hashed out what these elements of the MOU were that I believe was shared with you for this. So I think it's been a very useful process. We ironed out what's mutually acceptable for us, for our duties and theirs as our fiscal agent, and our responsibilities to ODA as well. And importantly, also we went through a process of what's going to happen when we disagree. And so we outlined communication and dispute resolution. And I think that everybody was really on board to make this work and to work together well. And I'm hoping, thinking that the MOU will have long-term collaboration. So it took a while, but the process built trust between the parties. And the MOU, again, provides this process to make sure that this trust continues long-term. As I said, I think there's been some misconceptions, for example, about the invasive species control account. I know I had been told and thought that the control account was specifically for funding eradications on the ground, and that anyone could apply for them, but that's really what that money was for. And apparently there's slightly more uses for that, for example. So that took like a lot of conversation there to figure out. And we also need follow up on some inconsistencies that were really revealed through going through this process. One of them, and probably will take legislative solutions, so we weren't able to resolve just in talking about the MOU and writing out what should be in there. One of those is that we're not covered by ODA's insurance, which we've brought up before in meetings, and at this point, I believe that's being addressed by a legislative concept right now, and it's been submitted, I believe. So that's good progress there on that one. We also had discussions about whether we should pursue a path for the council to be an independent agency. And if so, that also would take a legislative concept. There's reasons to do that and reasons not to do that. So that will take future conversations for the whole council to really decide what we want and then how to get there. So at this point, I think the MOU feels done to all of us, and it just needs to be signed. That is my update. Are there questions or anyone else? No?
Did you see that Jad sent some proposed language last night?
So I see that I cannot fully log in to the account. I'm trying to do what the Wi-Fi says, and it says I'm connected, and then I can't. So I see that there was a message from him, but I can't open it.
He's proposing like 2 raised additions to 2 items to clarify. Let's see if I can remember. The order that there should be a meeting between ODA and OISC before the arbitration step. So adding in a collaborative step.
Yeah, which I think is the intent, but it makes sense to write that in. Great, thank you. And was there a second one too?
Both of them address that same.
Okay.
Just in different places.
Yeah, and sorry, that would be in line with what we discussed already. Luckily, should Shouldn't require meetings more. Well, thank you. Wyatt?
Yeah, so can you remind me again, what size Jazz's comment? What are the next steps? What's the deadline? Yeah.
There's not really a deadline, but the next steps are just to bring everyone to sign. And Chris, do you remember why there's a delay in that?
Well, with our own transition and everything, we wanted to review it
Yes.
and so again, we have a number of things on our working lunch and you were given a hard copy of that here. And I think we need to really address, any kind of additions and set a schedule for that to happen. Troy, do you have any insight?
We can do this by committee.
Yeah.
So yeah, the MOU for all intents and purposes is complete. The MOU working group was entrusted with going through that process with ODA and DOJ, save for some very minor edits that anyone might suggest. I don't think there's much work left to be done. The delay at DOJ is that there's a lot of stuff happening within the agency that require DOJ's immediate attention. And so our MOU, of course, gets moved down the list of priorities a little bit in the eyes of DOJ. But the document itself, to I think at least the satisfaction of the working group and ODA, has addressed a lot of the points that we talked about, especially when it comes to budget items and state funding, as well as conflict resolution. There's some things built in that allow for meetings that even if they don't come to a consensus, can then be elevated to the governor's natural resource office for some sort of arbitration and wheeling and dealing if it ever gets to that. So, and then just really clarifying who's responsible for what and when. I think it's going to be a great document to set the stage going forward, and a really great document when there's questions about who does what, being able to reference that thing. So, I think we encourage the council to read this thing. I don't know that there's any expectations of wholesale additions or changes. Just leaning on the working group and putting trust in the working group to address what the council was hoping to address. So it'll come down to a signature from ODA and then the chair of the council, like Christine. And that's also one of the topics at the working lunch. So I think it's a great document. It's just an MOU, but it was done, I think, in earnest, and it'll be great for both parties.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that will help with continuity. It has a lot of information in it and ideas of how you can proceed. So I think that's one of the things that we especially need because we have rotating chairs and part of the council rotates all the time. That I think it will really help us as a working document that outlines what our responsibilities are and how to work with the VA. So yeah, please do read it and review and let me know if you have comments. Like Jazz is super easy to bring in and add. We can do that by email. And if there are bigger comments, we can meet again. But we're almost at that signature place. Wyatt?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks a lot for leading that working group. That's a lot of work, and it's a really good document. As Troy said, it's something we can look back to and say, okay, this is what we agreed to line by line each of the entities. So it'll be really useful moving forward. But one of my questions is, forgot that. Who's paying the bill for DOJ? Because a number of years ago, DOJ did some work for the council, big invoice, like took a significant amount of our budget to pay that bill. So now DOJ has been really heavily involved. So who's paying for that time?
Yeah, ODA has agreed to pay for that time. They felt like that was something that they could contribute. So, which is, again, like it could have come to us for being split 50-50. So it's a big contribution and I think shows that they're really interested in having this and having a good working relationship with us. So thank you. Thanks for your help.
I just put up, as you go through reading that, sections 6, 7, and 8 are really kind of the meat of the negotiable portions. Portions before and after are more standard, legal type stuff or definitions. But sections 6, 7, and 8 are really the kind of meat of the agreements.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, this was a slow process to bring all the players together, and we're proud of the leadership at Troy, slogging through this thing, and also we're very grateful for all picking up the tab for the legal piece as well. So it's still it's a work in progress, and we recognize that when legislative bills are passed, this one had a lot of holes in how we would even operate, and we're still learning in terms of the successional issue of people rotating off, and also in who gets a vote and all of those things. So it's a very complex institution that's been developed, that's housed within Department of Ag. At this time on our agenda, we have welcome of members, and I'm going to ask Troy to do the announcement for this, please. Drum rolls.
Thanks, Christine. And real quick, I did get an update from Chris on the legislative concept. It's a kind of a form that they have you fill out. You fill in a bunch of boxes, at least when you do it through ODA. They have their process. So we did submit our legislative concept for insurance. It was approved in its initial form. It's in review with the ODA legislative team. It may require some edits, but they would be pretty minor, just clarifications. And so it is moving forward. There will be a more concrete update coming as far as potential edits that might be needed. And then that'll move forward early 2023, the first session of 2023. If passed and adopted, it would bring all council members, regardless of their organization or standing, under the coverage of the state risk policy. So your travel and things you say and do would all be covered under the state risk insurance. So it's good. As many of you know, we have had some vacant seats on the council, and we recently were able to fill the Eastern Oregon position. So we had two nominees for that position, and the ex officio members met recently to confirm our newest member. So with that, I want to introduce Brian Clapp from Union County. Brian is someone who I've had the pleasure to know for quite some time. He's been a force in the weed world out in Northeast Oregon for many, many years. And he knows what's going on. He's got his thumb on the pulse out there. And so happy to bring another weed guy to the council. And so really appreciate your interest in helping and serving on the council. It's been a very rewarding experience for me. I'm very sad to be moving into a different role in that regard, but happy to have you here, Brian. And I don't know if you want to come up and say a word or two or not. You don't have to, but Brian Clapp is the new representative for Eastern Oregon, and he is the Union County Weed Control Supervisor. Formerly Allow Resources, Tri-County, been around the block out there. So happy to have you, Brian. Look forward to engaging with you.
So the next thing on our agenda is approval of and review of the minutes. We've done this as some of us in the working group have looked at these minutes, but we need to have you look at your meeting packet and bring up any items that that might need to be edited at this time. Getting minutes completed is a challenge, and we are recording this so we can fill in some of those blanks. We give that job to our coordinators here. And so I think maybe Patrick would be best to kind of lead that discussion with Arm.
Pull the meeting minutes here. And I want to thank Troy for helping us put together these minutes. This is our first meeting, kind of doing them, and they're in a little bit of a different format than past meetings. For one, we had started recording meetings, so meeting recording is available for folks to see. We posted them on a kind of a private YouTube link to be able to see the video. So folks can view the whole meeting if they would like, and that'll be the same for today's meeting. And so we've opted for a recording plus a little bit more abbreviated minutes than usual, where they've almost been kind of almost like a transcript. So we have our attendees at the beginning and guests, and then we go to the minutes here. And again, thanks Troy for helping with putting this together. And I know some folks had a couple of minor changes that after we post these, and we plan to post these a little bit sooner than we did for this meeting. But if folks have changes, you can feel free to email me any changes you have. Are there any questions on these minutes?
I think we will need to approve them in concept because we really should be addressing this as a final outcome of the meeting. Troy, do you have any comments about that?
No, and we can approve with amendments. One thing that I noticed as I went through the video to add some detail, if we're going to go, if you all are going to go with a more abbreviated paper minutes in favor of the recording being available, it may at least be helpful to do like what I did with the presentation and put a timestamp at least for where the different sections of the meeting start. So if somebody needed to get to one of those sections and watch it or review it, that they'd be able to navigate to those quickly. And I think that would, if you timestamped at least the new topics, as new topics came up, then that would work really well with the abbreviated form. But other than that, that was the only suggestion I had.
Thanks, Troy. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We're kind of checking the minutes we go today, and then we'll work on video timestamps. Great.
Or forget, I thought Senator Frederick was at our last meeting too.
I think he was, yes.
Yeah, asking a lot of questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
Was that at the March meeting or the January?
I was thinking it was March.
I think it was
I could be
January.
confused.
I was on January as well.
It was January.
January.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, thank you. But those are the things, but I think having this discussion and getting input as to how to record this, given the transitory nature of leadership and everything else, these are going to be very important records for all of our discussions. And I really appreciate people's willingness to be recorded at these meetings. because that is a reference. And then also having the paper trail available is really important. So if we were following the parliamentary process, we had to have a motion to approve and second it, and I might just coerce the group that we might want to word that we could get it for clarity if need be after a time review or something like that. Troy, do you want to?
Does anybody have, do we know of edits already that need to happen that have been suggested? Sorry if I.
No, this is an important discussion.
Well, no, and I went and added some of this stuff by listening to the video, and I may not have transcribed enough, so I apologize if that makes sense. But yeah, so let's suggest edits, and then we can vote to approve.
But yeah, if we get a motion on here, then we can appropriately discuss it. We're supposed to have a move to approve, and then we can discuss an amendment.
Question.
So if that's the order, I move that we approve these minutes, which will then trigger a second, hopefully, and then there'll be discussion. And then we can vote whether to approve the amended.
All right, Chuck, this guy, second.
Got that? Then a motion to approve and second. So we can begin a discussion of this at this time. And we can vote on your final. Thank you.
I'd like to discuss that point for accuracy, and that's right there under Ohio Williams. I just selfishly read my section here, and there's some inaccuracies there. So I don't know if we can do line items right now.
Well, maybe thinking on my feet, maybe what we can do is table the discussion and correct that during our lunch working session, and then we could come back and revisit that before we adjourn today. That might be.
I'll motion the table.
We can instantly table it, so.
Okay.
Are they essential?
No.
But we just need, again, we're doing the best with a few stumbles with changes. So we should have got these minutes out for everybody to review earlier. And so I think it'd be best if we can do that so that we can finalize, at least with the group here, the best job that we can do on this written thing. So you all have a hard copy. Let's put that on the working. You're not going to have a chance to eat, but I think that makes sense. And thank everyone if they're accepted. If you can accept that, we'll just move on with the table motion.
So at lunchtime, there will be an opportunity to do line edits. Someone will have a computer and say, okay, I'll change this word to this word.
Yeah, I only have a PDF of this, so.
Yeah. We can pull that.
But please mark your own documents, because right now you've got a paper. If you can put those edits on it, then we can file that. Maybe we can.
Just what? Well, just a point of order. We're 2 minutes ahead of schedule and have 10 minutes set aside just for this topic. So we have 12 minutes. Right. Just like we could just do it.
I could, Chair could pull it off the table. I just I'm trying to make sure that we don't miss something.
I'm just a member of the public today, so it's up to, yeah. But I'm just pointing out that we're ahead of schedule and have 10 minutes set aside for this topic. So the edits weren't extensive. We could put them on the record and just do it.
Patrick, can you bring it up so we can do it?
Please get started. Yeah, if he has a Word document that he could edit, that would be very efficient.
Yes.
That's a great suggestion. So the chair removes the table and it's back on. And we'll let Patrick be the editor. Thank you. No, we just.
Okay, well, we're waiting on that. Troy, I have a question for you. On the minutes that mentions planning a workshop in 2023. Coastal Basin.
Yeah.
If you changing job status on that?
It is moving forward and still working with Justin Bush. So Justin was able to get some money via the USDA PPQ program to put on this event. So it's basically, if you're familiar with the Columbia Gorge CWMA's ICEP event, it is an attempt to copy that, but to coastal issues. So that project is moving forward. The new wind coordinator, that position will be flown any moment. I mean, it might happen while we're having this meeting, so that position will get backfilled relatively quickly. There's funding specifically for that event, not only from the wind budget, but as well as through the PPQ grant. So that will take place. Very early planning stages, and there'll be quite a bit of outreach to bring people in and get topic ideas and figure out just what type of information folks are seeking to help build that program. But it is happening. It will either be in Astoria or in Waco. So, fighting on which side of the bridge to put it on. Thank you.
Maybe I could be recognized. I'm not comfortable necessarily with, so this time I recognize it's a transition and things were goofy and the timing short. But I think it's really important that the written minutes be accurate and comprehensive. And I don't know if other official councils or state agencies are moving to having a recording somewhere that is sort of kept as a record versus the minutes are the official record of the meeting. And so does anyone else have experience with that from other groups?
Well, I would agree with it as well. I mean, I use the meetings all the time, and I always prefer it because I guess you move faster than watching. So I can say like 10% of the time written versus watching. So first, and consider.
Similarly, it's much easier to scan for the words. I think this was talked about what was the outcome, here it is, than to like go through a video and find what was said. So I think it's great to have video as a backup for confirmation, or you want more context and then it really summarizes something. So I would definitely advocate for the combination, but I think everything is so critical.
If there's any concern about needing to have exact wording for certain comments, a lot of the virtual meetings now have a transcription feature. You can always extract that and link it to the written minutes. So have a link for the video and a link to the auto-generated or, however you do the transcription notes in addition to the minutes. So if you need to refer to one versus the other, it's pretty streamlined.
Right, yeah, that's, I think, Google Voice, I don't have experience with those.
Speak up, please.
Yeah, sorry. No, excellent Google, I totally agree. Yeah, use Google Voice to translate. Yeah, you could actually be watching if you want, same time the words. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, Karen's point, the last couple of years with COVID, a lot of our meetings are on Teams and or Zoom, and it says, okay, we're recording this meeting. And I never know what happens to those meetings, I don't know where they get posted, except for at Oregon Department of Forestry or Board of Forestry meetings are recorded. And they're posted, so you can go look at all the videos of every Board of Forestry meeting. Those are the only ones I know about, so in my experience.
Yeah, would these end up on our members only section of the website or some other place, or are they accessible to the public? I'm okay with. I think we do need to have a statement at the beginning of the meeting notifying participants that it's being recorded and what's gonna happen with that. But I also think in the future, I'd like the minutes to be more comprehensive. We need a chance to ensure that they're accurate and that the recording is a backup, but not the official record of the meeting.
Question for somebody else, is it possible to put links for the video inside of the text? So for example, that one, you want amendments to your section minutes, right? You could hit a link for that would open it video at that particular spot. Is that possible?
Yeah, you could do video links as well.
Yeah, like with the headings and stuff, you would have a link that you could actually open if you want to spend 10 minutes watching that.
Mr. Vice Chair, all our meetings, video and stuff is public records. So it's not just for the members.
Yeah,
So we need to let people know where they are.
yeah, if we're gonna record them, then they automatically become public record. And I suppose you could make people do FOIAs, but it's probably more prudent to just put them on the website or on the council's YouTube page. Yeah.
All of the other commissions and entities that I'm part of in Oregon, they're recording their meetings, they're up on the web, and they're making it very visible where those records are. But there's also minutes that are part of those meetings. And some of those minutes are fairly succinct, but certainly I think what we need to do is have direction for our coordinators and to make sure that this process is carried out, that we get a process together to do this review in time and work through that in the future. But I think Karen's spot on that these are important documents. We are a public entity and we ask for comment, and we are open to the public. So we have certain obligations to meet that and to be accurate. So to further this discussion though, we definitely need to get some edits so that we can at least get something through an approval of what we have today under that impression so that we can move on. But then I think we need guidance and protocol for the future.
Okay, and just pull up the website just so folks can find where we're posting the video. And we'll do the same for today's.
So if you want to go to Wyatt's section on the roundtable.
Yeah, sorry with the delay of the process, and probably no one will ever read my section, but never see here. Two individuals have been trapped in market on several. Well, two trapped in market causes them more.
Sorry, two individuals have been
Trapped in Oregon. And it causes damage to various oak species in California.
Worldwide.
And worldwide. Yeah, did you?
I guess I'd continue my bullet, second line, that the borers carry, no apostrophe in borers. And we could put the new name for Lymantria dispar in there. If the new name is spongy moth.
Common name, new common name, comma, Bungie 4. No, above that.
Just delete.
New, approved new name, comma,
What was the name?
Bungie Mod,
SPONGY. Why? I don't believe it has a E. But Sam's thing, this dynamo, is that a capital B, Christine?
yeah,
In Sam's bullet, fourth line,
Dynamo.
capital B.
And I guess the next slide too. Right. Yeah.
I don't know, did YouTube or I think Rick suggested that CATS group, maybe we could put in the real name of CATS group. Is that the Center for Lakes and Rivers?
Reservoir.
Lakes and Rivers. Lakes and Rivers.
I'm going down, Patrick. Right above you, me.
I know. Yeah, that was verbatim. I wasn't sure either, so I just quoted it.
Never
Yeah, that's my invasion flag. But that's
The higher than this, there's this section on the legislative concept in insurance. And about halfway through, Karen suggested waivers in the interim. So I think there's a couple of things that are mixed here that, with some helpful reminders from others, I think I was suggesting a waiver about like travel insurance or driving insurance. I wasn't suggesting that members should get a waiver for their liability insurance for like their activities as members of the Oregon Invasive Species Council. So some of that needs some rework because there's more than one topic addressed there.
It would be really, I think this would take some work, but I would like to replace the first names with last names and to make it more formal. I think that would be best. If you don't have to put the full name, but I think when we're talking about people speaking, that would be appropriate.
And then even something as simple as the minutes vote, Christine made a motion, Chuck Fisk seconded the motion. I mean, at least something with more, Christine made a motion to approve the minutes. Chuck Fisk seconded, and then the motion passed. Yeah, just some standard things that can get pasted in every time. If that's the way it occurs every time.
Anybody have any more edits or suggestions on the minutes?
I think we can go through and replace the first names with last names posthumously from an approval, but are there
any other, Karen, do you have any other points to bring to this discussion?
Well, I guess in full disclosure, that Karen Ripley bullet, the communications committee is working on a 2021 annual report. The communications committee intends to initiate work on the 2021 report. We'd like to, I believe we said we need to get started on this, and we need to work with the coordinators and the executive council to figure out a path forward for getting input to that report. So maybe just needs to start working on the 2021 annual report would be more accurate. Much better, thank you.
So with the, this discussion coming to a close, I will ask for a voice vote on approval in context, in the content of the minutes as edited, but with a few replacements for accurate names. So I'm amending that initial motion for the amended part of it. All in favor of the motion to approve the minutes, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And not approving, same sign, please. So it sounds like we are approving those unanimously, following the final edits that Patrick will put together on that. And then we will discuss the proper format for future, and thank everyone for your engagement in this. It's really important. New ground. So, Troy, you just need to keep coming up to that end there. So we're going to have a budget update, and I think that's going to be a joint presentation with Patrick and Troy.
Yes, and this is plain newbie here and first to help on the discussion here. Pull up our latest budget update from ODA. So this is through the end of May with the caveat that May expenses will be finalized within the next week. So usually by the 17th of the month after is when everything is finalized for the previous month. So this is what they have through May 31st. So we are sitting on a remaining balance of down in the corner here, 150,479 and 27 cents. And you'll see in this column the amounts that have been spent on the various deals. I know there is a budget committee and leadership discussions on trying to format the budget a little bit more. And Troy, I might ask you to kind of elaborate on that. And we plan on trying to help as much as we can in terms of making this a little bit easier to follow, read, budget appropriately. The other balances provided by ODA are the grant balances that are here, showing what's left to spend in each one. I don't think it loaded or new one yet, the IPN. So that'll be posted on here.
What is the AY23 stand for? That back.
Why do you?
Administering the year.
sorry.
Okay, I'm a little confused about a couple of things. And one is, so on the next page, there's this Forest Service grant that's been active for a long time, and it's been partly used, but that doesn't show up in our budget. It says that Forest Service grants, there's 0 revenue and 0 expenditure. So maybe it's because we aren't planning on using that, or I guess I have my supposition. In this MOU thing, it said that we have the control account, which is a unique thing, and we have an OISC account, which is a unique thing. And then there's sort of operations that come from state appropriations and federal grants. So this must be the operations, and it doesn't reflect information about what might be this other OISC trust account or the OISC control account. I'm a little confused about operations budget versus that other OISC account, which the MOU says doesn't include state appropriations, doesn't include lottery, doesn't include grants. So that's confusing to me.
Go back to the. Yeah, they're not reflecting. They're not reflecting the monies that are in those grants, in the columns, in the rows. Here under the carryover, which it seems like they should, if they're, is in fact carryover. The 5383 and the 22859, those are the same numbers on the next page, right?
Yeah, maybe Rick or Troy can have more information on this. I think there's only 2 sources. So the control account, which is different pot of money than the operations. And the control account it's not something that goes away at the end of the state fiscal year. It can stay there forever until we spend it. Then the operations side, that consists of different money, including general fund and those grant dollars that are on the second page. And I think what these guys are saying is that those grant dollars are not reflected on the first fund sheet. But I think there's only two pots of money. There's the operations and the control account for the first fund, the other term for it.
So in this MOU, there's no reference to an operations account. 2 accounts. One is the invasive species control account. That we understand what that is. But the other one is the invasive species council account on the top of page 6. And it says appropriations are not part of this account. So what is that account? And where are the appropriations? And so do we have to have a recording of like 3 operations appropriations stay within ODA? And that's what this is?
Yeah, I think there's.
And we have control and then we have this other.
I think there's some questions we probably still need to ask and get answered via ODA. I think some of this comes back to, you'll recall, when Helmut used to talk about how there is no money, right? Because it's like, there's not actual monies versus funding, like real dollar bills versus theoretical money that can get charged to. So I think some of this gets back to some of that where in some cases you have actual dollars that get reflected because they're actually sitting there versus the theoretical money that's there and it's allotted to the council, but it's not in the council's account. So I agree that there probably should be some more clarifications, and I think at the very least it would be nice to reflect the grant monies in the proper, if that is in fact where they would go, that they're not separated and that you can see them all together. A lot of this. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to get back to Karen's point. So I still think it's only 2 lots of money. And on page 5, 6.2.1, describes the basis piece council account. So we're getting a lot of different names here, but I think that's the operations account, 6.2.1, and then 6.2.2, and then basically control account, that's the emergency fund. So it's those two pockets.
Yet 6.2.11 says appropriations are not part of this account.
Yeah, and that might be in there.
I think it's not paid in the account. But 6.2.12 is relating to operations.
Right, so 6.2.11, I think is saying that it's not being in the account, and this is what Troy was just saying about it's not money. Like, it's not like we put money in this account for us to spend, instead it's continually appropriated.
Yeah, by ODA.
As we invoice for it.
Yeah.
And so 212 follows on that, this is how it is.
And then 6.2 on page 7, lists various sources of revenue. 6.2.3, 6.2.4, 0.5, 6.
Right.
And I think that creating an account, even though no money goes into it, is probably just an administrative function of, you probably have to create an account to charge to. And so the creating an account that doesn't really have money in it, but then when we submit an invoice, the money briefly passes through that account. Chad brought it up during the demo unit discussions. There was a lot of like realizing that we had a lot of misconceptions about the money in particular, where it goes, in particular what we call the emergency fund. That's what the council has chosen to use it for. And I think everyone agrees that that's a good use of it. But the council could spend that money on whatever they want, essentially. There's a whole long list of stuff that money could technically be spent on. It's not restricted certainly by statute or anything to be spent on emergency allocation. It's just what the council has not only understood that it was for, but has kind of followed that model and use it for that. I think everyone thinks that's a good use, but could use it for other things.
Yeah, but to put that into context for the new members, that for the emergency fund, you can see the balance is $53,000, something like that. There's only been one one-time payment to that account, one time in the history of the council, and it was like from the water fund or ATV something. ATV fund. It was like $350,000 or $365,000 one time, and then over the years it's dwindled down to $53,000. So.
Yeah, it's great, and not only has it only been in one time, there is no current mechanism to replenish it, even if we wanted to or somebody else wanted to. And so that led, and I don't know if you have it, Patrick, but that led to, when Rick was chair and I was vice chair, of creating a more line item budget similar to what many of you create within your programs at your agencies, that gets at parsing out some of these bigger numbers in the terms that we use within the council versus what they use in the accounting room at ODA, and what we're actually using this money for, what it would take to actually perform the duties that the council is statutorily obligated to perform, as well as we started throwing in things like our biennial budgets from the council to ODA would hopefully start including requests for replenishment of any emergency funds that were expended in the previous biennium. And when you do that, the OISD budget winds up with a deficit, and which is on one hand a bummer, but it also demonstrates the need that in order to accomplish these goals and to form these paths, this is how much it would actually take. And hopefully, as the council and ODA move forward and submitting POPs for funding the council coordinator, way down the road, maybe if the council goes independent and would be submitting POPs of its own to the governor's office, that newer line item budget structure will hopefully help address some of those gaps and create a mechanism to replenish the emergency account moving forward.
Troy, you know, the Apple maggot emergency fund that gets built up.
So I talked with Chris. She was trying to get a hold of some field staff. They actually didn't even start spending our money until September 30th. But there was some more delimiting trapping. And then like, as we speak, I believe in Pendleton and Milton Freewater, they are doing some tree removals and eradication. At the next council meeting, ODA will have a full update on those expenditures, what they went to, you know, because when we got the update in October, when Todd Adams came and spoke to us, they had only just started spending the council money because they were expending the other money that they had first. So since October, they've been working with our money. But the project is ongoing, and as far as everything she's been told, they've been able to do what they were trying to do out there. So, but the next meeting they'll have it fully.
They don't think that's reflected.
It's just been removed. It doesn't show it because it was extended. You
I
know,
was thinking our emergency fund is part of it.
you know that 53 is of how much it's yeah.
Didn't remember.
Yep. And yeah, the Western IPM grant is not reflected here because it's a sub-award through the University of California, and 98% of it is actually getting spent on subcontractors because the council used our time as match on the grant, so none of that money is really coming to the council.
That's as Alicia and I get more familiar with this, and it's obviously very complicated budget type set up. Our hope is that we can, maybe set up some sort of QuickBooks, pretending we have it, and pretending this money is sitting in a bank account and being processed for payments, budget versus actuals and things like that. Might be a little better than what we're providing. So we'll hear help in some of that, but it'll take a little bit of time to get that.
I saw BLM. We got an input of $10,000 from BLM, which is greatly appreciated. But it got me thinking about infrastructure funding from the federal government to the states, and so for any federal people that care, is there an opportunity to get some money to the council from infrastructure funding?
There's been several calls for invasive species eradication opportunities, multi-agencies that have come out. I passed those around to some of the folks that I knew. I think there's potential out there, but we certainly don't have a workforce dealing with that right now. Maybe some of the agencies are doing collaboratives.
Well, I meant for our budget, like the control account, the operations account, get some money coming into the council from infrastructure funding.
Well, I think we need to talk to our legislative group to achieve something like that. There's, they've been handing out things. So we haven't come up with a need that's been vocal. I think that's a good idea.
I would like $1 million.
So to bring this discussion to a close, so we can move to the next thing, which is legislative outreach, which leads to some of that. Are there any more comments, questions about the budget? Certainly it has been smoke and mirrors to me over the time that I've been around it. It's frustrating. We need to keep pushing for that transparency. I don't think we need any motion for this. This is just a report. So I will move on since Patrick's up there. I would like an update on where we are with our primer relaunch.
Thank you, Doctor. So as you may recall, our firm specialty is really in lobbying government affairs. And so we think we can help the council proceed from here on out in a way that we can be a little bit more engaged with the legislature. So I've written kind of an outreach plan between now and the end of the 2023 session, and hearing feedback in terms of funding and things like that. We can make sure that we are doing that to our plan. So earlier this month, the legislature met for committee days, three days worth of committee hearings. We sent the primer to all legislators again, that was previously sent out. And we haven't received much input from that yet, but along with the primer, we invited them to this meeting today. I know that Representative Brock Smith will be here in about an hour or so, and Representative Hoover Wright, who represents this area of the coast, also said he'd like to be here. So we're hoping to engage more legislators into what you all do and what the council does, because I do think there is some I won't say confusion, but legislators are not fully aware of the council and what it does and where it sits and all that. So we'd like to make sure we continue to work on that. So between now and August, we would like to set up some meetings with legislators who are on the various House agriculture and natural resource committees, probably with leadership, so Dr. Moffitt and others who are able to join. Just doing introductory meetings with those folks with the goal of having an informational hearing during those two committees, House and Senate, in September. They'll have another 3 days worth of committee hearings. And we've already been in touch with the committee staff for those committees to try to get on the agenda. Usually they're pretty hungry for informational type updates. So I'm pretty confident that either in September or December, legislative days will be able to score 15 to 20 minutes on the agenda to do background. And we thought it would be a good time. Hopefully we have some things plugged in the hub that we can share what's going on with that as well. We did send out the press release when we released the hub to the committee chairs of these committees in the House and Senate as well. So just to get on their radar that that's something that the council is working on. So that's the goal for September, is an informational hearing. I just, for informational purposes, in your packets, pages 25 through 27 is our kind of internal candidate tracker that we have monitoring various races. It's probably good information that you hear, but basically it shows you all candidates that are running this election along with incumbents. We've calculated close to half of the legislature is leaving or has left in the last year or two. So it is going to be more turnover than we have seen probably since term limits in the early 2000s. So that means we have a lot of work to do in terms of educating new legislators as they come in, finding out what their interests are and trying to connect with them. So that work often happens with mentors while they're still running. So I know we have some probably two days of meetings coming up in October. Is that right? October, I don't actually decided where we're gonna have those yet, but a lot of groups will attempt to educate candidates and invite candidates, especially those who have already, and this is not a political thing, supporting any candidate over another, but making it more of an open forum for folks to come and learn, especially those who have maybe been elected in the primary election that don't have a general election that we know are going to be incoming legislators. So those are some ideas that we have that might help engage some folks. So a lot of folks that will be coming into, that's in addition to the already a couple dozen newer legislators that have been elected in the last term or two. So between October and December, the kind of more continued education. And then I would anticipate that the LC for our insurance issue probably comes out by December. It's usually the bills are out shortly around that time from Legislative Council. And then in January is usually when folks kind of go around shopping the bill back form. So it'll be a little different. Obviously, the agency bill would already be part of the agency package, but I think that it may be good for, again, leadership led by Dr. Moffitt and others to go around to some key legislators where we know that bill might be going to in terms of what committee and providing education on that, and using that as an opportunity for us to, again, share the primer again and what the council does, and just continual re-education, because then in February and June, when we are in the legislative session, they'll at least have had 2 or 3 interactions with the council, so that when we go to ask them for more money or continued funding of the council, there'll be at least some familiarity. The last revenue forecast that came out, I think indicates the state will have roughly another $2 billion in revenue that they're not expecting. So there will be, just like the last 2 sessions, excess funds that the legislature will be looking to dish out. A lot of that generally goes towards infrastructure. That's kind of what they've been focusing on in the last 2 sessions. So obviously we don't have much of that, but program funding is part of that as well. So we'll probably have to brainstorm a little bit more in terms of how we are able to, we may need to utilize some of our nonprofit members who can do some lobbying on their own, and how that would work with the agency also advocating for funding for the council. So additional outreach education during the session, providing testimony will help for not only the LC, but again, we hope to plug in some informational hearings about the council during that as well. When ODA has a budget hearing during the session in Ways and Means, it would be great to organize a group of folks from the council to testify in support of ODA's budget, specifically on the council appropriation, and continue meetings with legislators. And I put this as a question mark, invasive species day at the Capitol. I don't think we'll be able to do that this next session because all of our income will be mostly virtual. Again, the building will be open similarly to February session. The building will be open. They'll be doing some meetings and stuff in the Capitol, but a lot of the staff, including lobbyists, will be outside of the Capitol in various other office spaces. Not due to COVID, but Capitol is under construction, undergoing seismic retrofitting for the next 2 years. So we probably won't see a regular session, you know, the hustle and bustle of everybody in Capitol until the 2025 session. So invasive species day at the Capitol, I can envision, you know, whenever there's that displays in the gallery and tagging for various animals and plants and things like that we can do. What we can do this next session in 2023 is more of a virtual type day where we can send out information to legislators and kind of bombard their inbox and hold meetings over the course of a few days and call that, you know, I don't want to say lobby day because we're obviously not a lobbying group, but that's typically what our groups will say is their day in the Capitol, is their lobby day. So we'll provide education and outreach day on these species. So happy to
This
take
is
feedback.
kind of new to the floor today, this plan, so I think we need to look at that over our working lunch as well, and have some discussions of it. Certainly we want, I'd like to ask how the primer was sent. You said it was distributed. Was that just an email or how was that done?
Just email, although what we'd like to do again at the September legislative days is actually go around and try to get in the Capitol before they get kicked out. I think they're getting kicked out here in the next few months and do hand deliveries. And then we'll also plan on following up with email. So we'll kind of piece them out instead of doing one, you know, email, mail, and in-person drops all at once. Because we know legislators hardly ever check their email and things that come by their mail. They'll get lost that way. So now we'll drop it in various increments so that by the time we're making these meetings with them, we can say, hey, you should have got this by email and mail, and hopefully we will have a in-person drop to you as well.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Kat to give us an update on her Fish and Wildlife Service grant progress, please.
Robin, I believe, is going to do the.
Oh, is Robin going to do it? Excuse me, I didn't correct the agenda then. So you need to.
I will if she doesn't manage to come through, but hopefully she'll.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yay! There's so many mute buttons on my headphones. It's always tricky. All right. Here we go. So what Christina's talking about with reference to Cat here is that we are working to revise the Oregon Aquatic Nuisance Species Management Plan, which Cat is in charge of overseeing. And basically, the original plan is several years old. It was approved in 2001, and it to back up for those of you who are new to this, state aquatic nuisance species management plans were originally conceived and recommended under the Non-Indigenous Aquatic Nuisance Species Prevention and Control Act, which was later amended. And each of these plans is developed and approved by the National ANS Task Force, which is an interdisciplinary group. It is headed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in terms of all of the sort of administrative review and processing. And each of these plans really was meant to address aquatic nuisance species of concern, to provide a management framework, and then really to get into some objectives, strategies, and actions that can be taken. As part of this, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, through appropriations, gets funding that can be parceled out to states as well as entities that have interstate plans approved by the task force. So the Oregon plan, as I mentioned before, was completed in 2001, so it's overdue for an update, and it was written and overseen by the Center for Lakes and Reservoirs. So in addition with it, to its being a bit old, there are a lot of opportunities for updating it. For one example, the previous plan lists 120 non-native aquatic species that have been recorded in Oregon, either as being successful or eradicated or failed. We're now up to 248 species. So we've doubled the number of species. A lot of that is not that in the last 20 years we've had a huge influx of species, but merely that we've been able to do a lot more surveying and identification of those non-native species. This opportunity gives us an arena where we can pull in new partners into the revision and review process, and then really it allows us to tie together a lot of the aquatic invasive species management efforts that have come online and really ramped up in the last 20 years. So to review the components of this major revision plan rewrite, we started with a scoping exercise. We've consulted with the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. We've contacted our regional U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service coordinator, as well as the chair of the Western Regional Panel on Aquatic Nuisance Species. And we're on to this larger aquatic invasive species community engagement portion. We have a steering committee, many of you are members of, as well as we're really fleshing out an advisory review network to help us revise the plan contents as required by the ANS Task Force guidance. After we get this, the meat of the plan, which is really those objectives, strategies, and actions approved by these various groups, we will submit a preliminary draft for review by the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. We'll do a final presentation to the Oregon Invasive Species Council, you all, and have an opportunity for public comment. We're hoping to get a governor's office review and sign off, and then the plan will go to the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force for formal review and final approval. So we're in the purple arrow section right now, this community engagement piece, which is what we're asking you to help out with today, if you haven't already been asked to help many times. So what are our current engagement actions right now? Well, as I mentioned, we're really working to finalize those new objectives, strategies, and actions as required by the task force. Our original list was developed with input from the steering committee, and we have a draft out for review by the larger community. I believe Jaylene and Kat have copies of that today, and although apparently you have quite a busy working lunch, they may be walking around and talking to you about some of those action items. And then we need to prioritize a subset of those actions. They've undergone a steering committee review for priority, but part of the way that they need to be presented in the plan is with a priority tag on them. And at that point, we'll be able to create an implementation table for all the actions. This is a really tricky part of the plan because it asks us to identify the lead entities on these actions. And these actions are really couched as something that we believe need to be undertaken in the next 5 years. So in addition to identifying lead entities, we need to identify whether or not there's an FTE associated with this, whether or not we are looking at federal or state or other funding sources and what those amounts might be, as well as that last sort of priority level. All of this is important when applying for the management plan funds through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but also this table will give us, on all of you, the opportunity to sort of leverage other funding sources by saying, hey, we have identified this action item in the Oregon A&S management plan. So lastly, then we'll have once the implementation table is drafted, we'll be able to add that to the draft plan that will go out to review by the steering committee, as well as the advisory network, and then finally the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. To give you an idea about some of those engagement actions, we start with objectives as requested by the task force. I know everyone sort of weighs objectives, strategies, and actions a little differently, but in this case, we're starting with objectives. We've rewritten these. They cover all of the topics that were covered in the original plan, but we've aligned them with both the Oregon statewide strategic plan for invasive species, as well as the A&S task force strategic plan. So we really tried to make the language the same in this case. Under those objectives, there are strategies. Many of them come from the original plan. We reorganized a little bit to sort of match these renamed objectives. And then we added new strategies to reflect new priorities, which came from both internal and external recommendations. We really emphasized the pathway focus. We've mentioned climate change more explicitly. We've talked about the need for action evaluation and to identify research needs. And then on to the actions. These are really the focus of our current review effort. And they were informed by a variety of AIS management efforts. Again, the strategic plan, noxious weed plan, the Columbia Basin flowering rush management plan, some of the zebra quagga mussel work, the Wapato revival plan. We really tried to pull in a lot of similar language and identified goals into the plan. But we really need to prioritize these actions. There's currently 120 actions, and I'd really like to see that under 100. And then within that, I'd like to be able to identify those actions that can be implemented in the first 2 years of the plan. So that's one of the things that we're sort of asking you all to help us with today as we go through this. So just to recap the role of you all, the council, the members sit on our steering committee as well as our advisory review network. We're providing continuous updates to the council as requested, and we're always looking for and asking for sort of requests for input and guidance if you have any. For those of you for whom aquatics maybe aren't in your wheelhouse, I think a lot of these concepts still broadly apply to invasive species, and we hope that you can at least are interested in helping out and providing some guidance for us. We will have the formal request for review from the council of that full draft plan after the A&S task force gets a hold of it for the first review. And then we are looking to the council to provide that platform for public comment. Again, as I said, Kat and Jaylene are around, and so hopefully are able to connect with you one-on-one, but if you have any questions or comments, you can reach out to us, or if you feel like you really would like to get your hands on some of the materials that they have today, please feel free to reach out to me. And I'm happy to take any questions, as I know I just bombed through that there.
Robin, I want to add a couple other things, but first, are there any questions for Robin or me in this?
Did I understand that there's actually a draft of the document ready now? Or
Yeah, we have all the actions that have been suggested, and I also, I think, he has a printout of those, and I also have a list of objective strategies and actions. One of the things that we're going to have to do, as Robin said, is come up with who's going to be the lead on them, what the priority is, and how much it will cost, which is actually an onerous task. So I brought that for those of you who are here to help me with, too, with some estimate of what that can be. So Robin, do you want to talk about a draft? You do have a draft.
Yeah, the draft is almost done, but I found that right now what I really need the input on is the action items, and if I send it out bundled into the draft, which is currently over 80 pages right now with all sorts of references, people will focus on that rather than on the action items. So as soon as the action items and the implementation table have gone through this review process, then we'll send out that larger draft.
So I think Patrick has copies of the implementation table, and then I have this one here. You can go beyond that too. Sorry?
My question was, as you prioritize that list down from 120 to below 100, and then pick out of those the ones that can be implemented in the first 2 years, what's the metric for saying something is able to be implemented in the first 2 years?
Well, really a lot of that is up to the identified lead agencies. We've tried to identify concepts that are both a high priority in terms of getting done and that are feasible. So feasibility is really going to be part of that, how we identify those action items that can be undertaken in the first 2 years. And it isn't, it isn't set in stone in terms of what they're holding us to, but it's a way to sort of help further categorize all of these items, because you're right, 100 action items is really tricky. A lot of them are continuing, so that will also help identify those that will have numbers. So the financial numbers, the fiscal numbers, the spending is really what we're looking for to only identify for those action items that we would like to have take place in the first 2 years.
So to make it more concrete, for example, I'm just looking at the first two. So for prevention, the first strategy is support and grow existing AIS aquatic invasive species prevention programs. One of the possible, stand me out here, huh? One of the possible action items is support the Oregon ballast water program. And that's rated as high priority by the people who have done the survey to date. I'm going to go to Josh and say, will this be one of those things that you can do in the next 2 years? And so that's for that, I don't know if that's be something you can do. So in your, how do you decide what can be done? Some of that is going to be you whose agency it is. Yeah. Is this, what's your priority as well as all of our priorities? And then is it feasible soon? Or is this more like 5-year timeline or 10? We haven't been thinking 20-year timelines, but as this plan is over 20-year-old, that's possible too.
Thank you.
What?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Robin. And maybe, I guess I heard Noel say, when can we see the action items? And I was thinking the same thing, like, what does this mean to my agency? And then not be caught off guard, to give us plenty of time to actually adequately review it and see if there's anything we can do for AIS or how's it going to impact our day-to-day business. So anytime that you can send it out to the council members, like especially the state agencies, that would be appreciated so we can adequately review it.
Yeah, absolutely. We have certainly we've tried to capture quite a few people on the steering committee, but really in the advisory review network, that sending that out to that group and the council at the same time is our next option. What we wanted to do here today was really sort of start to winnow it down so that it is less of an overwhelming prospect when we ask you to review them, because it's a lengthy document. even just looking at the action items in the implementation table. So we certainly don't want to catch anyone off guard, and we absolutely, for every action that has a lead agency identified, we will send those to that agency to review in particular prior to sending this full draft out.
But at the same time, we do have the whole list now and here. So if you want to look at it while you're here, that'd be great. And then we'll send that way, if there's something that's not there that you can see, or that, we'd love your feedback.
Chad, I'm wondering whether, it looks like our group that is doing our web isn't here, but we might want to put a link to this on our members only sub portion. And that way we could easily access what you folks are doing to improve the communication, because, you know, with email stuff, it just is overwhelming. But if we can go to that for access, I think that would be really a step forward to set that up.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks for that suggestion, Christine.
Karen, and what's the general time? You know, some of this is available now to review. When do you anticipate the formal review would occur? It sounds like, you know, you want to have a big chunk of time dedicated at a future OISC meeting for public review. Is that?
Yes. I'm thinking October would be ideal for public comment. Part of that, however, will depend on the task force reviewing it prior to that. And I've been forewarned that that can be quick or not. And so we're hoping for October.
Yeah, we don't have anything on our agenda about brainstorming for the next meeting, but that would be a placeholder that'd be necessary for October.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else? Well, thanks for those of you who have participated already in helping prioritize the actions. And then, yeah, we'd love to get more feedback on that, as well as the costs. And thanks for those good questions. And thanks, Robin, for the presentation. Any other last?
Great, thank you.
We're running a little bit behind, but I think we'll do fine. I'm gonna switch bases to give us some science management updates. I'm lucky to have coerced Jeannie Stanley to come today to talk about. She has great insight because she's been actively engaged in some of these restorations and working with the BLM. And I have the pleasure of working with Jeannie as a member of the Friends of South SLU and recognize her amazing talent. So please, Jeannie, would you please give your presentation and update us on what's happening with beach grass restoration?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm just a volunteer. I was only able to get 15 copies of these because they asked for a $10 donation for each one. So if you don't want one, please pass it on. But I'm not going to have enough for everybody, I'm sure.
Actually have access.
I didn't get those folks over there. But does everybody? Yeah.
You got one for Kat too?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, like Christine said, I have actually done some restoration work, not in the dunes that we're going to talk about, but on the North Spit, which is the south end of the dunes. And in your book, if you look at the very front page, it shows the Oregon Dunes Restoration Collaborative. I'm not sure if it shows the North Spit, but that's at the far south end.
I do want to thank you guys for inviting me. I appreciate it. I haven't done a presentation in years, so this will be fun. Most of my information came from Armin Rabishki, who's a botanist on the Sayusla, but he didn't get it to me until Friday night. So Chelsea Monk provided me with the EA and some plans. I talked to Jamie Harrison. She was the one that got you those lovely booklets. And Dina is a member of the Restoration Collaborative who shared some challenges with me. So first of all, what are the dunes? The dunes are really a rather extraordinary area, and it's the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't realize that. It's about 40 miles long, about 1.5 miles wide. I think it used to be a lot bigger because if you walk around town here, you'll find that everything like to the west of us here is all sand dunes. This is probably all vegetated sand dunes right here too. So when we talk about dunes, we don't think about the real diversity that's out there, but there are a lot of wetlands and ponds and forests as well as shrublands in the dunes. I'm gonna, focus mostly on the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, because that's where the bulk of the dunes are and where most of the restoration is happening. So there's additional dunes that the work is being done on to the north and to the south. But we're going to focus mainly on that recreation area. And it was set aside by Congress. It was recognized as a really unique area and a special area for recreation. So it was set aside for conservation of a number of things, scenic values, historic values, scientific, as well as appreciation for present and future generations. I'm not going to talk a lot about the recreation aspect, but I did want to touch on the fact that recreation brings a lot of money into these communities, coastal communities. And so the best information I could get was from 2017. Of course, after 2020, it's hard to say exactly what happened, but I think there was probably more work done. Also, the dunes are such a unique area. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think so.
Is it?
Oh, it's not on.
It's not working because I didn't know how to do that. Excuse me, but we wanted our online viewers to be able to see your presentation.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the dunes is such a unique area and such a special area. There's been an amazing collaboration that has happened, and people have got together and they're saying, save our dunes, save our dunes. So what are they really talking about? And just think about all these different people. Of course, the recreation area is managed by the Sayusla National Forest. The BLM has the North Spit. The Restoration Collaborative, I mean, people like the tribes, county commissioners, senators, Oregon Wild, Save the Riders Dunes for the ATV travelers, travel and camps, just we cooperative management areas, watershed associations, a lot of folks are really interested in restoring the dunes. So here's the Save the Dunes or the Restoration Collaborative after a weed pull get together. So why do we need to save the dunes? Why do we need to restore the dunes? That's the $1 million question. And I'll say it's invasive species, or an invasive species is the primary reason. We planted European beach grass to stabilize the sand, and it did a fabulous job. I mean, hundreds of acres a year are being consumed by European beach grass. It's tremendous. And so it actually changed the dunes in some really fundamental ways. It changed the geological processes, not to mention the vegetation succession. So I'll talk a little bit about that. It allows other plants to colonize. And so when you see pictures of the dunes, you'll see that it's not just sand. It's surprising. And then we have lots of noxious weeds that have been introduced. There is some evidence that the broom and the gorse were actually planted at one point in time around the 1950s. I hope there wasn't a lot of it, but we're battling those now because they are listed noxious weeds.
and we know that they're a serious problem. But the loss of the open sand is really what the focus is on the restoration. And then, of course, the plants and animals that depended on that open sand are also being threatened now because of habitat loss. So just a little snapshot in time. You can see how in 1941, there were big expanses of sand. And you can see in 2006, and it's even more vegetated now, the difference. And this is not just grass, this is grass followed by shrubs, followed by trees. So it's a huge, huge difference. And so basically, you know, from open sand to fields of grass, then the shrubs come in, then the trees come in. So the Forest Service, being the, you know, the primary land manager here, has done a lot of planning. Planning is important if you're a federal agency and you want to get anything done. But there's been a lot of planning, and eventually it culminated in the most recent environmental assessment and decision, which allows them to use herbicides on some things and to do specific treatments. There's always the consultation on the threatened and endangered species that has to be taken into account. But basically, in this plan, in the Dunes Recreation Area, we've got a potential for about 11,000 acres of open sand. It's not open sand right now, but that's what the potential is. And then the collaboration and all this work started when the Pacific martin was discovered in the area. And the Pacific martin there's 71 animals that inhabit the coastal area. And so they don't feel like there's an opportunity to lose even one home range. And so it's fine to have to protect an animal like this. I think that's great. But the wrinkle is that because the martin is there, the Forest Service is not allowed to treat gorse in many areas, which is, to me, is a huge problem. So I think it's just one of those unfortunate things where they're assuming that if you impact any of the shrub layer, you're going to impact this animal, even the bad shrubs. So in the restoration plan, they had a list of needs, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it since we don't have a lot of time today. But just to give you an idea, there's a lot more going on than just open sand. And the one that surprised me the most was the emphasis they put on hydrologic function. We don't think about it, but there's a lot of streams and rivers that go through the dunes. There's also a lot of wetlands. So let's talk a little bit about what I call an ecosystem engineer. So European beach grass, there's also American beach grass, not to be confused with American dune grass, which is native, but the beach grasses are really good at stabilizing sand. And that's why they were planted. They allowed like communities like this to grow up. They allowed the highway to go through and stay sand free. So it was an important plant for infrastructure development. The problem was it was way more successful than anybody ever imagined. And Oregon is not the only place that has this issue. You know, we've got lots of moving sand from British Columbia to California. So the European beach grass, if you haven't met it, is not a listed noxious weed and probably never will be listed as a noxious weed, although it's certainly an invasive plant. It's not native, it came from Africa and Europe, and it grows in clumps. It's really stiff. But the thing is it has this tremendous rhizome system. And these rhizomes can be 20 feet deep. They can grow over 6 feet in 6 months. So if you're trying to manage this plant, especially in like the western snowy plover area where you're only allowed to carve out a corridor for the plover chicks to get to the beach, you know, by the end of the year, the corridors are closed already. So it's a problem. And the European beach grass is resistant to salt. It's resistant to the ocean water. It can float and travel. And also, if you bury it, you know, the roots can live for more than a year. So it's a pretty amazing plant. And then I just wanted to make note, these are a couple of the other plants that the Forest Service and BLM are working on. Scotch broom and gorse. There's also French broom, Spanish broom, Portuguese broom. Anyway, all these leguminous shrubs that came from Europe, they form dense stands. They're really tremendous seed producers, and they have really long-lived seeds. So they're a problem if you want to try to get rid of them. Easy enough to cut down, but the long term is very difficult. In your, I just want to talk a little bit about the dune areas and how they changed a little bit because of the European beach grass and subsequent succession. So the foredune used to be like small hummocks, and the ocean water would wash in, the sand would come in, the water would come in, go out. It doesn't do that anymore. Because of European beach grass, it's formed a foredune that's just a continuous dune that runs parallel to the beach. And this kind of shows you the foredune, and you can see how much higher it is than the beach. And this blocks the passage of sand and water. Now, there's other impacts to that, which we'll get to in just a minute. But anyway, so the historic foredunes are gone. And now we have this massive, basically, structure that blocks a lot of things. Behind the foredune is the deflation plain. And about on the 6th page of your book, it shows these different areas on the beach. I was not able to copy it into a presentation, but the deflation plain used to be kind of a flat, sandy area, slightly increasing in height, and the water would wash in, the sand would wash in. But with the foredune being developed by the beach grass, the sand is scoured away, and now we have permanent wetlands in that area, where there used to be some seasonal wetlands or ephemeral wetlands that would come and go. They'd be buried in the sand. That's not happening anymore. And then the transverse dunes are smaller dunes, followed by tree islands, which are usually historic isolated patches of forest. And then the oblique dunes, these are what most people think of the dunes. These are big, huge sand dunes that can get up to 500 feet tall, but typically they're about 80 to 200 feet tall. And then farther in, you'll see the forested areas where they're completely habitated. They're completely covered in vegetation. So this is a picture that I found online. I think it has some really good points, but it kind of shows you the diversity of the vegetation. You see a big wetland there, some water, some forests, some trees, shrubs. There's a lot of diversity out there. But the main thing is this vegetation, and it started with the beach grass. You know, once it establishes, it lets shrubs and then trees establish behind it. So this is what much of the dunes look like today. And then this was the foredune picture with the deflation plain. You can see there's lots of water in there too. So a lot of the treatments focus on habitat improvements for rare or special status species. If you're into federal lingo, threatened and endangered is what I should say. And so the strategy for managing in the dunes is, number one, preserve the best, and then, you know, try to keep it that way, and then work on these special habitats like Western snowy plover habitat, which has been going on for years and years and years. Even without the most current NEPA, the environmental assessments, federal agencies have been able to work on like the plover areas, but they've been restricted in what kind of management activities they can do. For example, you know, we were limited to just a few herbicides, like glyphosate was one of the few herbicides that we could use in sand, but it doesn't work very well on European beach grass, unfortunately. Anyway, so a lot of different things have been tried in the habitat improvements, removing that foredune, getting the foredune down. Of course, once you get the foredune knocked down, then that's going to allow the sand to move in, which may be good. It's going to be good in the dunes. It might not be good in town. So, you know, it's one of those kind of mixed blessing sorts of things. But so they're picking areas where they can actually do this. And that lets the sand be replenished into the dunes. Also, weed control is a big one. And I've mentioned the Scotch broom and the gorse. Lots of big projects on those. The Forest Service is now able to actually cut some native trees for the purpose of restoration, but they can only cut pine trees that are less than 10 feet tall or 3 inches in diameter at the base, so they're pretty small. So this is just to prevent colonization. They're not going to remove any existing forest there. And I should say, I don't work for the Forest Service. I've read their EA. You know, I understand their plans. We did very similar work on the North Spit when I worked for the BLM. But if I get something not quite right, please feel free to speak up because, like I said, I'm not a Forest Service employee. And then finally, in the restoration piece, it's all well and good to kill stuff, you know, to go out there. We want to kill the beach grass, we want to kill the broom, we want to kill the gorse. But if you don't replace those with something, then they're going to come right back. So it's important to reestablish the native species that were there before, even though it's going to be a long process to keep them there. But the plants and animals that depend on them really do depend on them, even though we're like, there's nothing out there in the dunes. So let me talk about some of the treatments that are happening right now. The Forest Service is doing a lot of mechanical treatments. Removing the foredunes, they've had a really amazing collaboration with the National Guard. The National Guard gets to practice playing in sand and using bulldozers, and the Forest Service gets a lot of good work done. They've also done some contracts for that. So basically, they're scalping the vegetation about 3 or 4 feet down to try to pull up most of the root mass from the beach grass. And then that gets piled or it gets buried. The first year, the mechanical treatments are very expensive. You can imagine what bulldozer time costs out on the dunes. It's hard to move any vehicle on the dunes, let alone a bulldozer or a tractor or something like that. And they get stuck too. So first year mechanical treatments, that's your huge investment in time and money. And then after that, they can follow up with herbicides, which are much less costly and actually can mop up quite nicely. Sometimes they do some hand pulling. Occasionally, it's necessary to do additional mechanical treatment, whether they'll go in with the bulldozers again. Also, they've been using prescribed fire, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but as you can see, this is a nice integrated program where they use various treatments at different times for different purposes, but they're all used in concert with one another. And then along with the foredune leveling, you know, they try to bury a lot of that stuff because what do you do with all that biomass? So here's a picture of a bulldozer in action. And then an example of digging a big hole to put some of this vegetation in. Prescribed fire is really, it's very cost effective when you can do it. There's a lot of challenges to burning, and especially burning large areas. One, you need to carefully define your area. You need to think about smoke management. You need to think about escapement. But the burning is really helpful in that it removes a lot of biomass. Then the next year, the beach grass will sprout up and you can use herbicides on it because now you have some clean vegetation. So you're not wasting a lot of herbicide out there. So this is really cost effective for large areas, but a lot of times you don't get the prescription window to actually go in and burn. Pile burning happens when you have lots of big piles of vegetation that you pulled or cut, and that happens quite a bit. It's a lot easier to get that done than the broadcast burning. Here's an example of broadcast burning. So they walk along with drip torches, just like the beach grass.
Would that be able to herbicide first?
No. And actually, I would not recommend putting herbicides on beach grass like this because you have a lot of dead material in there and you put the herbicide on it and it's just a waste of herbicide. Because you're not going to get very much to actual live plant tissue. I mean, it is there, but it's just much harder to get to. So after the burning, then you'll get some new growth and then you'll have something to apply herbicide to. Forest Service and BLM cannot use aerial herbicide application, but both agencies now have the tools that they need to do herbicide application on European beach grass. Now, European beach grass isn't a listed noxious weed, and so some of the federal agencies haven't been able to use herbicides on non-native invasive species. But now they can. They've got the tools to do that now. So imazapyr and glyphosate, or just imazapyr alone, are being used on the beach grass. It's pretty effective. Timing is critical, and there's always a timing challenge because with the snowy clover, a lot of the areas are closed from March 15th to September 15th. So that means it means fall to winter application, which may not be ideal, and with a lot of other noxious weeds that have come in, like the Dalmatian toadflax and the spotted knapweed, those are coming in primarily, I think, probably off of vehicles, ATVs and whatnot. But those are coming in. There's a lot of invasive grasses that are coming in behind. But now at least the agencies have tools that they can use against them. And then we're using triclopyr, or they're using triclopyr on the woody species. This was something that wasn't available, to the agencies a few years ago. So, and then on the dunes, because the sand is very porous and because the water table could be very high, only aquatically approved herbicides are available. Plus, these are covered under some consultation. And here's an example of doing some herbicide application. Here's another one. I love this picture. You can see all the little footprints from where they're walking around trying to treat the plants. So it's pretty labor intensive, but they are actually doing a lot of good work. Manual treatments, of course, hand pulling, cutting, piling. This is usually done only on very small areas or where you have a good group of volunteers, or if you're in a really sensitive area. A lot of times we would go out and we would hand pull the beach grass and other weeds around pink sand verbena, but it's pretty labor intensive. So here's an example of a manual treatment. This was me and Lexi from the Coos watershed. We did piles and piles of gorse down at the Horsefall campground. And that was before they could use herbicides. So now they can actually spray it, but before they couldn't.
Has the idea of implementing biochar film been discussed with all that vegetation?
No, I don't think that vegetation is large enough to really produce any biochar. And then this is a great group that came out that helped with a weed pull. This is the Great Old Broads for Wilderness. They were awesome. They really kicked butt, and we cleaned up a lot of broom that day. Revegetation, I think it's really important. Not only are there the dune grass and then subsequent revegetation, mostly the dune grass, or I'm sorry, the beach grass, not the dune grass, the beach grass. I'm looking at a picture here down in the bottom here. You'll see a grass with really wide leaves. That's American dune grass. That is a native grass. That was what was here before. The beach grass was here. And it holds the sand in a completely different way. It does some sand stabilization, but nothing like the European beach grass. And there's still a little bit of beach grass in here, but this is a picture showing after some restoration treatments, where we've got some nice native plants coming in. But pink sand verbena was almost blinked out. The biggest population is here on the North Spit, just outside the town here. and it's been used to revegetate all the other populations. We go out there every year and collect seed, and but I think the revegetation component is important, and probably not so much for some species, but certainly for others, it's very critical. Pink sand verbena is often found with the western snowy clover. There's also like kinnick is critical. It's having trouble surviving out there because of beach grass, but it's got a rare butterfly that lives on it. And so there's a lot of different interactions out there that are compromised because of the European beach grass and subsequent other weeds. So with revegetation, there's a lot of work being done, not only controlling the invasives, but collecting the seed, either growing it out. There's a lot of contracts to grow it out, or direct sowing. And then, of course, natural revegetation, which happens, you know, it does happen, but not as often as we'd like. Just some figures that Armin got me from the Forest Service from 2017 to what they're projecting in 2020. And you can see that they've treated a lot of acres. The very last line there, he lumped pine, the broom, the pine, and the grass, the beach grass all together. So 730 acres. They did some herbicide treatments and some manual treatments, but it's all on the same 730 acres. But you can still see that they're making a serious dent in this. And then the Oregon Dunes Restoration Collaborative got me some figures from 2020. So they've done a lot of work. They're primarily doing education outreach, fundraising, but look at this. They've had 18 volunteer work parties, totaling 665 hours. So that's pretty sweet for a, you know, a grassroots volunteer group. There's also other groups called the Scotch Broom Challenge, and some other ones that work in the dunes trying to get rid of some of these weeds. So as far as saving the dunes go, I just wanted to reiterate that restoration is a really long-term process. And I think everybody knows that this is probably not true restoration. It's never going to look like what it did 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 8,000 years ago. But at least restoring some of those processes, both geologic and biologic. So recovery from extensive infestations takes a lot of time. It's really easy to cut down a Scotch broom plant, but then you've got years and years and years of seed to deal with. So it just takes a lot of time, and you guys all know this. You've been dealing with invasive species. Funding is really critical to getting the work done. And I think the main point of funding I wanted to mention is that it's really not that difficult to get funding for an initial project, but for long-term, you need to do maintenance, and funding for that is really hard to find. But if you don't do the maintenance, you lose that initial investment, which is your big primary investment. So if you can help support, you know, getting the word out that, yeah, you know, long-term funding may be needed for restoration and for invasive species control. And then, you know, we have a really unique area here, and it'd be really nice if we could enjoy it for years to come. So I handed out the little booklet there. That's courtesy of the Save the Dunes or the Restoration Collaborative. And then questions. I know it's a really complicated system and whatnot, and I could barely touch on things, but I'll give you a little flavor. The booklet will give you a lot more information.
I just wonder what kind of response are you seeing post-treatment to like plover nesting? Are you noticing any, you know, immediate? When we did some of the same work in Sand Lake, the very next season, we had birds nesting, and so I wonder if you guys were seeing some.
Yeah, the birds will be nesting there. I can't speak to the Forest Service, but I can tell you about the BLM. And the BLM, they didn't want us to expand the area for plover nesting. So, you know, BLM is actually farming clovers. That's what we called it, because we use bulldozers and discs, and we weren't able to do any herbicide treatments until just a few years ago. And so, yeah, the plovers are there. They're actually, it's a pretty dense population. I think we could tell a difference as far as the number of plovers, but we couldn't. We got more plovers, but we got more predators. Because, you know, it was just the HRAs are a specific area, and that's all we could treat. And that's, the BLM plover area is right by the jetties. So there is concern about destabilizing some of the sand in that area and impacting the jetties.
Are there, well, kind of two questions. Is there a danger in that, speak up, please, sorry. With the ATV groups, is there a concern about the recreational ATVs accidentally recolonizing treated areas because they're going through these different?
No, I don't think that's really a concern. I think the ATVs do unfortunately happen to bring in other things. Like I mentioned, Dalmatian coat flax and spotted knapweed. Typically, we don't see those in Western Oregon, but you can definitely find them in the dune. And so, you know, there is an introduction because of that. One of the big recreation areas where they use ATVs, they did bulldoze it and cleaned it out for recreation, but the beach grass started coming right back in. And without additional treatments, even though they had vehicles all over the place out there, the beach grass started recolonizing. And within 20 years, they needed to bulldoze again. Yeah. And then you had a question?
Yeah, a quick mechanical. I was talking to a horticulturist the other day. He recommended on Scotch broom not using it.
Yeah.
Just basically cutting it as close as they could. Are you in agreement because the seed, like you said, whenever you disturb it?
When it comes to a plant that's been designated as a noxious weed, there's always strategy involved in trying to get rid of it. If you pull the broom, you disturb the seed bank, and you're going to activate the seed bank, then you can go in and clean that up. Now, if you just cut it, I would recommend doing that when the plants are under drought stress, because so like late in the summer, you can cut it, and most of the time they just die, and then you're not disturbing that seed bank and activating it. But with Scotch broom, about 10% of the seed is destroyed every year when it's in the soil. But still, we've seen infestations pop up after 70 years without a new introduction of seed. So the seed can lay dormant for a long time. And those plants, even though the biocontrols are on them, and in this area, the biocontrols kill like 60 to 80% of the seed, that still leaves you tens of thousands of seeds out there. So yeah, I'm not opposed to cutting them. Actually, I proposed this out at South Slough, and Alice, you'll meet Alice tomorrow, and I were going to put in some plots where we just cut the broom instead of trying to pull it, and take a look at, you know, timing and size and how it responded to that as opposed to pulling. One of the things when you have a group of volunteers and you pull something like Scotch broom, they always leave the little ones. And so I can stay behind and I can just pull all the little ones all day long, and they'll go and get the big ones. But it's the nature of, you know, most people will recognize a broom plant like these lovely yellow flowers out here. They'll notice it when it's flowering or when it's big, but they don't recognize it when it's small. So you just have to know whatever treatment method you use, you just have to know the benefits and detriments of that method so that you can follow up. But, you know, anytime you go in, your first entry is going to be your biggest cost, your biggest time outlay. And then after that, it's just mop up. And it is so worth it to keep after it. And a lot of people forget that they need to follow up. So they think, well, I did that last year and look, they're all back. It didn't work. Well, it did work, but you didn't you didn't understand the process. So, any other questions?
What involvement the tribes has there been for restoration, and have they shown interest in participation? Guidance?
Yes, so I know that they were definitely consulted. They're part of the collaborative. We worked with them on the North Spit. I'm sure the Forest Service worked with them similarly. So we worked with both the Coquel tribe and the Confederate tribes of Coos, Siuslaw, and Lower Umpqua Indians. For example, on the North Spit, a lot of the wetlands have wild cranberries, native cranberries, and blueberries. And so those areas, we did not use any herbicides in because that's what the tribes requested. So we would hand pull in those areas, and then we would use herbicides outside those areas. So we just adjusted our treatment based on that. But I'm sure, I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, but I'm sure there was plenty of involvement. Because the tribes here are actually pretty active and pretty involved with the federal agencies. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll find somebody who actually worked on it.
Well,
I didn't find anything.
you knew how to reach out and it was really informative and just highlights this whole issue of restoration and all the components that you've done about it. So I'm going to bring our former chair up here, and he can give you update on Department of Ag, and then I guess we have public comments if there's anyone that's logged on for that. So.
Thanks, Christine, and thanks, Jeannie. That was great. So, we are twins. I'm going to give you guys an update on behalf of the Oregon Department of Agriculture today. So, I've had conversations with Chris, who could not be here, with Carrie Carrasco, who is deep in the field somewhere today, as usual, as well as with Joel Price, biocontrol entomologist from Oregon. So Chris wanted to let you guys know about a few things, some insect biocontrols that are in the works, Japanese beetle and emerald ash borer controls specifically. ODA also did get a survey funded for spotted lanternfly along the railways. It's kind of the field component of a tandem project, the education outreach component being the Tree of Heaven tally that is currently live on iNaturalist. It's been a citizen science project looking for reports on Tree of Heaven. BioBlitz surveys with the IPPM department, IPPM program at different nurseries that relate to Mediterranean oak borer, and a whole bunch of other projects. ODA had 20 different projects funded via USDA visas. So I'm sure she can go into some greater detail next time she's here. I'm going to try to run through this. I think we're a little behind on time, but I reached out to Carrie Carrasco. She was trying to make it, but she couldn't come until later in the day. It didn't really work out with our agenda. So she built me a presentation to go over with you all about some of the A-rated weeds that ODA and partners are really concentrating on right here in the southwest of Oregon and the southern coast. So the three main ones are Spartina, knotgrass, and Cape ivy. Spartina has been around for quite some time in many of the estuaries along the Oregon coast, from here up through to Astoria. But down here known populations right in Coos Bay downtown proper, with one new infestation found earlier this year, as well as population in Jordan Cove. See some young plants there. I don't know how well that shows up in here, but you can see this. You can see this off-colored grass growing out amongst the native vegetation, and it makes it really easy to spot Spartina. It's got this interesting kind of green color that's just a little bit different green than the other ones. This is actually right across the street from our hotel. So if you were to walk out across the street from our hotel and walk behind the Starbucks right there, you can see this site from the little boardwalk right across from the red line, actually. And so just a few weeks ago, ODA staff, Oregon State Park staff, and a whole bunch of local partners all met up with some boats, and they went out to the new sites and pulled the Spartina that was there, as well as did some follow-up surveys on the previous populations. One of the other ones is mat grass. This one's kind of an emerging species in that, not that it's just now being introduced, but that folks are just now finding it and learning how to identify it. And as time goes on, we keep finding it in more and more places. Most of it in Oregon is located down here on the south coast, but we've also found some clear up in Clatsop County as well. A local partner from Oregon State Park, Sherry Lair, has been very instrumental in the identification of mat grass down here in Coos and Curry counties and around there. So it's kind of a neat looking little bunch grass, but you'll see by that root picture, that's where the mat comes in. It produces just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these little bulbils that just stack in next to each other and create a really, really kind of impenetrable mat once they get established. And nearly impossible for anything to grow up through it from the bottom or to get established seeding down into it. So once it gets cooking, it's pretty bad stuff. This is out of the abandoned airport they found last year. Cape ivy, another aerated plant. As far as anybody knows, the only place that you can find Cape ivy is in Curry County. And so the Oregon State Weed Board places a high priority on EDRR species, and so this one certainly met those requirements, and there's current projects that are funded both by ODA's general budget as well as Oregon State Weed Board. So they got about 20 populations. They've had really good success on the treatments. It's taken a lot of work, but really good success, and eradication is very likely. So we're going to continue to work on those. Those are, again, escape ornamentals, more kind of an urban plant, but that you certainly don't want to see, at the interface with the natural world.
Its growth habits fairly similar to English ivy?
Yeah, control methods are similar. It's just one that, because we don't have very much of it, they're going to really prioritize it. Not that it's worse probably than any other ivy. It's just new. So I think I might have skipped too far. So Jubata grass has been a concern on the South Coast for a long, long time. It's really, really bad in Northern California, Central California, and it has moved its way up into Oregon. Pampas grass is very similar and generates some of the same concern among community members and non-state agencies. At the state level, Pampas currently not listed. There are some crossover treatments, I think, that happen. And some,
a lot of people refer to this as Pampas grass. They don't differentiate between the two species. So down here, everybody will say, oh yeah, Pampas grass is a problem. But they're two different species. But if you see it out in the wild, it's probably Jubata.
Yep. There's actually was supposed to be some really cool genetic research getting done at the University of Washington State. I think funding didn't work out eventually over time, so one of those projects was scrapped, but they were trying to sequence the genes of all the different pampas and geladas along the coast and try to figure out what was related and what wasn't. But it's a big problem if it gets loose, and so there's a lot of work going on. It is just a B-rated weed at the state level, but here locally, very important and treated more like an invasive species. There are some new species on the Oregon state list as well this year. Every year, the Oregon State Weed Board meets a couple of times and evaluates multiple different species. Oftentimes, they don't result in a listing, but sometimes they do. And in this case, pine echium, Echium pinnata, Tower of Jewels, Crown of Jewels, a whole bunch of common names, whatever the nursery wanted to stick on it, was added to the list. It is an absolutely gorgeous plant, as they tend to be when they come from the ornamental world. But you can see they're massive. Another one that has taken hold in some of the areas of Northern California, and there's been a few spotted here that have gotten loose. So they're a borad, so they're going to produce really hard, long-lived nutlets that can be a problem if you get a seed bank established. They're going to be a really long-lived seed, a triennial plant, so you've got 3-year life cycles. You could probably go 1 year either way of that as well. But they grow very quickly once they get their rosette established, and they bolt. They get massive, and that whole tower of flowers becomes a tower of seeds, a really hard, long-lived seeds. So by its sheer size, it becomes a prolific cedar, even though the number maybe probably wouldn't fall in the same category as other plants we consider prolific cedars. But for its size, you just end up getting a lot. And it's starting to escape. So if you're cruising around down here and you see some big rosettes that look similar to these in the picture, you may have stumbled across an escapee.
Those leaves are about 6 feet long, but they're really big.
You're probably not going to mistake it for them. If you see something that looks like a woolly mullein down on the south coast beachfront, it's probably not a woolly mullein. It might be one of these.
They have downward pointing hairs, but they're really stiff hairs, and if you grab it with your hand, you'll have to be pulling splinters out for a long time. So use gloves on that one, please.
Do they pull easy?
Yeah, they pull pretty easy. Even like 10, 15 foot tall plants you can pull out by hand, but the stems will be like this big.
But safety first. How about?
Yeah, that's me.
So yeah, that's not one that's probably going to fall under the radar, luckily. And so it'd be nice if all noxious weeds and newly listed species were as easy to spot.
This was in a yard in North Bend, about a mile from here.
So that is like the 3rd year, so we'll get that high in
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah.
Impressive.
And notice the flowers haven't even popped out yet, so that was in the springtime.
Yeah, it's something to grow that quick. It's making efficient use of it.
That what's in the pots down at your feet?
Yep. The people that had it loved it, and they just wanted to share it with everyone. And we asked them, please, please don't do it. And we finally put it on the county noxious weed list, and I lobbied to get this on, I don't know, it's been like 7 or 8 years ago. But I'm glad to see they're listing it because, yeah, it's escaping in a lot of areas around here.
Well, thanks for leading that charge, Julie.
Not now that it's on the noxious weed list.
So yeah, that automatically puts it on the state quarantine list so that they would have gotten, and probably will continue to get reminders and communication that if they have this genus, these species.
But it's for sale in California in certain places, I know. Yeah, Plants 101 has been selling it for years down in Danvers.
Course Action Group, if you've been paying attention to not just weed work on the South Coast for any amount of time, you've certainly heard about the Course Action Group. This was an Oregon Solutions project that started many years ago, and it's still going today through the great leadership of the partners down here. In my time at WIN, I had the pleasure to work with a lot of these folks, and a really, really committed group, solely focused on one species and all the problems that it creates and all the reasons why we need to address it. So, of course, that group's still going strong. Lots of different scales, from large scale dune and upland projects to more focused, small site, onesie, twosie type of things that are easy to implement. The city of Bandon has been really on board, and so a lot of new funding coming in. ODF has been putting money in the pot for different projects, and then quite a few other funding sources anticipated moving forward. So, if you want to get a hold of Carrie Carrasco, if you have A and T or B list lead questions for that matter, Carrie Carrasco is my Southern Oregon counterpart. She's an integrated lead management specialist for Southern Oregon. She covers the coast from Florence to the border, and then everything inland, Douglas, Curry, Coos, Jackson, clearing the Grants Pass up the Rogue River, kind of big corner from basically from the Southern Cascades Crest to the west, south of Florence to the border. So she is who you want to talk to. She's been down here for, at this position, 14 or 15 years now, somewhere in there. So she's really tuned in on these projects, much more than me. If you have questions specifically, get a hold of her. Real quick, I'll hit some biocontrol stuff from Joel Price. There was a bunch of new releases in April at 3 different locations in Coos County. You may have seen pictures of the gore strips shared out in the WIN newsletters. Cool little bug, a lot of monitoring going on from previous releases, and then collection of host plants that they're bringing back to the lab so that they can rear the strips that are on those plants into larger populations that can then be sent back out for more releases. So what you're getting now is, initially when you get these strips in, you get them from wherever, some far-flung place, and then they propagate them in the lab and then put them out. And now what you'll get over time with these new generations are locally adapted populations that have had multiple generations on these sites and are adapting to the conditions. You take them back, rear them, release them, and hopefully have more success. So a lot of persistence after release. They're going back and finding the next generation. They're finding galls. They're finding proxy from the first releases, which is a great sign. There is some stuff going on with biocontrols where it's making some of them somewhat more difficult to obtain and release. Some regulation stuff happening, but there are certain agents that are still available right now. So just contact Joel Price if he can get you in touch, or if you have partners that are looking for something. The other one that was really exciting to me personally coming out is the knotweed psyllids that have recently been released. Knotweed, a common problem along the coast from north to south and even inland. Used to work on a lot of it, and in some cases there's not a lot of hope for more traditional, not sure what's happening here, for more traditional methods. So getting these knotweed psyllids out is a really neat development. There was a bunch of test sites in northern, central, and southern Oregon. The best overwintering that they found so far is down here in southern Oregon. It does match the climate latitudes with where they come from a little bit better than up north. And so they're So they're seeing a lot of overwintering and pretty good impacts on the plants. Now, they're not going to eradicate by any means. Once you get to biocontrol, that's really not the deal, but they put some hurt on these things. If these psyllids can continue to proliferate, you might actually see some pretty dramatic improvement based on the damage that they can cause and the lack of flowering and seeding that they can cause. So this is a very new program, these knotweed psyllids. I think 2020 was the first test releases, and there was only 1 or 2 sites, and then they put out quite a few more sites last year. So the data is still just now coming in, but it's looking promising. I was just in the greenhouse the other day, and Joel has a whole bunch of these things rearing up for more releases. So they are going to be looking for more test sites. So if you have local partners here that have large stands that go relatively undisturbed, Joel will want to hear about that. And then they're also looking at getting a hybrid version of this psyllid that should be a little more adapted to our conditions here. And,
so are these psyllids only good on Japanese knotweed? Do they affect giant knotweed?
all of them, yeah, they're host specific. Himalayan knotweed, I think, is the one exception where there's not really good uptake, and I don't know that they're even targeting releases on Himalayan, but the Bohemian, Japanese, and giant, they tend to really like the giant knotweed, it seems like. And so I don't know if that's because it's the most common, because it's got the most sap for them to suck, or whatever the case may be, but they tend to really like the giant knotweed, and a lot of their best overwintering has been found on giant knotweed species. So Alpha-Larry Itadori, I believe, is the scientific name of these things, and they're teeny tiny, but for how small they are, they do a lot of damage. So look for more good news about a long-awaited biocontrol. And that is all from the ODA weed. Go ahead.
Are they working well with the other sites? Because our site goes there, we can't find anything this year so far. But we're also about to go online. So
yeah, you know, the winters in Cove are holding up, that you might have some trouble out there. I know we were concerned with that even on the North Coast. We worked with the railroad and ODF to find some sites up the Salmonberry River and North Fork and Nehalem. And even there, we were worried that the winters might be just a little too cold and a little too wet. So when these things overwinter, they go and wedge themselves into the little nooks and crannies of tree bark. They're not a borer, but they hide in the little cracks and crevices of adjacent conifers, the timber conifers. So if it's super cold, they're not going to live, and if there's not good cover, they'll get predated. So
it might just be early. We got an inch of fresh snow yesterday on the site. So it's still very spring.
Yeah, Cove might be a tough spot to get these established. But in North Coast, still not as good. The overwintering, they found some. Southern Oregon, as expected, is where it's working out better. That's what I got. There we go.
So do we have any public comment? If Patrick, you're aware of this log, do we have any public comment either from the floor or?
Have anybody notified us that they are providing public comment?
We want to just call it, ask them.
Is there anyone online that wants to provide public comment at this time?
Lunch is in room 109.
Okay, so I guess the comment is between us and lunch, right? So we're down the hall in the same room that we're also have the 3:30 meeting. So thank you. It's very easy.
I'm gonna stop the recording and then start another one, or?
I think, are we recording the lunch? Working lunch too?
I think so. It's part of the-
I think it's part of it.
So I don't want to do anything wrong.
Yeah, we can leave this open and do the other one. So, how much money?
I think it's right on this.
Thank you. I'm gonna take off.
That was wonderful, Jeannie. Thank you so much. So is it?
There's one thing in there.
Just good enough?
Return your flashlight, try Christine. Oh, Jesus. You want them to
Yeah.
set it on the table.
In our lunch.
Working.
Yeah. Is this
Well, I'm sure you can look me and see you come to one hand, but for me, I'm like, 20 years of civil. Not want to keep doing it. We just got 44,000 from the DLF for wind, so it'll be the end of the year. But it's good.
You found two, was three.
Patrick, I've been unable to hook up to the internet. Do you know the trick?
Yeah, there's when you put out visitor Wi-Fi, or try to, it took me a couple times too to find a couple different websites for this trigger, and then ship you the visitor.
I can't do that with our system because we have a VPN on the front end, so I can't even get to a browser until I have internet. So I guess I'm just like a little tricky. I could do that. Maybe I could tether my phone in and then log off of it.
You want to sit next to me here? Sure.
Serious work and focus. Constantly on building this. I was called Jen. So I got something. All of these are pretty extensive. I'll help you navigate
Sounds like.
We're gonna read this fight. Taking over, house and shrubs.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. This one I'm gonna know what.
Yeah. You know, there's, I think. Right in the place, right next door, they got a. Golf course. Take it out of Frisbee.
Yeah.
Got more trees. So this.
Just every time people do it.
So we can.
There's one Port Vancouver that really low. I don't know why it's so much lower than everything else I was. But so really, really nice. I heard.
So I. Just use it. Yeah, you gotta use that. All day. I use my fork. That was. But a fork doesn't work. Well. These are more subtle.
Yeah, I guess this is a mean.
Oh, yeah.
There is, there's like. Yeah, like some, jackets and some chicken or something.
No, he's a big boy. What's your?
Well, it's Shabani's, that's what she was.
Yes.
She's a brother of mine.
I really think.
Best part of the salad.
The other. Close to the sea. I'm worried that it's summer.
Oh, I wanted to look at the water in the sea. I've been fishing. Just on the highway side of the.
I mean, it was one of those.
There we go.
Specialty seeds.
And then like maybe you show up. I'm really down.
There's big money in it sometimes.
Paying anything, and they call, oh no, I gotta do that. But I think holding on, you gotta do that. I was trying some of the minutes. I'd like to.
It used to be the That was a great
Yeah, that's. The only one that's phenomenal is the next guy. I don't know what he gets involved. In July.
Right after.
So yeah, we're.
I think what's going on. There it is. You always respond. So we got it. He got everything.
I'm going to start talking, unfortunately. I don't know where our mic is. Is it part of the camera here? Yeah. So this is not a coup, as I was saying earlier. My being the newly appointed chair here, we have some procedures that I'm passing out a handout from our rules about how we select leaders. And this kind of details that, that we select a member of the council to serve as chairperson and another to serve as vice chairperson. But then it does give us some guidance. It says, item D under number 1, if for any reason the position of chairperson or vice chairperson becomes vacant, the voting members of the council shall elect new members by a majority of a quorum. The newly filled position will become immediately effective for the remainder of the term of the officer replaced. So I don't know how to begin this discussion, but I really would like this group to perhaps interact and think of potential person to become the vice chairperson for this group. And I don't know if there's volunteers. I would love to see somebody that has served as chair in the recent past to do that. So before we leave from this luncheon, I really would like, so think about that, and I'll finish eating a little bit, but think about that, because we have a number of issues that are brought out today. We have a new firm that's working with us. We have leadership vacuums, and we need to really work together to make things work. And it's a challenge right now because of lack of being in person for a number of years. So, and we also, I know I had a conversation with Kat, I guess yesterday, about how we can help build a little more cohesive interactions to give direction to PAC that is helping to be facilitators for us, as well as just trying to pull up and fill in some of the vacancies that have occurred with the change. It's a dynamic landscape right now. People are moving to different jobs. And I don't think we never expected some of those things to happen, but they are happening. So we need to be more nimble. So sort of talk about that in whatever caucus you're in right now, and maybe in about 10 minutes or so, we can have another group discussion. So thank you.
I have
Yeah,
a
Kat.
question about Sam and Glenn. Have they talked about this at all, or they're not online?
Well, Sam is traveling right now, I think, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, we don't have to do that today, but it says right here, it says, shall become immediately. I mean, and I think the longer we wait, I didn't sign up to just, this is not a coup. Believe me. And I got a lot of other hats to wear, so. Do some thinking. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I think that's been very happy. Seen getting elevated to chair. Twice. Doesn't automatically. I mean, she is like next. I love it. I had time. I had probably more than like. Like a few of the fun. Yeah, I'd like to, would you, I got out more trying to.
No, I'm not. That's for sure. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, that's really only like clear internal. Yeah, it's not one of them. Number two, I'm not even sure that also. Them things will carry on similar. Tim, yeah, he's been 16. Yeah, if someone from outside, they may not. Order's not even allowed to say not know that. I mean, they let probably just do it still there. He was in. The other field. Someone's trying to get out of my
Yeah. I believe. Everything on the sides. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of work.
And obviously, like, I'm not either, but. Yeah. Yeah, like general. Any issue with things go far.
They're just shows it. And it didn't take that long.
Yeah. Or not for that. I mean, I know it's been done sometimes. I am not an expert in that. I understand. I understand.
Sorry to interrupt you.
But in the end, it seems like we're right.
Replicating that all. Maybe a model for pilots while they're doing
OSU.
county pilots are small to be. Push them river closer to the banks that have deeper channel. Thermal lake, water is waiting on this.
Can't be any other thing. Yeah. No thing. Chicken wings? Yeah, what I looked over.
Right when you start doing that. But it's.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's looking to pay free to get out of here.
What they do is
I knew that there was a. So since we're talking about what's here,
These now.
why is it? What are the problems that you ask us there? For example.
Well, yeah, well,
So I agree.
Yeah.
I get it, sort of the results of this caucus and then.
We'll save some for David Rocksmith.
Yeah.
I left a message with him. I said, do we want to just table this till
Yeah.
towards the end?
I think I'm gonna have a strategy that we're gonna have to form a team to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe let's table it till towards the end.
We'll
and
give
then
an update at the end
Yeah.
of where we're at.
Maybe Glenn will call.
Yeah. Okay, folks, sorry to be sort of disorganized in this conversation, but we've had several small conversations about leadership. And I think we're at a point where we are not sufficiently ready to nominate a slate of candidates. The general consensus is that we want to have someone come into this. Just to let you all know, I've been on this council for 2 years. According to our bylaws and the rules, I will be rotating off. I am not available in January. So we need to form a transition approach to this that will employ someone that can help not only as in a vice chair role, but potentially to be continuing on in a leadership role with some institutional memory. I think what we've caucused, unless there's an objection to that, we will postpone any kind of a vote till we have a better idea of whom among us is willing to step up into this role and move forward. And we might be able to bring this to the floor before the end of today, at least with a little better plan. But see, this has been fomenting in my mind over the weekend, but I'm sure you all really haven't been part and parcel of some of these thoughts and wanting to make sure we have good transition and good viability for our council. It's very important council, and clearly you all know that. So with that, I'm just gonna vacate any proposals right now for vote. And the other thing is that we were supposed to be talking about some other conversations about common names and things like that, but I think we've got our legislative folks coming back into the other room, and I think we don't want to forget that portion of the meeting. So I think we just need to move on to the next items on the agenda and maybe catch up if we can towards the end. So people are nodding, if that's okay. Troy.
Did you want to do an official nomination and confirmation vote of you? There's not explicit language here.
Correct.
That directly appoints you, so I don't know if you want to do that.
I don't know whether we should do that right now and then deal with the vice chair, or how to. What would you suggest?
As a non-voting member of council, I think it would probably be prudent to put it on the record and not say nominate you to be the new chair for the rest of this term, and that the vice chair
be a new recruit.
You have a question, which is, you don't have to automatically do that. And if someone were willing to be chair right now, is that your preference to stay chair or vice chair? Are you fine?
I would be fine in either role. The thing that I want to do is protect the institutional memory of this group. And since I know, I live here, but I'm not going to be on the council next year. So I think, my initial thought was to assume the chair and have a new recruit come in for the vice chair that hopefully would continue to serve the council in the future, but it could work either way. And believe me, I could accept either way, but I will step up and work really hard to make the rest of this year work regardless.
So first of all, thank you. I appreciate it. Second, I just want to remind everybody that we do have an executive council that works with the chair, and there are several reasons that we set that up. And one is to provide institutional memory, so that when Christine leaves, that there's a whole bunch of people who know everything that's going on. And if we have a situation, and we want to really try not to, that both people stop being in leadership, we still have a bunch of people who can easily step in and not just be like, I have no idea what's going on, which has definitely happened in the past, especially since our coordinators are new, and so they don't carry that institutional memory. So just want to advocate for the executive committee, which is the chairs of all the different committees, and how important that all those chairs, that we hold those, and all those chairs step up and do that, and realize that part of your job in doing that is institutional. There's other reasons to have it too, just helping the chair out and everyone being coordinated. Other thing I was going to say is, my bet is we all want you to be chair, and we could do it right now, but just since we haven't identified another person yet, it probably makes sense to keep them both open until, for example, if Glenn, who I'm counting on, is willing to be chair and not vice chair, then we would want, just like anything that, if you're good with either. Yeah, that to me is the most acceptable way, to just kind of leave this open to look at what's possible, but it doesn't, either way, I'm just not going to be on the council next year. So people need to know that.
And then I guess I also had a question, which is, I see the reason to have a recent chair coming in to the leadership, but if we have a pretty strong executive committee, would that be someone new? That could work? Or do you think we would?
But I think if you do get somebody who you do need.
Yeah, all I know is that I have several other hats and I'm a full-time volunteer. And I just, it's sort of the deer in the headlights is we need to step up because we have issues with just all of our support. And it's really important. This is a very important group for Oregon. So I think we've got a couple of commissioners sitting out here. I don't want to, I think we're going to need to move in there. And we'll just have to table this.
We'll get it done today.
Yeah, at first that'll make me more busy.
Everyone's still getting used to me.
Even better. You know.
It's on the website. Membership. And parks and ODOT, administrative rule.
No, that's where the members are in administrative. Yeah, they're in statute.
On statute, or so they are. That will show, that will give us some guidance. And this is the OAR. Those are OARs. The one thing Christine is saying, I mean, one indication, at least for me, probably others, hey, we need a vice chair for the next 6 months, and they're going to be the chair next year. Like, oh, okay.
That has.
I'm trying to find something I've been drinking so much coffee today.
Oh, yeah. Well, what I'm thinking is not, it's going to be a one. Yeah. Yes.
There's no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the Thursday. Yes.
I apologize for our late return to our agenda. We are going to have a legislative policy update on several folks that are either virtual or in person. Yeah. So. You
Thank you.
But we had plenty of pictures there.
I know on the agenda, we had a few folks that said they would be here. I know that David Brock Smith, Representative Brock Smith, is is on his way. He'll be here shortly. And then we got Morgan Grass-Weiser from the governor's office, who is online with us. We'll call on her in just a little bit. But to kind of get us started, was Crittens, who was the most recent past president of the association board. He spent a lot of time around the state and nationally working on a lot of natural resource issues. And this year, actually, you're on your way to Burleson here a little bit after that Eastern Oregon summer. But thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. You guys gave me a good reason to come see this building too, which I hadn't gotten a tour of since it was complete. It's a great facility. I'm really glad that you're here. I'm Melissa Cribbins, as Patrick mentioned, and I was going to briefly talk about some of the work that's been going on down in Coos and Curry County relating to gorse. Can I just have a show of hands for everybody who knows what gorse is? Oh, you guys are so impressive. I've had people from here asking what gorse is, so I'm always impressed when people know. But we do have a huge problem with gorse. It seems like once a summer, somebody moves here and then they try to set their gorse on fire to get rid of it after they get it in the big pile, and they end up with a fire in the gorse. And as many people know, gorse was a big contributor to the fires that they've had in Bend and, years past, catastrophic fires. So many partners from the area, including Coos County Commissioners and Curry County Commissioners, Fall Rivers Coast Alliance, and then I hate it when I start naming people because I'll inevitably forget someone and offend them. So lots and lots of partners have created the Gorse Action Group, which is, of course, the acronym is the GAG. And they have been identifying, some of the real hot spots in Coos and Curry when it comes to gorse, and identifying areas where we want to specifically target and try to eliminate some of the gorse. And what I'm sure you guys think about, but a lot of people don't, is gorse or invasive species are an impediment to so many of the other things we want to do. For example, in Bandon, they have an area called the Donut Hole, and it's an area of unincorporated county within the city. It's been parcelized. There's a lot of small lots there that would be perfect for housing, but most people can't afford the cost of removing the gorse in order to go ahead and develop road systems and infrastructure in order to create housing there. So one of the discussions that we're having about that is, how do you, in a cost-effective way, without violating property owners' rights and all of those things, get that gorse removed? And so we've done things like the county has partnered with the city of Bandon to allow the city of Bandon to do code enforcement there, because previously it was the county and we were not doing an appropriate level of code enforcement to remove the gorse. And we're also encouraging people to wash their equipment after they log in some of the areas where gorse is heavily infested. Because gorse seeds last close to forever, live for 60 to 100 years in the soil. And what happens is the moment we cut the trees, now that it's exposed to sun, the gorse will pop up and we get large amounts of gorse on a lot of those timber sale areas. In addition, one of the things that they're doing that I think has been very well received and is very popular is doing a gorse blossom festival down in Bandon and inviting the public to come and learn more about gorse. They do have a booth there, to talk to people about gorse, talk to landowners about how they can get rid of it. And they have had, prior to COVID, they had great turnouts for that event. They haven't had it for the last 2 years because of COVID, but they're planning on bringing it back. And it's really nice, I think, to see a group use a opportunity to bring people together and have a little fun and then still do some educational opportunities to talk about it. There's also been some creative uses of gorse blossom. Bandon Rain Cider has actually collected the gorse blossoms and made gorse blossom cider out of them. My understanding is that that was a tremendous amount of work that they don't intend to repeat, but they did get some nice cider out of it, and I know they introduced it at the Gorse Blossom Festival. And the county has just really been engaged and concerned and glad to see so many people at the local level actually getting involved and having those discussions. And so we also use our funding from our weed board, which we almost had to change the name of because we had a lot of people confused about what that meeting was actually about. But now that we've straightened that out, we've called the noxious weed board now, which seems to have cut down on the visitors that would just appear and want to be part of the committee. And we actually help educate people on the use of herbicide, because there were a lot of people that were just using crossbow on gorse, which while it's effective on everything on the site and tends to sterilize the site, and instead getting them to use other herbicides that are more specific to the gorse and won't take out all the grasses. So that's pretty much the update I have on what we've been doing. I will say, you know, from the perspective of invasives and the work that our weed board does, we have shifted to try to do a lot more landowner education prior to people applying herbicides, because we found that a lot of people didn't understand exactly the need to be very selective when they apply herbicides. And so that's been, I think, a really great opportunity. I really appreciate our weed board taking the lead on that. They also go to the fair and educate landowners. But I think it's really been a great opportunity. And yes, if you get a chance, you know, take some of that gorse home with you so we can get rid of it. Thank you.
I got a second question.
Yes.
How much is your weed board funded? Do they got tax base?
They do not. They're grant funded. So they have gotten several grants from the BLM RAC. Has been a good source. And I'm trying to remember other places that they've applied, but I think the BLM RAC has been their primary funding. The county does support the staff. And we also provide space and, you know, the spot where they do their herbicide distribution and all that. But yeah, funding has been a bit of a challenge. Go ahead.
So as you guys have looked at implementing all these different strategies and tactics, where are the gaps of, you know, where are the needs that you guys have identified and maybe shortfalls or whatever, whether it be the council or individual agencies or legislators, where do you guys need the help still?
You know, I mean, funding is always a gap, right? Everybody will always tell you that. If we had, you know, millions of dollars of funding, it would be easier. But the other gap that I thought is really interesting is we get pushback, or most of the gorse is on private property. There are a lot of landowners that are not interested in having the government come on their private property. I know you're all shocked to hear this, so I hate to break it to you, but yeah, we get pushback from people that when they get a letter from the government and we say, you know, we want to come help you with your gorse abatement, we get no response. And so that is one of the big areas where we had trouble. What we found is if you can get a couple of the landowners in the area to agree to let us do some gorse abatement there, then, you know, as people see that like that really is what we're doing, then we get more and more people on board. And then of course, just the educational aspect of helping people to understand that gorse actually is a big fire hazard and is actually a danger on the property. And it also, of course, doesn't stay within the boundaries. Thank you for that question. Anyone else? I would talk about that enough depth, but David is really the expert, so I would not even come close to doing it justice. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I know Representative Brock Smith is on his way shortly, but we do have a board from the governor's office on the line with us. And so Morgan, I'm going to call on you, see if you can give us any updates from the governor's office or anything that you have to share. And we just had a recent bout of COVID, so I know you're recovering. So hopefully you're feeling better.
Thanks, Patrick. Is my camera coming through?
It looks like it's on, but we're getting a black screen.
Okay, apologies. That could be a technology delay on my end. Okay, I'm just gonna turn my camera off and go from there. Apologies. I'll just say good afternoon, everyone. I'm Morgan Gratzweiser. I serve as Deputy Natural Resources Policy Advisor to Governor Brown. I hope the day is going well for everyone. I'm really sad to miss being there with you all today. As Patrick noted, I am on the tail end of a COVID recovery right now. I just wanted to share, take a moment and share my appreciation for the work of this group. As you all know, the impacts of invasive species can range far and wide and cause significant economic and environmental damage. I am relatively new in this role, and I'm looking forward to working with the Invasive Species Council throughout the rest of the year. I stay in really close communication with the Department of Agriculture and support them with a range of issues, including working on their legislative concepts. And so that will include work around the council as well. And I guess the brief update from our office is really just looking ahead for the year and keeping a close eye on the drought monitor and our wildfire season. Thankfully, it hasn't quite started yet, which is great news, but being mindful of how changing precipitation and drought, as well as wildfire, can also impact species migration, including invasive species. So I will just briefly say as well, we are in the last year of Governor Brown's term, and so we are trying to keep moving projects forward as best we can, and also kind of lay the groundwork for whoever the next administration will be. And so I will wrap up and just say I'm really looking forward to working with this group, and please do reach out if there's any issues that come up in between meetings. I would be happy to help in any way from our office's perspective. So thank you, and I look forward to tuning in for the afternoon portion here. And apologies on the video failure, but I look forward to seeing everyone at our next meeting.
Questions?
Happy to take questions.
Hi, Morgan. Troy Abercrombie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being with us today. I wondered, with the dramatic turnaround in state budgets, if you foresaw any potential for increased or continued support of any of the invasive species work that's going on around the state. Any kind of new funding mechanisms or anything like that in the hopper at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. So from our office's vantage point, we are working with the state agencies to pull together the agency request budgets going into next year's legislative session. And so we are working kind of with each agency on their legislative concepts, their current service level budget, as well as any policy option packages. We are not putting together what is kind of the more traditional governor's recommended budget, since our administration will not be the one moving through the budget next legislative session. We're kind of putting together the agency kind of baseline, and then kind of leaving room for the next governor to build off of that in the early months of next year. What I would say in terms of additional funding is kind of based on that process and system, it would probably be helpful to start having conversations with legislators as well to see if there's opportunities to add funding through the legislative process in next session. And I would certainly also suggest, continuing conversations with the Department of Agriculture to see kind of and make sure that the Invasive Species Council is well positioned within their list of budget requests.
Thank you.
Transition years are a little strange, and so it's going to be a little bit more on the legislature in the next session in terms of specific new funding options.
Any other questions for Morgan? Doesn't look like it. Well, Morgan, we look forward to, Karen.
I think I have a question. So Karen Ripley, I represent the Forest Service, so I don't really have standing with respect to the Oregon legislative process. But the OISC has a legislative committee, and today we received a presentation from our coordinator about a proposed sort of legislative communication schedule. Morgan, are you able to participate in helping to finalize that legislative communication plan and its implementation?
I appreciate the question, and I apologize for not being more involved in this meeting this morning to have some more background on that. I would be happy to follow up and get a deeper dive on that specific body of work and see how I can best support that.
Yeah, Morgan, we're looking to kind of beef up our education and outreach with legislators. So we kind of put together a little bit of a timeline on what that could look like between now and the session, which included trying to get with some of the key chairs of the House and Ag committees, House and Senate Ag committees, to do presentations and informational hearings. So I drafted up a little bit of a timeline that I can send to you, and maybe we can chat about it a little bit more and work on it together.
Absolutely, that sounds like a great idea. I'm happy to help. And thanks for the work on that, for the legislative committee's work on that.
And Morgan's going to be a great resource for us, I think, especially when it comes to budget, because when we were both legislative aides together, she worked for Richard Devlin, who was co-chair of Ways and Means. So she's got pretty good experience with the budget process and working your way through that deal. So we'll look forward to working with you, Morgan.
Thank you. Yes, happy to do my best and look forward to supporting this work. Thank you.
Any other questions for Morgan before we let her get back to her rest and recovery? Okay, thank you very much, Morgan. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. I'm gonna stay tuned in here just so I can hear the rest of the conversation. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Morgan. Okay, I'm going to call up Representative Brock Smith, a friend of mine, who represents a little bit south of here and over to, let's see, Josephine, Jackson County, Curry, parts of Douglas.
Yep.
You got one of the bigger geographical.
Biggest district on, biggest state rep district on the coast. It goes from the California border up just south of Coos Bay, current district, and then Charleston, and kind of wraps around again, the east side over to West Roseburg, Looking Glass, around Winston, down West Side 5 to West Cave Junction. So when I-5 goes over, I go over new district lines, then take it this coming year. No more JOCO, so Representative Morgan and Representative Goodwin will get all the illegal marijuana produce, and which can be its own invasive species, right, down there in the woods. And then, so all of Curry follows the county line. I lose Charleston to Boomer, Representative Wright, and then I go into more into Douglas County, into Winston and Greene, and all the way to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. And so I don't know, former Representative Tim Freeman, now Douglas County Commissioner Tim Freeman, a decade ago, made those changes because he felt that Winston, Greene had communities of interest with Roseburg and not Brookings, but they flipped it back. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Well, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
We've had a good discussions through the morning, and part of that was around how we can better educate legislators on what we do. I mean, you're an expert, especially in sub-note data, how we can up our profile with your colleagues to push for essentially more funding so that we can continue to educate the public and work on the important things we do. So any feedback you have on that would be great. Any work on the coastal caucus and just what you see coming forward with a new legislature, which we have a lot of turnover. Right. So, thanks for being here.
Oh, good to see you. Yeah. Karaoke later, that's what we promised him to do. So, it's good to be here. Isn't it great to be in person finally again? I mean, the Zoom has been fantastic, and it's added a new layer to the legislative process, which has been good as well. So for those who don't know me, I'm David Brocksmith, State Representative of House District 1. We just explained what that was. I live in Port Orford, and I apologize for being late. I had other commitments that came up just out on the radio, you out in the parking lot before I walked in. So I apologize. I, of course, have been involved in invasive species for a long time, being the county commissioner prior to becoming a state legislator. And many of you know the work on the sudden oak death task force that was created by myself, and we were able to get Senator Merkley as the first co-convener of that task force, which was fantastic with regards to funding from the feds, but as well as the state, and being able to really address that disease that we have down in Curry County. And from what we've been able to gather, the only relationship like it of its kind nationally, right? Where you have a sitting House Republican legislator and a sitting U.S. Senator of the opposite party. And it just shows what you can do if we can work together to get to tackle hard problems. But sod is a serious issue down in as we know, we're going to get an updated report on that in the next segment. We, of course, had a new breakout in Port Orford, where I live. That is very scary, and it's probably been there for quite some time. I guess I don't go to the dump enough, but that's where it looks like it came from. We're in the process of trying to get in the September e-board about $2.1 million in additional funding towards the program, because a lot of those resources were eaten up. Just to address the resources that we normally get are eaten up, addressing the sod issue in Port Orford. And so we still need to stay on top of the not only the NA1 strain, but of course the more devastating E1 strain that is down in south of the beach. There hasn't been any other, to my knowledge, any other expanded sod. We have the one issue on the north of the Grove River. And all of you in this room know how critically important it is to address this disease, especially for our economies on the South Coast. It's always a conversation with the Oregon Department of Ag, because we never want a countywide quarantine, because if we have that, then that impacts this domino effect for exports, especially international. And so I'm very pleased with the work from ODA and the partnership there. And Sarah Navarro is amazing. And she's been doing fantastic work forever on this issue with the state, now with the feds and the forces. I know I missed Commissioner Cribbins. She's now the co-convener on the sod task force when, of course, Senator Merkley stepped down and Rep. McEwen was there, and Representative McEwen retired. I can't thank her enough for all of that. There's been a lot of work done to that end. We were able to get an economic impact study done a few years ago that really shows that it's not only going to impact the economies of Curry County, but Coos County and adjacent counties, especially in the timber industry, which is of course not what it was, but still critical to our economies here in Fort Coos Bay, and especially when we're working on all these much larger projects, right? With regards to the North Point project, the container shipping projects, and so forth, we need to make sure that we can stop the progress of this disease. So I sit in the legislature on everything that is natural resources, energy, and environment, on all those committees. And I can't thank you all enough for all of your work and when it comes to the invasive species of the state. And I sit there in the Ways and Means Natural Resources sub, and we discuss the funding that we need and the lack thereof every long session. It's critically important, and there's need all over the state to address it. You heard Of course, the Coors situation, burned down Bangor twice in the history of Oregon. My parents, I grew up in Oak River. It's just covered in Coors. And so it's just the huge problem with regards to public safety, as far as I'm concerned, and fire resiliency. And so it's a need to be addressed, which I'm hoping, it's maybe just thinking off the top of my head, that we might be able to get some money through the wildfire council or the state fire marshal through those funds, lots of money that have a lot of money in it for fire, for resiliency and fire protection, to deal with the invasive species within those areas, such as wolves and others. There is going to be a huge turnover in the legislature. There's 13 members of my 23 in my caucus are not coming back to my caucus in the House of Representatives. There's a number of Democrats. We're looking at, I came into the legislature in 2017. I will be tied for the second longest tenured legislator in my caucus, which is kind of weird to think of 6 years later, considering, you have Greg Smith that's been there for 20 years, and then you have myself and Warner Ureski and Rick Lewis. Both came in 17, and the only ones that are still there. So, and the turnover is similar in the other side of the aisle as well. And so you have a situation where you have lots of new folks. And so I think in moving forward, and I've worked with Patrick for years when he was with AOC, and he is amazing and capable and fantastic, and he's not even here in the room to hear me gushing at the moment. So it's not, it's true. But I think that there's great opportunities to engage, and we need to think about ways, and I'm happy to banter, discuss back and forth how we can do it. But ways in order to engage those new legislators about these issues, and what we can do to elevate those issues within them in order for them to advocate for the needed funding that's necessary. So I don't know if I'm also some issues, they do cross over. So I'm the chair of the Legislative Sportsman's Caucus. So we might be able to find some issues there because sportsmen are, we can come and talk to our Sportsman's Caucus, try to elevate issues if they do overlap there. But bringing in, I'm the vice chair of Energy and Environment. And so we're in September, we don't have the Ledge Days booked yet. So if anybody will want to talk about maybe having a presentation on invasive species there, we're happy to. Maybe we can talk to Chair Marsh and get something going there and kind of tee it up for the next legislative session. So I'll just stop there and answer any questions, and maybe we can have a discussion on how we can elevate these needs to my colleagues. No question. Everybody.
Well, I think all of the above, what you're talking about is it's trying to roll out our primer. We were part of the rollout Zoom meeting for that, and but we've talked about the problems with communication. Again, it sounds like that the infrastructure of the state building will be affected, and you're going to be going remotely starting next spring. Is that okay? So I think insight into how to communicate and get through some of these firewalls essentially that we've faced for the last 2 years, it sounds like we're going to have some more of that. And what are the ways? Certainly, I think, you did the coastal meetings on offshore wind and you did a good job of bringing people together, and maybe some of your insight in how to bring local groups together to have discussions might be a good groundwork problem to address through the coastal caucus. So, I mean, if you have some thoughts on that, we have an interest in working and to try to educate everyone about that this is not a blue or a red issue, it's everyone's issue, and it's very important that we all work together.
So there are going to be some serious drawbacks. I look forward to 2025. I'm still around. We might actually have a capital. We don't have to navigate in different ways. The offices will be open for legislators during session. And so we will still be able to have set up in person. My understanding to date, we're in camps. So you still have time, you still have the opportunity to set up in-person meetings with individual legislators to talk about different issues. My understanding is everything in the middle is going to be closed off. And so there's no way to walk from the Senate side to the House side, or vice versa, without having to go outside, which is going to be great in the snow. But so you have those one-on-one communication opportunities, I think, is something that's unfortunately been lost during COVID. I mean, there's been some great opportunities with this virtual session, but frankly, legislators didn't have to take the meeting. You know, I mean, when you're in the building, if you catch me while I'm walking to a different meeting, it's not like I'm going to tell you, no, get away from me, right? So but they don't have to take meetings, and that's been unfortunate what has occurred in a lot of ways. I'm happy to work with all of you to engage on issues, and I'm happy to bring, and I don't know, was David here or not? But David Gomberg, representative from Newport, is the chair of the Coastal Caucus, but I'm happy to bring those coastal issues, and we do them by Zoom Teams to the Coastal Caucus, and we have Coastal Caucus meetings twice a month now, usually on the third Thursday at 5 p.m. And we can put you on the agenda anytime to have those discussions, and I'm happy to help facilitate that for the rest of my colleagues.
Yeah, Mike Wood from ODF, and I just want to say at lunch, he was talking about how this is a bipartisan issue, invasive species, and it was a great example of some OPM task force that you and Senator Merkley formed, so thanks for that. And for your awareness, the council, and there's a DOJ opinion that said we can't lobby on behalf of ourselves, we're a quasi-state agency, but we have a great coordinator, and we have legislative days coming up. And so we have a primer that we can pass out to the legislators so we can provide information. But one of the pieces of information that I'd like to provide you, and maybe you could get your colleagues to come to these legislative days, is that we operate a shoestring budget. We have $150,000 per biennium to have these 4 coordinating committees meetings per year. And sometimes it's less than that, less than $150,000 per biennium. And that's been the same since 2012. So inflation's going up. We're getting less and less dollars to have these. There's nowhere else where we can convene like this. It's like state agencies, federal agencies, local agencies, nonprofits. We come together to share the latest findings and research and control strategies on invasive species. So we're doing a tremendous amount of work, in my opinion, very, very little. And the other thing, we can't lobby for more money. So we can communicate that to you and appreciate all the work you've done in invasive species and any continued support you can provide for the council through ODA, who's our fiscal agent.
Well, but I can lobby.
Yeah.
And we need it. I mean, we spent $5.6 billion in February. $5.6 billion. And so for me, because of my history with sudden death and how critically important it is to make sure that you get a handle on these things, from zebra mussels, right, to what was the recent one last year? The moss. Moss fall.
Zebra mussels, all moss.
That's yes. I mean, And then there's this invasive frog now, right? There was an invasive frog that just was.
A new crayfish near Ashland.
A crayfish. Crayfish, yeah.
He's the person that's the point person for that one
Gotcha.
too.
So I'm happy to work with Patrick. And of course, coordinating with all of you to advocate for additional resources. The fact that you're still only getting $150,000, 2020 numbers, when we just spent billions, is ridiculous. And it really, and so advocacy is key. I know you can't promote, of course, or lobby for additional resources. The other issue, well, not another issue, but representatives are passionate about what is the issues within their district, right? So I'm passionate about sod and gorse, because those are two, I mean, I have other invasive species, of course, but those are the two things that I'm passionate about because they're really good. So and it's harder for all of you, right? But whatever makes Senator Dimon, right, passionate about something that he has, which is probably he's got the Japanese beetle issue. That's what he's passionate about. And it gets a lot of money. It does for eradication. And so if we can find ways to, what I found with legislators, and I'm sure all of you know this already, if you can find ways to connect that legislator with an issue that their constituents deal with that's important to them, and then be able to expand that issue to others within the state and get their buy-in, then we can turn the needle on funding.
Yeah, that primer document set up with regional chapters that describe geographically some really important issues around different parts of the state. So I think we'll be working with Patrick to try and figure out what to highlight with different individuals. And they can meet us too to say, well, I hear about this from my constituent. What are you, a conversation can go both ways as we are able to hear more from what they hear from their constituents, as well as what some of the experts know about what's going on or what threatens a specific area. We're really eager to engage.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say something similar to build off Karen's point. One of the biggest ways I think you could help is when Patrick and the council undertake the relaunch of that primer. We can't lobby, but we can provide information. The council has a ton of information to give, and that primer not only breaks it down by region with the key taxa concerns in those regions. There's economic impact data in there relative to some of those species. There's lists of the state and federal agencies that address those very problems and who the point people are on those. And so as the council moves forward to relaunch that primer, whatever you could do to help get that in the right hands and in front of the right eyes, I think would be a huge help to maybe ignite some of that passion around some of those issues. So
I'd be happy to. And Patrick, of course, again, you weren't in here when I was, lavishing your compliments. But working with Patrick when I was back when I was county commissioner was fantastic. As well. I'm happy to do that. I'll do you one better. We'll get it in a newsletter form for me to put out in my newsletter of my 23,000 lists out there so that it can get out into the email sphere around the state.
I'm chair of the communications committee, and we can do that. We can write an article for your newsletter. Absolutely. Have the link or where to ask for a hard copy of this document. Yeah. Who can we work with? I mean, I guess we work with Patrick, or who can we work with to get on your staff to get it to meet their deadline.
Well, no, so I
Going
build,
out, we're on.
I build my own newsletter, so you work with me and then, but there's lots more information. So I'll dedicate one of them just to this invasive species and do a big thorough update with the relaunch. And then that'll get out there and get the buses going and we'll have the regional information there because the folks on my list are around the state. And so they'll be able to look at that. The open rate's like pretty crazy. I mean, people open.
That's a good idea. I mean, I get David Robert. There's lots of other legislators that would probably be happy to put something similar in there.
And that might be what we do, is that I can talk to my colleagues to see if they can't do something similar. When was that released? When are we expecting?
Well, it's already been released once, but it happened during COVID and a whole lot of, increased screening of mail. We went with a hard copy document because it's one of the most beautiful pieces of outreach I've seen in years. So we wanted to make sure people had that nice hard copy. Unfortunately, the timing of that maybe wasn't the best for that, but it's digital too. So we have a PDF link on the council's website that opens up really nice, full color, flip to pages. So it's technically been released, but because of the struggles that we had on the first release, all of it's still relevant and current. So we're kind of pushing for a re-release now that things are returning back to normal. So there's options for hard copy and or digital delivery, pretty much anything you need.
Well, and Patrick will take pictures of, these events that are occurring in Coos Bay. Welcome to Southwest Oregon. Those who don't live here. And then we can get those. And so after this event, maybe next week, we can put it together, maybe over the weekend, and we can get something out. Yeah, my pleasure. Anything else?
Speaking of photo, let's do a photo op. How about if we have, I think left, but if we want to maybe group up over here, anybody who would like to be in the photo. Yeah. And then we'll do a little group photo, and that'll be some good press that we can send out, especially the chair.
And something that showcases this terrific facility too. New building.
It's a nice place.
So proud.
Climate control is on point. Still kind of east of Belgrade. Still feels like east.
Has the Fox Club in the background.
Sure, it's fine. Or look, I think on this side.
Not the giant panels in the foyer. Yeah, you see that big little candy over there?
Actually, we should just go out. Should we go out?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to. Ready?
You guys don't want to get in the phone? You want to do some politics? Nobody knows. More than married.
I'm just a guest.
Oh, no. You deal.
I deal with that, yeah.
I think we need to.
No. You can put it in.
I think it's Gary's.
Oh, awesome.
No, no, don't worry about it.
The first time I met you, you're wearing some cool tie getup.
I was wearing the elders.
There we go.
Well, you made one.
I was like, he was wearing something cool that one.
Yeah. They're all left over from my former life in sales. I kept all my ties, so. Born and raised. And
Let's load.
Oh.
moved to LeGrand in 09. Close to our-
I'd say, yeah, you moved the same year I'm Grant.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, Rigby, Idaho. Right.
Some potato boy here.
That's the first one.
Yep. Which one?
She's a, well, emeritus professor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Wyatt, and I work for Oregon Department of Forestry, and my job title is Invasive Species Specialist. And I just want to say my updates on sun oak death for ODF. And since 2001, the ODF SON program has been the responsibility of our forest pathologists. That's the Division of Labor in our agency. And so since 2001, and that's still the way it is today. And so we have a new pathologist, Gabriella Ridikova, and she supplied me with these slides. So I'm going to do my best to convey the information from Gabby and Sarah Navarro, who used to be the ODI forest pathologist, who is now a SON pathologist for U.S. Forest Service. So Phytophthora ramorum was first detected in Oregon in 2001, and at least in Oregon, tan oak is the driving species. It's what's driving the epidemic. There's over 100 known hosts, and you can see Doug fir and grand fir. They do get infected, but it's only when it's right underneath the infected tan oak. And so they do get infected, but just minor tip dieback. But what's causing tree mortality? The species that's getting the most tree mortality, the only tree mortality is tan oak in Oregon. And Phytophthora ramorum is the disease. The pathogen, it is a water mold, and it requires a very moist, mild temperature environment. Phytophthora is the same genus that caused the Irish potato famine. And so it is very, very fast. It can be very, very fast. And Phytophthora, there's another Phytophthora that's affected Oregon, and that's Port Orford cedar root disease. And Senator Brocksmith talked about the collapse of the timber market, or fears of that in Oregon. Well, that's already happened with Port Orford cedar in the 1950s from a different Phytophthora. So threat is real here, but right now it's affecting tan oak. It can spread a couple different ways. So mostly it spreads from spores, and it produces spores all year round. And millions and millions of spores come from the tree and just kind of rain down, and that's how you get the local spread. But then those spores can fall into a stream, and the stream can transport it down and affect other plants downstream that way. And then we're all familiar with the winter storms here in Oregon, and so you get pushed up into the coast range from the winter storms by spreading these spores in the wind-driven rain. And then finally, it's spread in the nursery industry from infected plants. So long distance spread by humans through transporting infected nursery plants. So tan oak is an evergreen oak. It's kind of a link between chestnut and true oak, but it's evergreen. So all these dead trees in this aerial image, they're all infected and dead and dying tan oak. And this is one of the ways that we detect tan oak that's infected from sod is through aerial imagery, fixed wing airplanes and helicopter. And so it's really easy to detect it through those means. And Phytophthora rimorum can find the host very, very easily. So the other green trees in this picture are not tan oak. So it's basically found and is killing or has killed every tan oak in this picture. So the sod program at ODF consists of these 5 components right here: survey and detection. Once we find a positive detection, then there's delimitation that occurs. And after we delimit, then there's treatment. And that 2 other components are the regulation and education, as well as monitoring and new research. There's always new research on Phytophthora. So what does treatment look like? I probably showed you this slide before, but once a pocket has been found, then we delimit 300 to 600 foot buffer around that site. And basically all known host material is then cut, piled, and burned, like in this picture right here. So this equates to an acreage, get my numbers right here. A 300 foot buffer is 6 to 7 acres per treatment site. And then a 600 foot buffer is 26 acres. And it's a very costly control option. It's about $5,500 per acre. And to date, there's been about 8,000 acres treated in Oregon since 2001. So that's roughly $40 million that's been spent trying to eradicate it at first and then slowing the spread of it. So pretty costly to the state. Let's see, the other notes I have is that approximately, so most of it is on private land as well, with approximately 25% on federal land. And that 25% is mostly BLM land in Curry County. So this is a disease that's affecting mostly private landowners, 25% federal lands. So early on, Oregon Department of Agriculture, they have the quarantine authority for the state, and they place a state quarantine for Phytophthora rimorum. And it has expanded since 2001. It's expanded. Read my notes here. 7 times since 2001. In the current area, it's 515 square miles. As Senator Brock Smith was saying, the goal is to keep the quarantine area as small as possible. And so far, our sod program has been able to do that. It's kept it below the size of the entire county. Let's see, so the quarantine prohibits obviously the movement of infested material outside the quarantine area, which is the yellow here. The quarantine also requires disease-free certification when moving uninfected host material. So tan oak is sometimes harvested for pulp. It's not usually considered a timber species, but sometimes it's used for pulp. And so when it is harvested inside this quarantine area, it has to be declared disease-free, and so ODF does that service. Yeah, so it does have the potential to spread beyond this area, and so the sod program works its hardest to keep it inside this quarantine area. Inside the red area, that's called the general infested area, and there's no control that's required. So outside the red, but within the yellow, there is treatment that's required. And then you'll notice a little blip there that Senator Brock Smith was talking about in Port Orford. In 2021, last year, there was a detection, our first detection outside the quarantine area in Port Orford. An emergency quarantine area was established by the ODA. I'll talk more about that in a minute. First, I wanted to say, again, Senator Brock Smith mentioned in 2019, there was an economic impact assessment, and it's a very good document. You can find it on our ODF Forest Health website if you want. I can email you a link. But it's about 100 pages long. And although there hasn't been a measurable impact to the timber industry to date, there is a lot of concern that it will affect the timber export market. because it might give leverage to timber importers in Asia to reject shipments of our timber, which is primarily Douglas fir and hemlock. And that's a very important market for Coos Bay, right? So you probably noticed when you're seeing that the red line, like there's these big ships out here, and they are loaded with the wood chips and raw logs, and they're shipped to the Asian markets. So there is a risk that those timber importers could reject timber from Coos because of Phytophthora morum. So that's the whole impetus by keeping it as small as possible. Total shutdown for the Coos Bay could result in about a loss of $50 million annual weight. So it's no small potatoes there. On the other hand, the SOD program has created its own economy. So right now, ODF gets about $1.5 to $1.9 million per year on average for our SOD program, and that has created about 30 jobs in Curry County. And then besides the economics of the timber market, there are also cultural and ecological costs that I'm not going to go into right now, but it's very well covered by this report. So getting to that new detection up in Port Orford, again, that was detected last year by a researcher from OSU driving from the main site in southern Curry County back to Corvallis. And she noticed some red and dying tan oak on the side of the road. And the OSU lab did confirm it. It's positive for Phytophthora morum. And it turns out it's a new variant. And just think of it kind of like a clone. There's only, previous to this, there were 2 known clones in Oregon. And now we have a third clone called NA2. Previously, that was only known in the nursery industry, nursing plants, not in our forests. So it's something that researchers are now looking at. How virulent is it? How fast will it spread? Are there different control options? So there's a lot of unknown about this. And there's a lot of detections that are occurring now in Port Orford 2021 and into 2022. So the new detections in Port Orford include 288 positive samples. So we went from just a couple trees last year, and since that time, we have 288 positive samples. And ODF and U.S. Forest Service, we've increased our monitoring, which includes ground-based transects. We set these transects, walk the transect, and check tan oak. We have these stream baits, which are pretty novel. You can put rhododendron leaves, which is a host, in a mesh bag, throw that in the stream, and if there are any spores washing down that watershed, they'll find that rhododendron leaf, and we can see Phytophthora morum growing on that rhododendron leaf, so we know that's in that watershed. And then we have aerial surveys, a fixed wing helicopter, and we have aerial imagery. So all of that is intensifying in Port Orford right now. And there's, I think it's 215 acres that are planned to be treated this year in Port Orford. Oregon State is on top of it. They have a lab that is doing a lot of work, giving us positive or negative for Phytophthora morum, but also identifying the lineage. And then ODA is scoping potential for increasing the quarantine boundary. We have a very involved Oregon State Extension agent, Norma Klein, who's holding landowner workshops on how to diagnose and identify Phytophthora morum on your own land if you're a private landowner. So lots of people are coming together and to tackle this. So here's a picture of the stream bait locations in 2022. Again, it's a pretty neat program where you can sample at the bottom of a watershed, and if you get a positive, then you know that it's somewhere upstream of that. And here's a map, kind of a zoomed in map of Port Orford right here. And we are concentrating on that 600-foot buffer acre, so that larger treatment area, which is 26 acres, costs more, but it's more effective at slowing the spread. And I did mention before, but the treatment include not only cutting, piling, and burning tan oak and other known host material, but herbicide injections in the tan oak. Because tan oak is a vigorous resprouter, you can burn it, but it'll come right back and then get reinfected. So there's a lot that goes, it's very labor intensive treatment program. And then there's also smoke management to deal with too. And you're working right in the town. So our SOD programs are getting into alternatives to pile burning to get rid of the cut material. So overall saw detections in Curry County from, I'm sorry, this is a typo, it should be 2020 to current year. So can't show all from 2001, but you can see here up in Port Orford here, lots of detections. Let's say over 200 detections since last year. And we're still surveying even in the generally infested area and concentrating efforts to the north of the generally infested area and also up the Winchuck River south of the generally infested area. So this is my last slide on this that shows the risk of future spread of Phytophthora morum. So again, here's that quarantine area right here. And here's the generally infested area. And then here is the Curry County line. And here we're sitting right up here in Coos County. But TANOP doesn't care about county lines. And so everything that's yellow and orange in here, that is known TANOP range. So you can see the heart of TANOP is in Curry County, but it goes over to Josephine, Coos, and Douglas County too. So there is a risk for this disease to keep spreading, and we know it'll spread faster if it wasn't for the SOD program. So that's the plan for 2022 is to continue to slow the spread and concentrate our efforts in Port Orford. There's a fixed wing survey that's occurring next week. So ODF and Forest Service are flying over Curry County next week to look for new mortality, and that will be followed up by a precision helicopter survey. Later this year, we'll get our high resolution imagery. Every year we get new imagery, and we're poised doing ground surveys. In addition to that, we have our stream-based in the 60 locations. So I hope I did justice to Gabrielle and Sarah, but I can try to answer some questions right now, and these two ladies are the experts. So that is the SOD update for this year. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a question about the reinfection aspect of it. So is it the case that the Phytophthora cannot persist in canopy on these trees and it has to be infected each year from the ground? Is that the reason why Douglas fir doesn't have to be also when it can get a little bit of infection?
Yeah, Douglas fir only gets infected when it's just getting bombarded by spores. So the idea is to knock down all that spore load by cutting down the trees. And once you knock that down, the antenna will resprout. Then the Doug fir is minimally affected out of that.
But it can't be like a carrier?
No, it can't be a carrier. It only, Phytophthora morum only sporulates, only produces spores in TANOP in Oregon for some reason. It does, it sporulates in other hosts in California. In California, I should mention, it's in 15 counties. So there's a federal and state quarantine in 15 counties in California. And since 2001, we've been able to keep it, below the one county level in Curry County. So
I think California can affect more than just TANOP.
that's right. It affects TANOP. It infects TANOP, but also sporulate other hosts. I don't know what's on the head.
137 other species.
But it can infect over 100 species, but produce spores in just a few. Well,
Yeah, but that, facts, they don't really affect these importing countries. If China wants to say, well, Douglas fir is associated with this disease, so we're shutting that down, or there could be mud on these trees that have the spores in them, we're shutting that down. There's so much vulnerability to international quarantines from the importers that it's really important to be attentive to this and make sure, as everybody's working as hard as they can to make sure it stays out, especially stays out of Coos County, because that's where the port is that could carry all these things. But yeah, fact.
How fast does mortality occur after an infection?
Well, I've been out with the SOD crews before, and it's pretty easy to tell when a tree is infected because it has these brown leaves. And there's a few other diseases that can cause that, but mostly when you see a tree with brown leaves and you hack into it, and you see these bleeding cankers. But as our team was there, just sitting there, I would kind of hack into some neighboring trees, and some of those had cankers and they had green leaves. So it can be within 1 year, 2 years, the tree can get infected and die. So when they say sudden oak death and sudden can oak death, it's pretty fast. It's 1 to 2 years to kill it.
I'm not sure if you know this, but what has been, I mean, has been more or less amenable to the treatments on their meds, or has it been less?
I would say for the most part, yes, they're pretty understandable, but so Senator Brocksmith might be able to answer this better than me, but my limited experience is that their patience is kind of growing thin. That there seems to be, from our perspective, there seems to be more and more, we have to get warrants sometimes to go onto lands to do these required treatments. No, we always try to do the education approach, and these treatments don't cost the landowner anything because we're getting funding from the state. But some of these people, and I sympathize with them, they might have retired, they put all their life savings into retiring on the South Coast, and they have a 5-acre parcel, and we say we have to cut these trees down in Iowa. So it's not what they were expecting. And that's one thing this report showed. So though there's like negligible impact right now in the timber industry, there is impact to landowners. Landowners affected by Sunoco have an average of 5% loss in property values. That was 2019, so I might change by now. Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. People don't want dead trees, but they also don't want us to come in there and control it either. So I think for the most part, though, people understand what we're trying to do. So it's rather than we give them education in partnership with OSU Extension and Forest Service together, we can give them this message. I think people are, for the most part, sympathetic. Senator, would you?
You're exactly right. 85, 90% of the private property owners understand. And then there's other opportunities in partnering agencies that can get, correct me if I'm wrong, but that can provide new trees for them. Right? So that you don't have to start the growth rate over, but they're disease-resistant species that can then start growing on their property after these species.
Yeah, coincidentally, Doug fir grows great in these areas. And Tamnock is kind of a species that is encroached. It's a vigorous resprouter. It's an early successional species. And so maybe historically there were more Doug fir forests in these coastal areas. And before we had the Forest Practices Act, in the 70s and 80s, like prior to that, maybe they weren't replanted as they should have. And so Douglas fir grows great in these areas. So yes.
And one only has to go look at the Gentor Bar Park spread to see all the cannabis spreading.
Yeah.
Well, I just one last quick question.
Yeah.
You talk about rhododendron as a host. Are the rhododendrons that people have in their yards and all that,
Yeah, they will get affected.
Yes. Do they show signs, or they just are non?
Yes, they do. They show tip die. Shoots will die, but they don't sporulate.
Oh, so that it doesn't, you can't pass from rhododendron to rhododendron.
I think it can actually from the roots, but the spread is slower. Yeah.
So that's the danger with the nursery trade, is spread from the roots, from the soil material.
Yes, from the soil material, from the nursery, shipping soil around essentially.
Yeah. And how long does the soil stay infected?
That's a good question.
Forever.
I mean, it might not be forever, but it's close enough.
I don't know how long this spores persist. Yeah.
It's a water mold, and so of course.
Yeah, we talked about, I saw you stuff out, it's in the same genus that caused the Irish potato famine and also caused the drop in the Asian export market for Port River cedar, because Port River cedar has another exotic phytophthora that affects it in this area. And so Port of Coos Bay already experienced a loss in timber exports from Port River cedar, which was a very highly prized timber species in the Asian market.
And they were able to basically find and create, my understanding, a disease-resistant strain, which is what we hope we can do.
Yeah.
Sodium.
Phosphorus, phosphite.
Sodium phosphite. There's individuals that in the generally infested area actually have been injecting their trees, their tannos with sodium phosphite. And the branches, of course, are commingling with tan oak that have, of course, now died at Sun Oak Dam. And they're still living. Senator Merkley and I talked early on about just real spraying sodium phosphide over.
Yeah.
But that doesn't go over very well. But sodium phosphide, of course, is a fertilizer. And so they have found areas where you do have living species where it should not. But then they test soils and see sodium phosphide naturally occurring in those areas.
Yeah, I remember Sarah Navarro talking about that. I would have to point any directions to her on that. I know she was staying on top of that research. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great presentation. Gary's been waiting all day to talk about his rescue of our salmon. So, does that have to go into the group? Thank you.
So for Carrie Vanderhoek is based in Charleston at the Oregon Fish and Wildlife there. And he has been really a great mover in this project. So he's going to tell you a little bit about what they've done and where the next steps are, maybe.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me to come here today and share this information. So I do work in this area here. Our coverage is the 10-mile basin, Coos Basin, and Coquille Basin. So I'm going to talk about smallmouth bass in the Coquille River Basin. So just a little background first. Smallmouth bass, they're native to the Midwest. It's a native fish back there. They actually go all the way toward east towards Virginia. They've been spread all over the United States. So intentionally for sport fishing, some people do eat them, but a lot of times, in the Midwest, it's a lot of catch and release. I grew up in the Midwest, and there, if you killed one, you didn't tell your friends about it. So it was a trophy fish back then. So in Oregon, under an Oregon revised statute, smallmouth bass are listed as a game fish. If you look at that 496.009, it's got a list of species that are listed as game fish for Oregon. It's a non-native game fish since they are not native here. Definitely in certain areas in the Coquilles, one of the situations, I would definitely call them invasive species here. Smallmouth bass do provide valuable fisheries in some parts of Oregon. So Brownlee Reservoir over in Eastern Oregon, the Snake Basin. I had a friend that just was over there, said it was some of the best bass fishing he's seen in his life. John Day River, Umpqua River, those are ones also that provide a lot of fisheries. One thing is, even though they provide great fisheries, I don't know of a single population in Oregon that doesn't have some impact to native fish. So a lot of times it might be very small, but there's always some impacts. So for bass, smallmouth bass in the Coquille, I came to the district in 2007. I moved to this area in 2007, and just about every year we get a call about smallmouth bass somewhere in the Coquille. And we took these all very seriously, and every year we went and investigated. And every time it came out to be either we couldn't find anything, most of the time it ended up being a largemouth bass, which we knew were in the system and not as big of a concern as smallmouth would be. In 2011, I got a phone call, and this one was different, and went to 2 spots and right away found they were smallmouth bass in the system. So we did some initial surveys and determined from scales and looking at age classes that they were in the system since at least 2009. That was the first year we can look back and say there was major spawning recruitment that happened in 2009. So they might have been in the system before that, but we know for sure about that. They expanded their distribution very quickly within the Coquille Basin, and I'll show some slides a little bit later. And then just some life history stuff about smallmouth bass. They become very active as the water temperatures in the spring reach 50 degrees. They spawn between 60 and 65 degrees Fahrenheit, and they basically stay, they're kind of homebodies through the summer. They don't travel a lot. But in the winter, as the temperatures drop in the winter, they do go to wintering areas. And if you look in the literature, sometimes they go 100 yards, sometimes they go 6 to 10 miles. So that's one thing we don't know about the Coquille is how far these bass are going for the wintering areas. That usually takes telemetry work to do that. So this here is a map of the South Fork Coquille, and this is the initial, the red stars are where we found smallmouth bass. Those are, one of those stars is a place that we were told, hey, there's bass here. Went there, walked down to the shore, didn't have to get my mask and snorkel on. There they were. So we took some other locations within the South Fork and snorkeled those. And so the 2 red stars are where we found smallmouth bass. The green stars are where we did not. So that was kind of the initial work. That was late August when we got this information. Then 2012, we went back and resurveyed all these sites, and every one of them, I had this map up, they'd be red. So now whether in 2011 the bass were there and we missed them, but definitely the 2 spots with the red stars, that's the hot spots. Even in 2012, those were the highest numbers. Everything else had 1 to maybe 5 fish we saw the next year. This is the current distribution of smallmouth bass in the Coquille. So this is the whole Coquille Basin. Well, this area right here is where that first graph was, the first map. So they spread very quickly throughout the basin. The upper reaches of the watershed, there's not as many fish up there. We found that it's probably too cold. They're not spawning in those areas, but you don't have to go far downstream and they start spawning. So, and they go all the way down to basically where the saltwater intrusion comes into tidewater. That's where they kind of start dropping out again. So it's a huge area. So some of the diet stuff that we looked at, I mean, we haven't put together a diet study, but a lot of fish we sampled, we've been looking at the diet. So right behind me, that was about a 8 to 9 inch smallmouth bass, and it had I think that was about a 4-inch cutthroat trout that it ate in July. Right next to it in the yellow bucket, that was a pretty substantial sized bass, and that had steelhead fry in it. I sampled that fish in June. The one to the right, that's a 4-inch fish with probably a 4-inch lamprey aniseed that it ate. And farthest to the right, that one right there has a fall chinook juvenile that it ate. I think that was in April or May of last year. And then right behind me, this is a bass with a sculpin in it. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a game fish, non-game fish, they're eating it. Also don't have pictures, they're eating, the smaller fish are eating a lot of insects. And so not only is it direct predation on salmonids, it's competition for food. And then if you try to find a crayfish in an area that's got smallmouth bass, good luck. If you find them, it's really big, there's no recruitment anymore. Pretty much wipe those out. So what kind of effects did smallmouth bass have on our populations here in the Coquille? And so this graph here, it's the fall chinook, our estimates of escapement. So number of spawners that we have in the Coquille Basin. And you see it kind of goes up and down here. The big graph is from 2004 to 2020, up in the upper right corner. That goes from 1961 to 2017. As you see, from 1961 all the way to 2017, the population went up and down, but on a general trend, we were going up. We were having better populations of fall chinook. Fishing was getting really good. And then in 2018, the bottom dropped out of the whole fishery. So the yellow or the greenish line and the red line, those are our desired abundance and our conservation thresholds that were adopted through a coastal conservation multi-species plan. So, so in 2018, we kind of took some steps, kind of like, hey, what just happened with our Chinook fishery? We thought we kind of knew, but we weren't really positive. By 2019, it was like, we have a problem. This isn't just a one and done type thing. There's a serious problem here. We need to take some actions. So we kind of looked into why did the Coquille Chinook population crash? And these are some of the ideas we came up with. drought. We had drought conditions we just went through. We knew we had a non-native fish predator in there. We actually multiple ones. We have illegal introduction of smallmouth bass. We have striped bass that naturally moved up from the Sacramento, San Francisco Bay Area. We had the warm water blob that was out there, was impacting all our Chinook runs up and down the coast. We have habitat loss, which we've seen a lot of coastal basins, and then there's the possibility of diseases we weren't sure of. And so after looking at all the information we had, really we kind of came up with the top 4 were the reasons. And really the drought and habitat loss really drive the non-native fish. So just to kind of make sure, we looked at this is a pretty messy graph. It just shows other Chinook populations around the Coquille. So we have Coos, Umpqua, Sixes in the area. As you can see, they all bounce around. And really the tail is at the very on the far right. The Coquille, we all kind of went down from 2015 to about 18, 19. But then all the other populations really rebounded pretty quickly. They started rebounding very quickly. Where the Coquille, we stayed very low, very stagnant. So, and we don't have 2021 numbers on here, but again, for the Coquille, it was low. It was even lower than 2020. So some of the measures we've taken on, that ODFW's taken on, basically the problem with smallmouth bass or bass in general in the Coquille. Immediately in 2013, we went through an angling regulations, our angling regulation process. We immediately went to no bag limit or size limits, no restrictions on bass in the Coquille, on smallmouth bass or largemouth bass in the Coquille. We knew angling wasn't going to solve the problem alone, but we wanted to give anglers the opportunity to harvest as many as we want. We weren't managing for them, so we want you to take them. So in 2016, we went to a state, more angling changes throughout the state, and through that we reduced we went to no bag limit or size restrictions on striped bass also throughout the state, which included the Coquille. And in 2020 and 21, we did direct removals of smallmouth bass using electric fishing boat. So we just went out there as much as we could. We're restricted through incidental take of coho. So coho are ESA listed threatened species, and we have to have permission for any incidental take on that through NOAA Fisheries. We found the right people to get that take. It's a lot harder than you think it was going to be. But we are limited to 1 adult or 30 juveniles is what we're limited to. So we had to be really careful on any of our removal efforts that we weren't sampling, we weren't, shocking coho, because that would just could shut all our efforts down. So we really kind of narrowed it down to the summer, the months of July, August, and early September to do a lot of this work for removal. And then the other thing is we've been promoting harvest of bass in the Coquille River system with your traditional hook and line, and then also for the last, this will be the 3rd year, we've done a temporary rule to allow spearfishing. So it gives a great opportunity for folks to come out and spearfish for a game fish that you don't get to do anywhere else in the state of Oregon. So.
And you lifted your derby bait.
We'll talk about that. So this is some of the information of bass we collected in 2020. I think it was around 3,000 fish that we removed from the river in 2020. That was basically the end of July, August, and early September. We weren't close to the big fires that were in the valley, but we were affected by it. The smoke came over here and basically made it unsafe for us to be outside working in that environment. So that kind of shut us down for 2020. So, but as you see, this is all in millimeters. Every 50 millimeters is roughly 2 inches. I like to do things in inches, even though I'm a scientist. So, but right here is our biggest year class we had, with fish going all the way over 16 inches. So, and then we looked at scales to look at age data for that to kind of break it out. So we had a lot of age 1 fish, which is very typical for any population. You got a lot of young fish with fewer bigger fish. And in 2021, this last year, we removed just under 5,000 fish. And the big year class basically came from probably age 0 and 1-year-olds. So it's kind of that 51 to 100 millimeters, that was kind of overlap with that age 1 and age 0 fish. So we put in more effort. And actually, I did some work where I compared if we did the same amount of effort in 2020 as we did 2021, it looks like we potentially are having some impact in this. We're basically looking at a 5 to 6 mile stretch. We're really where we can get our electric fishing equipment into. Now there's a whole lot of the river that we still got to figure out how to do removals at. So, but there's a little bit of promise that maybe we can have some sort of an impact. So what are we doing as a department into the future? We're going to continue removal efforts on smallmouth bass. Just talked, our boat is over in Eastern Oregon, and the boat we share. And just talked to the guys, they're coming the end of June, and we'll be up and running first part of July. And then a big part is we're working to continue to protect the quantity and quality of water in the Coquille Basin. So we work with in-stream water rights where we can and protecting habitat. So that is really the biggest driver. You know, the removal of bass is just kind of the Band-Aid on this. Really, it is fighting climate change, better water, better conditions for salmon is really how we're going to end up winning the battle if we can. So another thing we're looking into is what they call the super males. So it's a YY male where you create a male fish species that has 2 Y chromosomes. They've done this with several species. I think tilapia is one. We have some of these in brook trout right now in Oregon. Idaho kind of took the lead on that for brook trout, and Oregon is helping test some of those super males. So unfortunately, they were down in the Sprague unit that burned up this last summer. So we're not sure how many of those even exist anymore. So, but the work is still continuing. Unfortunately, it doesn't look good if that it's possible to do this with bass. All the literature I've looked at, I mean, we have geneticists looking at it, but everyone I've talked to, I'm not going to bet the house on this one. So put it that way. And then this is kind of when I give presentations to other folks, how can everyone else help in the area? And really, it's protecting existing protect your riparian areas, plant riparian trees where you can. You know, cottonwoods used to be all over the Coquille Valley. There's very few of them anymore. It's tremendous shade. Try to get that stuff back. Protect and restore tidal wetland areas when possible. When you have a willing landowner to do it, we need to help out with that. And then just get out there and harvest bass. So, you know, Commissioner Cribbins, she asked me, her son's like, hey, my son wants to go out and harvest, spearfish, and he's looking for different options, like can you stand above the water and spear him? Like, yes, you can. So, but with that was pretty quick, but I'll take any questions. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Gary. I have 2 questions. One's pretty easy, one's pretty hard. The easy one first. I assume they're constrained to each river, like they can't vector out the ocean. And with that, the question I have is there any value to a genetic study that maybe could nail down the vectors of where the Coquille bats might have come from versus the Coos River bats versus the Umpqua, to know if there's constant inoculation or what measures could be taken to understand those vectors?
You're correct. They can't just go through the ocean, come back up another river system. They don't have legs, so it's definitely bucket biology, as we call it, is how they got here. Somebody intentionally brought them over. I mean, realistically, the Umpqua, the South Fork Umpqua is just over the hill. So, I mean, that's pretty much where they're coming from. Whether somebody's continuing to do it, that's probably, I don't know if that's worth the effort to go through that for the genetics work. I mean, if somebody's looking for a master's project, that might be good, but for management purposes, I'm not sure that's going to matter to us at this point in time. So.
Okay. The second question is one that hits home with me is, I manage a couple of species, Olympia native oysters and red abalones. And for the Olympia oysters, our reaction to their imperilment was to close the fishery. And the consequence of that was people forgot about Olympia oysters. And everybody likes Pacific oysters, which is not native. And I'm dealing with red abalones right now that are imperilled. And many people want to see never any harvest again. But out of the benefit of keeping people in love with those animals, my motivation is to continue fishery to create that value. So my question to you is, do you have a concern that you're going to make this exciting fishery that everybody grows up on, and people are going to want smallmouth bass in the next river?
I mean, yes, there's concern. I mean, the great news is if you love smallmouth bass, there's lots of places to fish for them in Oregon. It seems like snow-fed systems, the bass are having less impact than like the Coquille, coastal system like the Coquille that's rain-fed that really get affected by drought. We've actually had some concerns that we've gotten reports, very legitimate reports, that smallmouth were in the Coos Basin here. We've gone out looking for them a little bit. We worked with our research folks to do some eDNA last year to go get water samples to try to detect those, where it might be easier to detect through eDNA versus us getting eyes on them. So with so few, really it comes down to education. I mean, it's a lot of education, just like, you know, you guys are doing with everything else, you know, weeds, you know, whether it's, you know, gorse or an insect or anything else. It's just education of why it's important not to move these fish around. So it's the best we can do. I mean, for fisheries impact, there's a major impact going on because last year we had total closure of all salmon fisheries in the Coquille, and we're proposing that again for this year. So it's a hard call. I mean, we want to have fishery, you know, we want to be able for people to go out there and catch fish that they've done for a long time in the Coquille Basin, being salmon. But we have to protect the very few that are there and try to work on those things to increase the population. So, and Representative David Brock-Smith, you mentioned about bass derbies. So because small bass are game fish, there are very specific rules to bass tournaments in the state of Oregon. There's Oregon revised statutes and Oregon administrative rules. And so we've been approached a lot of times over the years of folks wanting to do a bass tournament, giving up prizes for biggest fish, most fish, things like that. Well, under those revised statutes, that triggers you to be under the bass tournament rules, which in those rules are release fish, no use of bait, things like that. So we haven't been able to allow people to do that, but we've figured out a way. We have some folks with the Port of Coquille that wanted to do this. I've worked with them, working with our folks in headquarters, finding out what was legal, what would not trigger those rules. And so this year, we're going to collect some bass. We're going to tag those fish with internal tags. And then if people catch a bass with a tag in it that you don't know until you go turn it in and get it scanned, then you get a prize based on the tag. So that's kind of how we did that. Keeps us out of it, keeps us clean, because we can't, you know, we can't tell people to go do something that's illegal. So, yes.
I will be moving legislation in 23 that kind of unstrains that issue a little bit when it comes to invasive species that we designated that are invasive and of course harmful to natural populations.
Yeah.
And so we'll be tweaking that in 23.
And I'm sure if that goes through, we'll be tweaking our OARs to go right on with it. So definitely. So yes.
Over the last couple of years, there have been any sort of tracking or survey as far as people going out and fishing trips?
No, we haven't. We know people are doing it. You know, for limited resources we have funding wise, I mean, that just takes funding sources that we'd have to choose. Do we spend our money tracking people fishing, or do we go and just do it ourselves, remove them ourselves? So, because that was some of the initial thought was, oh, we'll go encourage anglers and we'll try to come up with, you know, derbies that will do that. But there's no guarantee that anybody's going to remove them. So we just kind of decided it was best for our best bang for the buck was just for us to go remove them.
Have there, I mean, just from what you've seen, has a few people tend to keep them or catch and release?
In general, people that fish for bass tend to catch and release. But on the Coquille, there's been a big push, definitely by locals to, that they're keeping. So, and the big thing is since they are game fish, you can't do wanton waste, so you have to find a way to use those fish. So, but the great thing about using those fish is you can be very creative and come up with creative ways of using them. So you just can't catch them, throw them on the bank, kill them and throw them back in the river again.
Just a comment that I've received a call from a member of the public last year, and maybe others on the council have, from Umpqua, who's really advocating, pushing, like, why don't you guys list or have smallmouth bass listed as an invasive species? We spoke to that. I hope he's listening today, that we're, consensual to talk about this issue, and I appreciate your creativity in figuring out ways to, stay within the law, but also figure out ways to put some pressure on these invasive fish. I wondered also, when you talk about planting riparian trees and stuff, is that primarily the focus on benefiting salmon habitat so that we can produce more salmon, or is there a reduced temperature benefit that also puts pressure on these warm water invasive?
It's both. So it's definitely both. So with the temperature, you drop the temperature with more riparian trees out there, which benefits salmon, but at the same time, it makes it cooler for bass, and they have to move farther downstream.
I was wondering about in the road, we found a few smallmouth over the years, but they don't seem to develop the infestation in the road in the same ways that they have in the Umpqua.
Yeah.
We always just assumed it was a temperature perhaps low.
Yeah, I had a old boss of mine. He's the head of the Yellowstone National Park. He contacted me last year and was looking for information because they found a smallmouth bass in the Gardner River right at the doorstep of Yellowstone National Park. So he was looking for information. He knows what I've been talking to him about, their battle with lake trout in Cutthroat. It's been a 20-year battle. I'm like, hey, what's your lessons learned? What can you tell me? What mistakes should I not do? So he called and said, hey, what are the impacts of bass? What could it be? So I passed on the information I had. He's trying to sound me alarm there for that.
Well, thank you for your work.
There's been a pike minnow bounty program up in Columbia for years. Is there a bounty program?
That has been brought up, and the pike minnow, that program is funded through Bonneville Power Association, so there is a funding source for that. And that's one thing we don't have. And then it comes to pike minnow are not a game fish. So it's also, could we do that with a game fish? Sure. Christina?
Yeah, Senator.
Well, I had a bill for that actually, so the vote well. I also had a bill for Mike on the road, which is a big invasive species there. My question, it's all about salmon for me, right? I mean, that's what it's all about for everyone. What are we doing in regards to other predation species?
In the Coquille or in general?
Okay.
Striped bass, there's no limits. We remove when we shock those. That's not necessarily the target, but when we shock them, we remove those. We don't put those back. For through our avian predation coordinator, they do have a hazing program for cormorants in the springtime. That's mainly for coho and steelhead. So I don't know if you have any others in mind that you're thinking. I don't have anything. We don't have anything going on for that, other than we did have a problem with our hatchery program where seals were coming up Berry Creek, which is where our abandoned hatchery is on. In 2020, that was a problem. Some of the seals were chasing our brood stock, which we had very few of anyways. So last year, we built a seal excluder and installed that in Berry Creek to keep seals from coming up there. But we didn't seem to have any seals coming up that way at all. We had some cameras there. Never seemed like anyone approached it. So we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Gary.
The whole issue with restoration has a lot of sticky fingers that are difficult. So thank you for your patience, John and Sylvia. I saw her log on earlier, so I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, and thanks for inviting me to talk.
And you're going to give them logistics for tomorrow and be prepared to
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I'll talk a little bit about that, show you some photos of where we're going. So first I want to recognize my co-author on this, Sylvia Yamada. Dr. Sylvia Yamada has done a lot of work on green crabs over the past 20 or 30 years. I'm just new to this, so 4 years, so I'll give the talk today. So we'll talk about identification, biology of green crabs, spread and colonization, dispersal and recruitment, population growth effects and management options. A lot in a little talk here, and I'm going to go through it in the stages of biological invasion. So we'll start with the introduction, where they came from, talk about establishment, are they now forming self-sustaining populations, talk about population growth, spread or increasing spatial distribution, and then the effects. So first, what is a green crab? A lot of people don't really know how to identify a green crab. They aren't always green, first of all, so it's a misnomer. And sometimes they're red in the bottom, sometimes they're kind of off green colors on top. But the way to really tell them apart is these 5 spines or marginal teeth on either side of the head or the eyes. That's unlike any other crabs we have around here. The Dungeness crab has 10, red rock has 10 little spines, and the short crabs have 3. And so you can always tell the green crab apart by those large spines. Reproduction, they've reported about over 185,000 eggs produced by a single female in one brood. They're reproductive in a year, so they can reach reproductive maturity pretty quickly, and they can live up to about 6 years. And here you can see some of the eggs and the tail of a female, and you can see the difference between, telling you between a male crab and a female crab down at the bottom there. They have planktonic life cycle, and so they have 4 floating stages essentially, where after they hatch, the larvae float out onto the currents into the ocean from the estuaries. And they float around there for a while, then they come back after about 60 days or so around here. They form a megalopa, and then that is the settling stage. And from there, they get larger and they look more like the crabs we think of crabs, which is important because we talked about introductions in a few minutes. It'd be important to know about that planktonic component. So where do they come from? The natural range here is in the blue. So they come from the Atlantic, the Western Atlantic area of the European coastline. In the red here, you can see where they currently colonized, everywhere from Australia, South Africa, Argentina, and both coasts of the United States and Canada. And then the green there is actually where, if you look at modeling studies and temperature, you can tell that's where there's potential to continue to invade. So they haven't extended to their whole range yet. As far as North America goes, they were first found on the East Coast. I think the first reference was 1810. So they got early on, got to the East Coast, but at the West Coast, they were found in 1989 in San Francisco Bay. And from there, they came up to the Oregon coast via the California currents, or the Davidson current. And so what happens in the winter is we have a current that runs south to north up along the coast. And the planktonic stage that I mentioned floats out into the ocean, rides the current up. And after about 60 days or so, it comes back into whatever estuary it's nearby and settles there and starts to grow and forms population. Here's a video that Kate Sherman put together that shows when they colonized, as far as we can tell, along the West Coast. You get to go here. You can see the date along the bottom. You can see the increase in the dot shows the years that we were starting to find them. And so you can see they got up into Canada by the early 2000s, and now they're just kind of filling in places. And so Oregon was early on, at least in terms of colonization. And then if we continue along, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our data that we're collecting. We're actually out today. I've got a couple of interns in the back who are helping with green crab trapping this summer. And so the adult crabs, we monitor them by using these Coos fish traps. We put in 6 per sites monthly, June to August. And you'll see that tomorrow morning if you come 8:30 at the Coos Bay History Museum. You'll see us taking the samples we put out crabs today, catch crabs, and you'll see them what we catch tomorrow if you come to that. We put them out for 24 hours over the full tidal cycle, count the crabs, release the natives, and we take the green crabs back to our lab and for measuring. We also look at young of the year crabs. So the first time we can really catch those reliably in traps is in September using these cylindrical minnow type or crayfish traps. And again, we do this in September for 24 hours, count the crabs we catch, and take the green crabs back for measuring. That's actually Sylvia up there in Kentucky, one of our sampling times. This is what we typically get in something in a buoy trap. It looks like this. We have the green crabs along the side. You can see the bigger Dungeness on this side over here. Take them back to the lab, measure them. Often we have interns helping with us in the summer. We go through, hundreds and thousands of crabs a year measuring. So we talked about introduction. We know how they were introduced, how they got here. So are they established is one of the biggest questions that we need to answer. So here, if you look at the recruitment in these different estuaries, so again, Sylvia's been working on this for a long time. If you look at Coos Bay, these different estuaries are each column. You can see the time from the left to right there on the bottom. And on the y-axis is the abundance. And you can see from 1998, we had a big year for recruitment. And then there was some poor years. And then 2004, 5, 6 were big years. 2010, and then 2015, 16. And so first question is, why is that happening? And we can link it to El Nino events. And so what happens when you have El Nino is that the water is moving faster, the current is faster up along the coast. And so if there are 60 days in the plankton, you can figure in a non-El Nino year, it may be moving at 6 miles a day. And that's a total of about 360 miles traveled, which barely gets it to California border. But if you have an El Nino year, the water is moving faster, up to 30 miles a day. So it's still at 60 days in the plankton, now they can travel all the way to Canada. So we have this linkage with El Nino events and the larval transport. It looks like that was what was going on. And so we can plot the temperature, the sea temperatures up Newport on our graph. And we can see that indeed that we have high temperature years, you tend to have high recruitment.
Wow.
That's what was doing there.
Then that's the second one.
That's the best way to get over that.
Sure. I think you just have to.
Back the other way. Further. Yeah. A couple more. Next one, one before that. There we go. Okay. Okay, so what's interesting though is that if you look at the most recent years, we have high recruitment, even though we have lower temperatures. So we think something else is going on there. So up until that point, until 2019 or so, it fit this description very well that we'd have high recruitment years after El Nino or during El Nino events. And then after that, it didn't seem to work so much anymore. So what we think is going on is that prior to 2017, they were all coming from California. And now we think they're actually coming from additional larval sources. And what we think that is that there was of course, we know they're coming up from California. Dr. Alan Shanks at the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology has found small larvae recently in Coos Bay, which suggests that it's a self-replicating population. We also have a researcher in the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, Carolyn Teepold, who is doing a genetic study. She's found that there's a distinct population up in Sook, which is the red dot up there. And now she's finding those in that genetic signature now down below, all the way down to netards. Now we think they're actually coming down too. So initially there was a pulse that was coming up the coast and seeded all these estuaries. Then the estuaries started creating their own, and now they're all coming back out and washing around. And so we think we're getting from both sides and internally. So we don't think that's what has delinked that with the El Nino events. So we think that they are established here in the Oregon coast, and they're not going to go away. They have a self-sitting population. Didn't require repeated introductions, and it didn't have a lag phase as in standard in the invasions. Okay. Yeah, I can do this then. There we go. It's quicker. Okay, so now we need to talk about population growth. Oh, you have to send it back. Oh, I see it's coming out with the presentation mode.
Maybe just use that.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go back to some of the data that we've been collecting. And here's all our sites in Coos Bay that we sample each year for our annual samples. And this is what we're seeing for adults. So the adults in the cooey traps that I mentioned. Again, we have year along the bottom and the abundance along the y-axis. The bars are the abundance, and then above each bar is the number of traps that represents. That's how many traps we used. And then you can see how it's increasing. So just like with the larval or the young juveniles, you see at first they kind of came and go, wax and wane, until we got to 2016, and now we're on a constant, continuous increase in green crab numbers. The other thing that's interesting is that there's a lot of variability in those too. So variability is very high, which means there's differences among sites. So some sites have very high numbers and some sites have very low numbers. We compare that with some other places along the coast, like up in Washington or the first four. And you can see the CPUE, the catch per unit effort over there, is actually lower than the Oregon. So even though they did a lot of work at Loving Seat Pond, you heard about that, they also set 16,000 traps to get that number. We set a lot fewer traps, and we still get a lot of green crabs. So it took about a relative scale, catching more in Coos Bay than they are up in Washington. So we know there's population growth going on. So is there an increasing spread? We know there's an increasing spread along the coast, but is there a spread within the estuaries as well? So again, we can look at the sites that we're looking at. We've been looking at for many years. And here we can look at individual sites, and I put red boxes around the ones that are increasing. So Coos History Museum, where we're going to be tomorrow, you can see it kind of took off in 2016, and it's up in these 20 to 25 catch per unit effort. And just to give you an idea, that we put out 6 traps. That means we catch 150 crabs. We have a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket full of crabs, if not more, for one night from those 6 traps. Isthmus Slough, similar, nearby, was also about the same time. But now we have Joe Nay Slough as well, which is in the South Slough drainage, and it's increasing. And we're also seeing little upticks in those other places too. So probably in the coming years, each of these will keep moving up. So we're seeing spread within the estuary and increasing growth within the estuary as well. And those are those sites there in the red. So Coos History, where we be tomorrow, Isthmus were the big ones at first, and now it's jumped over and we're seeing more in Joe Nay. What's interesting is that they're in the mid-estuary. So if you look at our other crab species, the red rock crabs, the Dudgeoness crabs, they tend to be in the lower estuary, at least the adults. And so we see that there aren't so many green crabs where we have these larger native crabs, which makes sense because they're predatory crabs. We know from a lot of studies that have been done that they'll eat each other depending upon the size difference. And they'll even eat themselves. They'll eat the same, they'll cannibalize themselves if it's a great enough size difference. And green crabs are actually about half the size as adults than these other 2 crabs. So we think in the lower estuary, there's actually a biotic resistance going on to the green crab invasion by these native crabs. And in the paper Hunting Yamada did in 2003 and Equinove, they found the same thing, that these areas in the upper estuary, the hashed kind of areas here, they had just green crabs, but when you got in the lower estuary with the red rock crabs, we didn't find any green crabs. There's something going on there. We have some evidence from several estuaries for that. So we do know that they're increasing their spatial distribution along the coast and within the estuary. So as far as stages of biological invasions, we're at the end game here. And then we can talk about green crab effects. And so most of this information comes from the East Coast, where they've been studying this for much longer. So they are omnivores. They're primarily predators and scavengers, and they do prefer bivalve mollusks, so clams. They eat shellfish, clams, oysters, mussels, and scallops. Juvenile Dungeness crabs, anything that's small enough, they'll eat. And also, of course, the shore crabs and eelgrass too. So they'll eat rhizomes, and they also dig them up when they're looking for clams. And they cause the collapse of the soft-shell clam industry on the East Coast, and that's been documented. They also reduce fish abundance by destroying eelgrass. They found when the eelgrass meadow was destroyed, there were fewer fish, because the fish use that as a rearing. And also they'll displace Dungeness crabs from protected habitats. Not only do they eat them, they also chase them out under rocks and things. There's higher predation. And so here's just some data from an East Coast study on how the crab density affected eelgrass shoots. We put crabs at different densities into these little mesocosms with eelgrass planted. And they found if you put one crab in, there's not much difference. But as soon as you get to 4 crabs, then you get a big difference, and about half the shoots got dug up and destroyed. So that's an example of density matters. Here's the photo I took last year. I didn't actually notice it until later, but there's a little juvenile Dungeness crab there with all the green crabs kind of around it. That's what I guess we're kind of worried about. Although Dungeness crabs do rear in the coast too, out on the coast and in these deeper areas. They also rear up in the upper estuary as well. We find a lot of them when we're doing our seine netting and things like that. We find a lot of juvenile Dungeness crabs. And also there's correlation, not causation, as we know, but if we look at these, I put boxes around some of the areas that have high green crabs, and I'm showing the Dungeness crab numbers versus the green crab numbers. So Dungeness crabs are in the red and the green crabs are kind of the green-blue. And like Isthmus Blue, you can see we used to have a lot of Dungeness crabs there, and now there's fewer, and it's sort of is correlated with the increase in the green crabs. The same thing with Joe Nay, it's just starting to increase for green crabs. And we don't really know what's going on with Dungeness because they're so variable. They're like boom bust kind of recruiting. So we can't really be sure what's going on for many years yet as we look at these patterns. But it looks like there are a few worrisome patterns that are coming up with the Dungeness crabs. So on to some management options. So eradication really isn't feasible. I think we've kind of seen that. They're all over, they're coming in, can't really stop them. But managing abundance is possible. So we need to monitor to evaluate the population growth, like what we're doing now is monitoring the densities. Do some experiments to understand per capita impacts, so what the density effect is, so we can determine what kind of maximum that we want for our management. And then develop some sort of a sustained trapping program, like Gary was saying with the bass too. Like, how do we develop a sustained trapping program that doesn't cost a lot of money? And then how do you manage abundance? There's physical, so you can do trapping programs, like about bounties. Can the government do it? Does volunteers do it? You have volunteers interested sometimes to do that. Can you develop a fishery around it? You know, like the bass as well, an example. Biological control. Can you find a host-specific organism that'll just eat that one thing? They tried for a while with this, and it probably isn't a good one that could also potentially have negative effects on other species. Chemical. Actually, we're working on a pheromone trial this summer of Sylvia Yamada in connection with a group of researchers from Hull in the UK. They've developed a pheromone that tracks the males. And so we're going to test that this summer in a couple of places to see. And that might interfere with mating. And it also the ecological thing. So I talked about red rock crabs. If you promote them and have more red rock crabs, they might, again, be resisting the green crab numbers as well. So just for some conclusions, green crabs have colonized Oregon estuaries. Everywhere we look, we find them. They have established self-sustaining populations, we think. They're growing and the most abundant in mid-estuary regions. So if you're going to trap, that's probably a good way to start in those mid areas. Native crabs providing some resistance to the invasion, but eradication is impossible. So physical removal might be the way to go. And then again, a lot of acknowledgements, a lot of people, not that work me, did a lot of the work that I showed. So I'm just making sure that they're acknowledged here, as well as a lot of the interns that have helped in the past and this year. So with that, I'll take questions.
Thanks, Sean. That was good. I have a question that you touched on, but I want to ask a more specific question about establishing long-term sites. As you illustrated, as abundance goes up, so does funding and effort in trapping. And as the abundance of crabs go down, nobody's interested anymore. Certainly, I saw Sylvia, scratch and put stuff together for years when there was barely any. So my question is there a possibility of an output of a power analysis of where might be the most reasonable relative abundance survey for each bay, and
like selecting a site for long-term monitoring site kind of thing?
Site and a level of trapping which would be acceptable, because obviously, like you showed, there set 86,000 traps in one place. They probably could have stopped that there.
So well, they were trying to eradicate.
Oh,
there.
well,
So they had a different purpose. But yes, if you're, I mean, and we remove thousands a year, but it's, drop in the bucket kind of thing. So is there a place to monitor? It would be good. And a lot of these sites are already set up. I mean, Sylvia's already has long-term data. So I would say probably you want to continue those. We have 20 years of data for some of these sites. That'd be the first step. And the other ones would be to find the sites, the hotspots. In fact, this year we're talking about doing it for Coos Bay. It's looking for the hotspots. And maybe Coos History Museum might be one, but there might be some we're not looking at. So that might be others, just long-term sites, and then find out where the most abundant and sample there. You also want to sample with an abundance, So I would say, as a researcher, you want to sample lots of areas. But so I would say there's probably not one site sure that you could sample. That would be really good.
As somebody that has kind of my hands in funding from time to time, it would be really valuable to the management understanding, what is our base level where we're getting good data that we can continue that data series, because it's valuable information to understand, especially given its relationship to oceanographic birds and changes there.
It will really help as a coordinator, someone to coordinate along the coast, because there are a lot of people that do want to do it and even volunteers. But we need someone who's dedicated just to do that, to coordinate the trapping along the coast, make sure it's the same way, it's done the same way, and it's all the data are collected and put into a database.
Okay. So we know that river otters keep being cast, and ocean sleuth seems like the otters may be keeping their densities down quite a lot. We have crashed that population pretty much. I'm wondering if anyone tracks river otters here, because like the red rock have used the more saline area and aren't really going to be keeping densities down in those estuary areas.
Yeah, we see seals up, half up, yeah, they come up pretty far too.
Not a lot. They'll eat a little bit.
And I don't know about river otters. That's a good question. I mean, it's an interesting study to look at the diets. Maybe that, I don't know what the permits are. It's probably difficult to do. But
Could be a cat study start. But the interest on that.
yeah. And Dr. Captain Rivera too has much more knowledge than I do on reed crabs. So you should be up there actually.
You did a great job.
But river otters eat salmon too, so. We got another conflict here.
So in tomorrow, I guess I'll say that.
Yeah.
So we're meeting at 8:30 at the Coos History Museum. South side, so not the main parking lot, but we sample off the back side. So if you're there at 8:30, we'll be there collecting crab traps. So you're welcome to come and see us try to make our way through the mud, falling down sometimes and whatnot. And you can see how many crabs we get. I don't know how many. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's not a lot.
And we'll point out the dredge spoil island where the Spartina removal was too. So it's good low tide, so you should be able to see that.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, Sean. So this next presentation is going to be done by Megan Considine, and it's a remote presentation, and I'll just give her a little bio while she's being brought up. I think she's got it on her computer. So Megan is recently completing her master's in marine resource management at OSU, and her thesis involved her working directly with oyster farms in Oregon, and she detected this particular pest that poses ecological risks. So she's completed her master's degree, and she's been working with the development of aquaculture activities in Puerto Rico. In addition, she is a restorative aquaculture fellow with the TNC and Oregon Sea Grant. So, and she's also looking at restorative seaweed aquaculture farms in the Pacific Northwest. So it looks like she's very busy. And Megan, we're ready for your presentation.
Awesome. Can you see the presentation okay?
Yep.
And you can hear me? Awesome. Yeah, so thanks so much for that introduction. Yeah, so I'll be giving an overview of an emerging issue for the Pacific Northwest, which is mud blister worms and Pacific oysters. And so this is this is my research from my master's work at OSU, and Steve Rumrell from ODFW Shellfish Program was my advisor for this work. 1 second, let me see. Okay. So the oyster aquaculture industry in the Pacific Northwest is a multi-million-dollar industry, and the majority of revenues comes from the half-shell market, where oysters are presented to consumers like the one you see here on the left. And so recently, researchers and oyster farms in Washington state started noticing that these pearly white oysters were starting to become infested with a pest that changes the appearance of their shell. And so a clean, so these pearly white shells, often have bits of mud or darker purple coloration, which is common. The change in appearance begins with the initial stage of infestation when the pest burrows into the shell. And these burrows can become blisters, which are essentially bumps filled with, bumps on the inside of the shell filled with anoxic mud and feces, and can become punctured when shucking the oyster, which can potentially foul the oyster meat. And so the researchers and producers in Washington that initially discovered these infestations on commercial oyster farms have confirmed through molecular analysis that the small pest responsible for these unsightly blisters is a parasitic polychaete, Polydora websteri, as well as other Polydora species, and they're more commonly known as mud blister worms. And so it's important to note that this worm and the mud inside the blisters is not toxic to human health, but as you may have already guessed, these unsightly blisters can cause issues for growers and render that lucrative half-shell product unmarketable. And so these challenges for oyster industries have been seen worldwide. Polydora infestations have caused substantial economic losses and have been responsible even for the collapse of aquaculture industries in different places all over the globe. And recent research has found a lack of genetic differentiation between Polydora populations within different ocean basins from the Pacific to the Atlantic. And so this really suggests that the spread of the pest is probably due to human-mediated processes and not just natural reproduction and dispersal. Which brings me to what has been suggested to be the most likely pathway contributing to the introduction of Polydora websteri, which is the transfer of shellfish between countries, states, and between estuaries within a state. And so there are existing shellfish regulations that can be utilized to help address this issue. So for example, the state of Oregon has restrictions on the interstate transfer or between state transfer and importation of shellfish, but at the time of this project, the state did not have restrictions on the transfer of shellfish between estuaries within the state. And so further developing these policies could be a step towards mitigating spread and economic impacts, which is something that I will get into a little later on. And so getting back to my master's research, so I'm going to go over 3 kind of topics related to it. So the first being distribution and prevalence of shell-boring polychaetes on commercial oyster farms in Oregon. The second being how prevalence of infestation varies with different factors like season, culture techniques, and oyster characteristics, although today I'll focus on culture techniques. And then the third being facilitating outreach and improving resource management and policy decision making. And so we'll start with the first. So the map is showing basically the Oregon summer results from my master's work. And so for 2 winters and summer seasons, I collected on and off bottom cultured oysters from 7 farms spanning Tillamook, Netarts, Yaquina, and Coos Bay, working directly with oyster farms and informing them, informing farms of their results and potential risks each season. And so each season, Netarts has had a consistently high prevalence, while we've seen some signs of infestation in each of the other bays. But the prevalence has always been, much lower compared to Netarts. You're seeing here that average prevalence over all of those seasons and across culture types was 76% for Netarts. And unfortunately, growers in Netarts started to see marketing effects of this infestation. One of the growers that I worked with couldn't sell his on-bottom product to the half-shell market and had to start canning his meat. And I will say so during this project, we collected the worms that we did find and sent them to a lab for DNA analysis, and we're still kind of waiting on some of those results. But so far we have seen or confirmed that Polydora webstri, notorious Polydora webstri, is present, as well as other species of shell-bearing polychaetes that could potentially be native to the region. And then in summer of 2020, one of our sampling seasons, we did discover signs of infestation in native clam species in Netarts Bay and Tillamook Bay. Specifically, we looked at little neck clams from Netarts and butter clams from Tillamook. And overall, the sample size was small, and I wasn't able to find and extract any worms for species ID. So it's definitely something to look more into. If the native stock is also infested, that has further implications for resource management. And so now getting into that second topic, how prevalence of shell-bearing polychaetes varies with culture techniques. And so first I'll explain the different culture techniques for those that aren't familiar with oyster aquaculture. So there's on-bottom culture and off-bottom culture, and off-bottom has various techniques associated with it, but essentially the difference is, one's raised above the bottom. And so, and then to orient you with this graph, you're seeing differences in prevalence for culture type presented as box plots. And so, indicating the median quartiles with whiskers, and then the mean is the diamond, and the violet outline illustrates kernel probability density, which is like the width of the shaded area represents the proportion of data located there. And so really, what I wanted everyone to gather from this was that there actually was a 30% difference between culture types, with off-bottom culture having a lower prevalence of infestation. And this was a really important finding because there are treatment options for infested oysters, but it requires a lot more time and energy from the growers. Growers usually, when they pick up oysters off of their farm, they're usually picking them up to sell them. And so to take oysters off of your farm, do a treatment, and put them back on the farm is a lot of extra time and energy. And so having mitigation strategies that are just changing culture type is a big finding. And so now getting to that third topic, facilitating outreach and improving resource management and policy decision making. And so getting back to those regulations, those shellfish biosecurity regulations. So the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife deals with permitting for interstate oyster importation, so oysters coming from out of the state. And the permitting process requires inspection for diseases and pests by an authorized shellfish pathologist. And at the time of this project, only interstate oyster transfers were required to receive a permit, and there was not a requirement for intrastate transfers. So for example, growers in Netarts, where prevalence is high, would have been able to move oysters to other estuaries within the state without regulatory inspection and approval. And so a change to this policy to include intrastate transfer, could prevent not only the spread of shellborne polychaetes, but also other pests, non-native species, and diseases such as the oyster's herpes virus, which is currently present in Southern California. And so that regulatory change did happen this past February with the help of some of this work. And so the real impetus for this change was the oyster's herpes virus, again, present in Southern California. It's associated with a really high mortality rate with oysters. But the mud blister worm issue, did add to that justification. And so these shellfish biosecurity regulations in the state now do include that interstate transfer permits, which is super exciting. And then during my master's, I also worked with some students at Portland State University on several outreach products, one of which being this brochure that is targeted for oyster growers and processors. And as I mentioned during the presentation, we have already engaged with some growers in Oregon, but we're hoping that a brochure such as this could be distributed to growers in Oregon and reach others that were not already engaged on this project. And then the students at Portland State University also created this beautiful storyboard, more so for general public. It has information such as treatment options for growers, as well as information for consumers. And I can drop the link in the chat for this storyboard if that's of interest. And students at Portland State University also created these awesome cards that growers could distribute. So it's a consumer demand kind of was this aspect that hadn't really been explored when it comes to mud blister worm outreach. And so, the students, wanted to develop these cards, focus on the consumer aspect. And the thought was that these cards could be distributed by growers that were affected by the worms to some of the retail. Some of their retailers. And open it up to questions. Thanks for having me.
So does the interstate restrictions that just have to do between bays on the coast? It wouldn't be if they're transporting them into market in Portland or Eugene?
I'm sorry, if you could repeat, I'm sorry, I couldn't catch that fully.
It's over here, so.
That interstate restrictions that were just put on, that just has to do with between bays, production areas on the coast, rather than people sending stuff to market and
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's for the transport of oysters that will be placed into the estuaries.
So in addition to linking the storyboard in the chat, can we also make sure that us, we're attending in person, get a hold of that?
Yeah, the question was, because we can't figure out the chat, but Kat has the link because it's actually on the Oregon Invasive Species Council web. So it's awesome. It's a really beautiful story. We will share that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other? Well, thank you again, Megan, for providing this for us on a very last minute. And it was great. So we appreciate your engagement. Thanks again.
No problem. Thanks so much for having me.
So the wrap up is Scott's going to talk about the dock visit to Charleston Marina tomorrow. So
No, Troy let me know that I'd talk about what we'll see. But also want a brief overview of what marine program does in regard to invasive species. So I'll do that. So I'm Scott Grove. and I work for ODFW's Marine Resource Program, and I manage marine invertebrate fisheries. The number one one I deal with is the state's second most valuable fishery, which is pink shrimp. But then I have all these other fisheries, sea urchins, abalones, spot prawns, a number of little crabs and stuff. So this work outside of just fishery management is just something I kind of do on the side. So I'll go through what we do at MRP in terms of our ongoing research and projects we have there, but also talk about the limitations we face, the management actions we take, and then quickly what we'll do tomorrow. So in terms of limitations in regards to marine invertebrates, a key limitation is expertise. These are very small and esoterically known little species, and the native ones look just as weird as the non-native ones. So we have that limitation. That coupled with the fact that this is the biggest pond in the world, the Pacific Ocean, and we have transport throughout it. And most of these species recruit in a way that doesn't depend on how people commonly think of organisms, where the number of parents is directly related to the number of children. Most of these species, marine invertebrates, are environmentally forced recruiters. And what that means is it's the environment and the oceanographic conditions that dictate how many babies are produced, not the number of parents. So in many cases, you really can't reduce the population of fish in the long term. So that's a challenge that we face with marine invertebrates. Vector control is a big issue. We've heard a lot about it here, both mariculture and ballast water. We have limited controls there, but the biggest vector, which is impossible to control, is ocean currents, where those go when they occur, where they take larvae. We have the same limitations that a lot of people have, money and staff. This particularly relates to expertise. It's not a real well-funded area, marine invertebrate invasions. And a key one that I've asked a few questions about today, and I've heard a lot of good information about, is survey data. We lack continuous data sets for a lot of these species, because typically we push to survey and when there's a problem, and then we go on to the next thing when that population reduces. So that's kind of the framework for our limitations in marine invertebrate invasions. In terms of management, we have, again, a limited ways to manage those. Most of the non-natives that we'll see, including ones tomorrow, occur in docks. Our offshore reefs are generally pretty clean of invasives. They don't get exposed as much. So most of the stuff that I see are on these artificial substrates like docks, jetties, and such. We do add limits to a lot of the invasive species, including green crab that we're talked about quite a bit here. So we can increase and decrease those limits to sort of appease public demand, depending on what species that is. There's a lot of common questions like, why have any limits for invasive species that probably everybody here has faced? So we explain that a lot. The good news on that front is that we have recently increased the limits to satisfy people concerned about green crab and purple varnish clam. But there's lots of other species that have been invasive forever that we don't even really worry about because they didn't become invasive at the right time. We have other situations that I deal with quite a bit that are more complicated, like an overpopulation of sea urchins, or the question I asked earlier related to Olympia oysters. We have native species that have similar imperilments or explosions that people also want to control and sometimes perceive as non-native. In terms of ongoing work that Marine Resource Program is doing, we do all this management, which I talked about a little bit, and that is both complicated and complex. Add the new limits, like I talked about, and we provide a lot of expertise. Some of our work has helped to, like I'm a marine fisheries biologist, but like many similar to me, I have a background in really nerding out and identifying stuff. So we do have a pretty good queue of folks at ODFW that are able to identify these different tunicates and ascidians and crabs that nobody's ever seen or really cares about. So that's a ongoing contribution, us working with academics and agencies to provide that expertise. We do help with surveys. For years, ODFW has partnered with Sylvia and many others to do these green crab surveys. We work with Forest Service to do a Didymnum vexillum survey, which is a compound tunicate that's a recent invader. But also do some of the other surveys of native species like Olympia oysters, like sea urchins that are a similar concern to invasions and often misconstrued as invasions. Last, what ODFW is known for is permitting, really. We're in the way of a lot of things, so we do a lot of permitting. I manage all the marine invertebrate scientific take permit throughout the state, so we stay in touch and authorize researchers to look at those and sometimes eradicate those through that process. And then, as the previous speaker mentioned, we do a lot of mariculture transport work to try to control and understand what's going in between those bays. So that's really what ODFW is doing now. Like I said, I don't have a very direct connection to this, but I get pulled into it a lot. And one of the things I got pulled into quite a bit was all this work with tunicates that's occurred in the last 10 years when we had this invasion of Didymnum, that compound tunicate. Tomorrow we'll go to the docks around Charleston and show you some of the other tunicates, and it really just looks like this yellow blob versus that orange blob versus that red blob. So I could have brought pictures, but just imagine different colored blobs up there, and I'll show them to you tomorrow. And you probably appreciate just that need for expertise and that need for some ongoing monitoring capability to understand how those populations and docks communities might change over time. Other than that, we're going to start at CMLC, and we can get a look at just the great variety. They're really focused at OMB, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, really focused on marine invertebrates. So they have quite a collection of really neat invertebrates that we can look at, so we can look at some of that diversity just within our native community and step out into the docks and see some blobs. And that's all I had. So, thanks for having me, and I will see everybody tomorrow at CMLC at 10:30 or something.
Yeah, because Trish said she'll open the doors, but she won't be available till 11. I said, we're not sure when we'll get there, so just hang out. We can come and get you from the office if you get bored.
Oh, yeah, I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, sounds great.
All right. I don't know if there's any questions. That was kind of a speed talk to give a general overview.
No, I think show and tell and just talking about some of the things. We can talk about Dallas and so any more specific questions for Scott? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Scott.
Ballpark? Yeah. Do we have any public comment? Is anyone on there that is wanting to say something? They probably all worn out. I don't see any public comment. The hub working group is going to go back into the same classroom that we had lunch in, and hopefully not everyone is totally exhausted and willing to put some time in. If you think you need a break, the Empire Lakes it's a really nice little walk just over there. And there's two lakes that are adjacent to the college that have a wonderful park that you can take a walk in. Now,
I was about to say really quick. Yeah, the working group will be starting probably, I say we start at 4 in there, so folks can make a call or go to the bathroom. It is starting about half an hour late. it'll be abbreviated, but it would be great if we had definitely working with folks, as many folks as possible in there. Just kind of go over a few things to get the ball rolling. So I appreciate it.
And we appreciate your work and how that's going to connect to the efforts for the new plan for Oregon and all the things that we need to do to gather information. So
It's going to be pretty, after the conversation the other day, pretty targeted questions and outcomes for this, right? A few things you want to just knock out and set the stage for.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll make it quick but effective.
With the working groups and committee work that we've been doing, not everyone gets to see what everybody's always doing, but Alex has and Roy and that whole group, but I want to shout out Alex. Has really been putting in a lot of work to keep that hub moving forward, incorporating the normal edits they're doing as well as the hub expansion project and trying to figure out how to make all that jive and keep things moving. So appreciate the effort.
yeah, and thanks to everyone to push through today, and we sort of a data overload, but it's good. So we'll see you in the classroom after a short break. Thank you.
Yes, sir. To where? Yeah. I bet I'm not allowed to have any paper.
We already reported, but trying to get all so we're eating out there. Okay, my wife is fine.
If you want to go to the same.
I'll stick around.
If you want.
Well,
for sure.
I'm fairly lost today, so I'm figuring out.
Well, yeah. Yeah. She did her
What can I help with?
Yeah, just for right now, then I'll pull up the internet here. It's a little more complicated than this.
Yeah, you're ready to switch. So, sure.
Okay, call you out. All right, yeah, thank you everybody for being here. I will try to make this, quick and painless. At the same time, this is one of the first times in multiple years we've all been able to be in the same room. And I was kind of hoping initially that we could have it be a longer session. We were able to bite into actually working on species overviews and propagating the hub. But instead, I think I'm going to use this opportunity to delegate tasks to some and have you help me to be able to continue this kind of virtual trip here. So, one thing like thinking today in the meeting, going over this and putting this agenda again is, Jolene was going to be here. We're going to drive together. I was going to extract as much information from her brain as possible, even make her work on things. Because for those that don't know, Jolene helped put together large portions of this project as the previous OISC coordinator, and then somebody that was just really invested and interested in this as a technology and as a resource. I guess what I want to show is it's going to be hard for the current members of the council or the working group, especially myself and Roy, to kind of do it alone at this point or kind of push things forward because we lost such integral component of the hub. And then also Troy kind of moving on in his position here is the manager of the IPM grant as well, where we're going to integrate the two. That role has kind of been alleviated, in which at the previous meeting we had last week, the virtual one, is I asked if anybody wanted to show interest in taking that role as managing that grant with all the other entities and collaborators. And I will still have it be open, but if no one comes forward by today, I'll start bugging individual people in this room, and unfortunately, you already know who you are. But I can talk to you about this if you want to go more in depth and share more materials with you if you'd like. So one thing I thought I would do is kind of bring things back to Earth here, and then how do I switch to, sorry, I don't know how often anyone has checked out the hub online and what you actually view. Last week, Sam brought up some good concerns about what is the alerts, why are there 2 alerts on there when there actually is one? How, like, is the toggle and the search for species in the actual table, is that what we want? So I was just going to talk up here probably for 10 minutes showing you things in the front end, but then also the plan was always to get more people involved in the back end. Get some folks access to Airtable to help edit this and spread that campaign, which I think we have to really kind of speed that along since, Jolene won't be working on this all the time. So going through here, and I want to open this up for conversation a little bit, but also you feel free to basically interject whenever you'd like. And I'm not sure, I know it's not the biggest screen here, but we have a landing page in which initially we have our alert species here. And the alert table was supposed to be that in your face, like there's alert, look out for these species. And we have 2, the viral crayfish as well as the spotted lanternfly, where that's what I thought when I look at this. I go, there's 2 alert species, but really you have 1 active and 1 inactive. And Sam brought up a good point, like he couldn't tell the difference between the 2. Maybe these should be separated, and maybe we don't have inactive at all. Maybe the plan in the future is that, yeah, there's going to be 10 active species going if we're really on top of it, such as the flyer Wyatt was giving out about an ornament that you forget the name, but if he's handing out a flyer, I just feel like that's what the alert is for, right? But so
So what does this look like? Like, what do we want the alert field to actually do? Now all the different blocks of species in Oregon here, you can filter things out just by taxa. And here we have that viral crayfish that was added just last week with the alert on there, which I think is pretty snazzy. And that green crab we just talked about.
So Alex,
Yeah.
for the alerts, is that something, like, one of the agencies is creating an alert like I did, and Karen Ridley, we created this together. Is that something we can just upload? Like, we don't have to recreate content.
No.
That'd be the best from us from the agency perspective.
Yeah.
You know, already made something.
So I'm going to show you the back end of the alert field for this very reason, and the whole fields, because yes, you have that attachment that we can take and share, but it does have to be in this format, if that makes sense. But, and what I do like is the alert fields, they have somewhat minimal content to propagate. Maybe 3 paragraphs explaining different things. But then it's all about those attachments. So it's all about sending folks to ODF, linking that electronic resource. And that was the whole point that the hub was about. So Wyatt, you are correct. There's some work to do, but the hope is that you would just send that content to an editor of the hub who would upload it real quick. We're kind of, this is the whole thing here. I know.
Jamie doing all this work, just within the scope of litigation, she have other like contract development.
So a lot of it was in the scope when she was OISC coordinator, and then she had some role in it with the intention for the IPM grant, because that was funneled through Samara. But also Jolene did a lot of her own time into it as well. So yeah, her role did cover this, but yeah, she was just invested. So not only can you go through different taxa here, and I guess one thing I also note, and this is one reason I really kind of want to push the propagation aspect along at least, because right now we have whole taxa categories without a single entry. And you know, a lot of emails over the last months, but part of that list that folks gave input on and Roy edited and propagated, we made sure that there were different species across different taxa groups so that we don't have that kind of gap within these. And folks can actually click on stuff and explore, and all taxa groups are represented to a point. So we can still see, so you can click here to view the full published database in table format. The idea is you're able to download that, say there's 125 species there, be able to filter in that way. But also we have all the species under development. And this is an abbreviated format of all the species that we want to publish. So 125 total. And in that presentation I gave this morning, the thought was by the end of July, 60 go up, and then November, the remaining 65. Plus, I'm sure some will be added. And we do have a box where folks can provide comments for the proposed edit, or for proposed edits or mistakes or something like that. And you know, one thing I'll talk about in a moment here is just having more eyes on this, which is great that everybody's here, because you know, months ago, just working with Jolene, saw giant rhino plants, that's my background, giant hogsweed, didn't have a health impact check on it. And that's a big one for plants. And just a few weeks ago, somebody noticed that quagga mussels said they were detected in the States, or zebra mussels. That's a big deal if that box is checked. So that is what this is essentially for. But at the same time, and this just goes how much we need to be filled in, is I don't know where this goes. Do you know where this goes, Patrick? It's on the website.
Probably get it
as a, I'll look it up, but I'm guessing we get it as an email somewhere.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
okay.
I don't know if I should work with it because I filled those out and Julie was calling me for my input. I'm like, I already gave it to you. And then she found out it was on the website. She's like, oh, I'll go look for that or that I didn't do it.
Okay.
So she had no idea. Like,
Okay, so that's one of these things to shake loose. Right.
I think they go to one of the columns on the Airtable master sheet, just in the background.
So I think I know what you're talking about, but there really wasn't anything in there. Cool. Well, I don't know if folks do have their computers out. Thank you. Do you mind testing that and putting something in there? You could say test because internet problems.
Yeah. Is it under the proposed edits tab up there?
Yeah, that's where I assume it would go. So there was one in here, edits, Nikki contributed that, but, and again, myself and Roy are trying to be familiar with this. And I'm hesitant on it or unleashing, because, I trust any members of the council, especially the working group. But to me, this database, it doesn't have a do work then publish button. It just does it. And keep bringing up Jolene here. She was very skilled in this and built this. So she can delete all of it if she wants, but there's been some accidental deletions before in the past. And it's just not the best editing setup, in my opinion, for learning or messing around, because those changes changed. So
When we talk about developing the content or something and then bringing it
Yep.
over, which
So, yeah, oh, nice. Chuck came in with a test. Perfect. So that's where it goes. We answered a question. That's fine. So there is, and I need to figure this out a little more, but there is, and Roy would know this, but we can actually do a personal, so here's views right here. I don't mean for this to be a training exercise, but I guess learning how this technology works, I think, is important. Personal views, Alexander's grid, pending hum species. What I'm saying is I can bring a view that's personal, that's just mine, and I can mess around with it in my world. But I don't know how you would then make that public. Because I know I can copy one of these, learn from it, but that's all I've ever done is practice, and I've never, or figure things out. And then I've gone to the other public window and implemented what I did. So I guess that's, if you're trying to make changes, you better make sure they're correct, is what I've learned from this. So to show folks what's in here, I wanted you to see that, some folks were saying, 125 species, oh man, that's going to be so much. But a lot of this is done. So this is all those 125 profiles with content and photos and attachments within them. So they are on their way. And I'm fairly certain that this was done by other working group members and Jolene in the past year and a half or so, but a lot of work has already gone into this. So really when we're going to publish these final 125, I think it requires a lot of organization and making sure things are correct, but it's less of a giant lift than I initially thought, which is kind of relieving.
it's just proving that we need to do, right?
Mm-hmm. Proof. And I guess I always, if these were propagated here like a year ago, there's updates to do to really make this a up-to-date data kind of resource.
So proofing the first 60 before July. Is that what's the...
Yep, proofing the first 60 before July and adding any segments that are missing.
Adding in the Airtable segments that are missing?
Yeah, so these will go into the Airtable.
I mean, when you say add any segments that are missing, where would we find the missing segments in that table right there?
Yeah, so what we did, here, the Oak ambrosia beetle, there's no species description. Like there's certain things like that I can't tell you what is needed species to species, but there's definitely gaps. The real crayfish, there were some gaps that we were able to propagate using the taxa team I put together really quick. Yeah.
And are those first 60 identified somehow? Like, are they highlighted like hey?
So that's the one thing that Roy is going to be doing. So he's going to be going into this species overview, adding the species designations for general calendar, like you said, but also those that have been selected for being impacted by climate change or that have impacts on first foods. So we're adding to this, but that's the hope is to add those columns so we can quickly figure those out. But I also have a separate spreadsheet with all those species for the first run and the second. I just chose to do it in Excel and not Airtable in fear of changing stuff. So those are identified. I have them. And I've started the process of creating those working groups. And, you know, I guess I could use the team here to, let me see, to identify where we were with these working groups. Oh, no. So I'm going to pull up this subtable here. Sorry. Oh, friend contacts. So, talking to Nikki, I feel like we've had this idea of these working groups, and we've talked about stuff. We've sent emails, but we haven't ironed it down entirely. And this is a contact list that Jolene put together with 59 different folks. Most of you are all on here. And there are, this is where I got a little confused. Is there a way, can I exit this go-to meeting or do I need to move it? Kind of get it out of the way. That's fine. Okay, perfect. So there are a bunch of different like taxa subcategory 2, taxa review teams copy 2. These were linked to different other parts of the table, so I'm actually unclear of who was designated for what taxa teams. So it's a good start, but I'm going to put those together and finalize it and create email threads to get folks to say yay or nay on that. And the other issue I'm finding is it seems like there's a lot of folks that like it'd be great to have them, they're experts on this. We have all the organizational information, but when it comes to emails or phone numbers, those don't exist fully for everybody, for about less than half. So I guess that's the initial, where it's like, oh, it's going to take time to propagate this and get these taxa groups really fleshed out, because I'll end up putting different designations in here for that collaborator reviewer setup, which we've talked about in previous meetings, and then be able to implement. So that's where we are with this. Yeah, Kat?
So what is the next step? You're gonna send out a list and be like, why did you do that, et cetera, and by the way, does anyone know?
That, if you have a better workflow, that was my initial one off the top of my head.
I would say send out your Excel sheet. It says here's the top of the first 60.
Perfect.
So, like Gary made an Excel sheet.
Yeah.
Here's like first 60, and then also in that same email, send out directions on how to access the Airtable.
So
and say, hey, if you know any of these species on the list, you can provide content, knock yourself out, and then I can, I will go down the Excel list and say, oh, I know these species, and I can provide it here and there.
yes, so I guess the thought I have is I don't know if we should be letting everyone access Airtable. I trust you, but that's, yeah. There's limited accesses that are paid for. I mean, we do have one that is meant to be used for multiple people, Troy, we do, but not for a lot of people.
I think what we talked about is that we can export taxa that people preparing for it to like CSV or some other kind of menu delay.
Yeah, and we can, yeah. We did that just last week for the viral crayfish. I just find it being a little messy. And I guess in my mind, I'm trying to figure out ways to make it smoother. And
They just submit their content.
Yeah. Well, since it's kind of easy to delete data on this, I understand that. Could it be transformed into Google Sheets? I did that.
so I would love that. That would be great, but not all agencies and organizations are allowed to have Google Suite.
But still, it'd be easier to do that and have 2/3 of us do it that way,
Mhm.
and then the other third on Excel or something, or then have us all, I mean, it's just less compiling for you. Compiling is always the nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know, that's what I was fearing and making sure I did it right.
So even if it's not all of us, we have the options to do sheets of scan, otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah,
We also talked about using Outlook. Yeah, we did. And
so it was,
Patrick, did you look into the ability for us to use Outlook?
it was 365, right? So 365, and yeah, I tried to log in. I logged in. It took a long time, and then even Jolene got sick of it. Then I tried to log in again, and it made me download another app.
Oh, the other one is Teams.
Microsoft Teams?
Yeah, a lot of state agencies. They
Okay.
say, oh, yeah, there's a Teams product.
So
Yeah.
we have one for that Jolene set up a little while ago.
Yeah, we can set up distribution groups.
Okay, within that.
There's a shared email that somebody wants, that that's probably the best way to do it, is to hub at email. Have that whoever we want.
So it'd be a whole new email address.
Should be able to use their own.
Yeah. These other folks can access Microsoft Teams, right?
Yeah, we use it every day.
Yes, you got some.
So how about this? We'll shoot for the Microsoft Teams. I'll probably need your help for that, Patrick. And if that fails, then we'll go with the Google Drive setup, just to get these things going. But we'll do that first and try to get that to be sharing. So yeah, and wanted to go back to what you were stating is, I looked through old emails, looked through notes of who had agreed initially to, be either on tax or review teams and lead things. So I started the setup of, to give everyone a reminder, the idea is that you have a curator that organizes a bunch of reviewers. So the curator will either assign or provide different species profiles to other individuals. And this can also be applied when we're propagating more species, but they will send these species overviews to a group of individuals to review, and then they receive it, they organize all of it and send it to the editor, who the editor puts it into Airtable, where at this time it is me and Roy. So I've sent out emails for 4 different taxa teams and asked if they wanted to be curators. And I'll send a few more out. I'm identifying the other taxa groups. Some of you will be contacting here, like you, Josh. I haven't gotten to you yet. But once we have those curators, then I'll look at who was designated in some way a different taxa team in here and start getting that group of reviewers together where we can create email lists. And it's just a better way to keep track of this and organize these. Make sense? So I don't know, I wanted feedback on these kind of initial setups here and see, what do you think of this? You think it's too messy? You think it's a way to move forward?
Piece I'm thinking about is, whatever format we're gonna develop that information in, and it's consistent with all the fields we want to hire people. So we're all basically doing the same thing.
Yep. So you can take the table out of here in an Excel sheet, CSV, then make it a little more manageable and send it to the review teams with a list of all the species that we are to publish in this round.
Does the export contain the attachments? They're looking in the table.
Yeah, so they do not, which is a problem. But what I've been able to do in the past is, so it is nice in the back end here. So here's a virile crayfish. I was able to, I even forget how I did it, but I was able to embed this into an email and send it out. So
you could just like copy and paste that into a Word document.
I don't know, but I know Kat and Ricky were on that email, but you could expand these photos and even click on some of this material, I think.
You can embed those into any platform that we use. Document or whatever. If it has HTML capabilities. Links. Even in that email, it was linked back into the Airtable.
Really? Didn't know that.
That's how it gets all this information.
So you can send this out and folks can edit it.
No, but that's why you can like click the.
Yeah.
That's why you can click on stuff because it's still linked in the back end to the.
Yeah, it's another tool to share.
Right. We only have like a few fields, right, for any given species that need filled in.
Yeah.
And within that, you've got taxa teams that are just a few people. So they're only gonna, and not all, and the taxa are diverse to an extent. Each taxa team is only gonna have what? And 15 species.
Yep.
Of those 10 to 15, only some of them need major edits, right?
Yes. And I think that this will actually go quickly and can be done rather quickly, but I guess I want to make sure that the structure is set up for this to move forward, more seamlessly in the future. Maybe I'm just complicating it, trying to have all this organized before we pull the trigger for these things to come out. But my thought is that we can set up these taxa teams, have it be, established. So when there are those alerts that come in, when there are changes or to species removal back and forth, that can be done rather quickly. But yeah, once the taxa teams are created, I think a simple dragging out the Excel and saving some of and sharing these profiles will actually be the way to go.
Wanted to, Alex, I can help you with.
Yeah.
I've been getting pretty good at it. You could build a view for each taxa group that's not public, and not on the website or whatever. But we could build a view that's just taxa team specific and then share that. That taxa team. It's not on the website, so it's not, but it's still a real Airtable that you can view. You can set it to where when you go to share that public link, you can say anyone with the link can view this table, and then you can set the permission within that. Can they export information into CSV? Yes or no? Can they make edits? Yes or no? Can they do this? Yes or no? You can custom tailor that to where break down 60 species into 4 tables. How many taxa groups there are amongst the 60 species? Just send a table to those taxa groups. All of it right there.
So I just get in there and edit that.
Alternatively, if no one wanted to mess up, because it's still tied to the back end. And yourself export just those taxa from that into a CSV. Just like how people can view the air table on the. You could allow. If there's so few updates and additions that need to be made, the form submission seems to make easy. It's not like sending a huge list of updates. You'd be able to view the table as it's displayed, that's missing, that's missing. Submission on the website, it would load through the back end, and then we go through as they just copy and paste it into another paper.
So everybody is working on the same common document.
If you wanted to be able to see, like, oh, I said, you can see that, right? You said, you have to do like Google Docs or something, live, or something. Traffic updates that are needed aren't, it's not gonna be a lot.
And I edited the plans from the first run. There were a lot of changes that needed to be made and that were made to kind of catch those little issues, such as, zebra mussels being detected in the state, or there was one plant that was called a grass when it wasn't. There.
Clear, it's not like contentious scientific opinions about the danger of human species.
It's some words and stuff. Like text paragraphs like that. Does that one say species description?
Mm.
What if you exported that view there, like it's on the screen as a send it out as a Google Doc?
Is that possible? Perhaps. I mean, Troy is right that there are, it's not giant lifts, and that's what I wanted to show is we have a lot of it in here. I guess just creating the structure. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Creating the structure for these teams to make the edits needed and to review everything and to propagate missing chunks of info that may persist. Because there's some species that don't have much in there, and I can scroll and find them. But
I asked a question before, we've got this flyer, what happens?
There it wasn't there, scroll, I saw something like.
so, yeah, you can, so this is lookalikes. Then there is attachments from associated resources. So that's where it would go.
We make the alert and then attach the there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it doesn't take much. Rick does it one. Oh, there you are. Did that, how long did that take?
It's kind of hard to say between phone call interruptions and everything else. I think it's, if you just focus on it, half hour. Maybe an hour. It didn't take a long time once I could focus on it. Others, you know, you get the general concept and then you jump in and make, which is very helpful. I'm a terrible writer, so.
Good content.
Yeah, and so the alerts actually is, I don't want to keep logging in and out, but you click on, so right here, let's see. The alerts is a little bit different. If there is alert, and I think Wyatt is also asking, like, who do you talk to? Who do you send stuff to? Right now, we have an Excel sheet that has the outline for all of for these like 3 categories. Because right now, Viral Crayfish Alert just has specific points, a call to action. Why is this an alert? Primary web link, and then any news or press that'll go in. And that'll be sent out to the taxa team in an Excel sheet that they propagate. And then it gets sucked into Airtable and presented here, where it's also linked to the species overview.
To start this off, where it just says, Alex, I've got an alert, you send the info for him to fill out, and then it goes to the tax return.
Yeah, and see, these are all good ideas. These are just things I think we need to write down and kind of keep it going.
Yeah.
If the species profile that came on the earth. Obviously, we need to go to. We need to look at fish, right?
Yeah, I could check the box.
The original goal was that these would be all done, ready to roll, and then, oh, this one needs to have an alert, we just found it. Click the button, it goes up on alert. And then as for the old alert, I didn't think, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't think we were gonna keep those on the alert. They were going to go back into the main table.
Yeah.
So it's 3 months, and I brought this up to Jolene, and she said that it simply goes inactive, which it is. But
But no one should see that.
yeah, we can decide to remove it from there.
Because I thought that's what we were going to do. was
I hear you.
uncheck the box
We
and
went
let it go away.
back and forth. We talked a ton about this, because what if you came to the hub on day 91, right? Like, and you wanted to know what was a recent alert speed. What if you were new to the area, you moved in from out of town, you took a new job. The compromise was to have active and inactive. Recent alert would hang on as an inactive for 90 days. You can do some.
Maybe we should call it recent. Inactive. That seems like, yeah, don't worry about this anymore.
Even the word alert, we got a phone call the other day. Problematic, because the RSC is not a regulatory agency, so it's like, who's an alert, right? Especially when it's a species like, you don't issue an official ODFW alert. Like it's language calling it an alert coming from the Oregon Invasive Species Council, no official regulatory action. I don't know. I mean, it's fine, but I can see it.
Alert by, that could be another problem. Alert by OTM.
Yeah. Well, like the spotted random fight, I don't think ODA issued an official alert. I believe believe the reason the council acted was because of the alert that Washington. You know, like there was no official state or state regulatory alert on the council thought was important. You know? And so then maybe that addresses, it still addresses, maybe the IDOISC, that the council would just claim it on those ones where it's like, somebody else doesn't put it out.
I mean, can we claim it on educational purposes? That's it. I mean, we're supposed to do a blog post of the viral crayfish and that kind of thing, but it doesn't have to happen every time. It won't. But yeah, be able to just do an alert out of being good stewards isn't a bad idea. Yeah.
It makes sense that we would do that. I like the water protection, like.
Yeah. And then agencies can come to the OISC for help on their alert or their announcement or something of that manner.
Well, if there was an official.
Mm-hmm.
An official statement, you know, like the Mossball thing, like that was a legit statewide thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real coordinated response. Spot identified, like, keep an eye out, some, might have seen some stuff up in there.
Yeah, Brett.
I'll change the subject. You know, like when we get the zebra mussels in mothballs. So now it became detection. To me, detection in a pet store in the wild, like this part apart, and you get a lot of people get confused that now we're infested with zebra mussels in the Pacific. So how do we work that? So, because that gets, yeah, they never read the rest of it. They say detected, okay, you're infested now. So I don't know how the others feel. I look at it, if it's in the wild, then it's a problem. If it's confined in a pet store, I'm not so worried about it. So I don't know how to do that, to represent that on the table. What would be best?
I think it's great that the table's simple for now. We, you know, the point is it links to the species. I mean, that's the problem. They'd have to read, why is this an alert? Like, that's the column there.
Yeah, so it could be because it was happening. That's where we want you to keep your eyes out for if it's in the wild. I sure think we should just, you know, do a little more detections in areas.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, it's like a yellow light going on that we need to be able to. But it's not, okay, everybody panic in the sense, we need to find them, but we're not infested now, so we're gonna change everything. It just creates a lot of phone calls.
Would it be useful to have kind of category of alert, like yellow alert?
Yeah, might make it simpler so people don't get crazy, especially newspapers. No, we're still clean.
Yeah, instead of the red line along the side, you have the yellow line along the side, and then the text, the alert, it says.
And then you get USPS who picks these up. You're not an established population. Doesn't compare, like mitten crabs. Causes problems. That can't be corrected.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
I think being clear in that line.
Yeah.
Because this is done in festival across the blah, blah, blah. And then at the bottom, you can put note, this is not going to protect.
Yeah.
You could build this thing out to be so big and give so much information, like it would never stop. And so, like, I think, again, I'm talking about.
No. Speak up, Troy. It's all good.
but keep it focused on the fire down, with making it, pretty soon that species card is gonna get so long and have so much information, and they're never gonna make it to the bottom of the page. They're not gonna, it's like, this is like, I think of this thing as like digital one pager with some links if you really want to dive deep. Extra attachments if you really want to dive deep. But it's not the Britannica for each species, you know, it's like, it's a digital one pager that anyone can come to, boom, bang, boom, and they can get acquainted. What are the ecological, what are the cultural, what are the first food, what are the climate impacts? Where can I get more information? And I'm out. You know, no one's gonna, you never stop if you keep, you're gonna keep coming up with great ideas on what's, you never.
I do agree with that. That's why I'm trying to, or we should be rolling with what we have now and editing it and probably into the columns that don't exist in these species. But no, I mean, with the alert here, remember we had back and forth with editing. Is it originally had, you know, reasons why it should be alert ecologically to the state, but I looked at the spotted lanternfly and hey, this should be the same voice, where it's an alert because it was reported the Oregon Invasives hotline for the first sighting. And, you know, I did leave 2 sentences in there of, you know, where it's discovered and that ODFW will begin surveying and that kind of thing to keep that contained here. And that's information you wouldn't find in the overview, to keep them separate. But that's one thing. It could be, you know, where it was found or why, and then like what is being done immediately. And this could be.
Is there any information in there that legislators and decision makers would use to their response? You know, like if this is sent out to some of their representatives and they go, oh, this is a bunch of biological identification stuff, I don't know. Is there something there that says this has huge potential to impact the timber industry? This has a huge potential to impact, you know, whatever.
That would be in the species overview.
Already in the air table, right?
Yes.
Add that field to the alert.
So I agree with kind of, I mean, this may relate to what Troy was saying, where you keep something simple and people can explore more if they want. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I agree with keep it simple, but I also agree with really highlighting why we care. Why anyone should care, because they might, unless it's the very first box that you get to, it might be lost. Because that is no sense. Like if someone says, like, all this stuff on their natural history or something, that's not like, this impacts my constituents. Right? Or my whatever, then it might get lost. Like just not.
Yeah, I think if our target audience is biologists and first responders, then we want to include maybe audience is the general public and decision makers and legislators, and they're on a different set of boxes. So maybe that's the kind of the discussion.
Well, we're always targeting both.
Yeah.
We really are, and it's a messaging challenge. Yeah, I don't remember if we had that discussion at their table, like what this product in particular. Are we trying to do both equally? I mean, we could keep it in the why it was a word, we could just put a couple lines. Back to the box. Or we could move that box to the species.
Yeah, honestly, moving that to the top makes sense because why is an alert should show up you know, before call to action. You gotta know what's up. Yeah, and you know, we're not gonna bite into, and well, I'm glad we're all here to talk about these things and get things going, but yeah, I mean, Sam brought up this imaging or messaging is kind of something that I think we'll be constantly kind of rolling over and thinking about. So we can switch that up and move that above, but you know, adding the line or two for economic impacts if there are any, smart as well. So, you know, communicating that with those in this room and writing this down for that alert file that people fill out, and keeping the same content across species is pretty important. So, okay, are we good on kind of the alert aspect here? So with that, I'll make sure to move the box, and Josh, you write this down so I don't forget. We'll move the box upwards, and also we'll add kind of the details of how to fill out that form for this content, and a workflow for receiving and posting alerts. And I guess we don't need the committee's approval for, I guess who should we go to for the council to say, we approve of this alert being posted? Just the working group? The education committee? Okay.
Figure it out, is what you say.
Yeah.
That was the answer.
Yeah. We are supposed to report to the education committee, and then we'll either approve or bring our stuff to the council, because we are not supposed to make recommendations.
So not make recommendations, but posting alerts acts as a recommendation?
I think you could view it as that.
Right. So if we are a committee that makes recommendations, we have to have public announcements of our meeting. And so if we instead take it to the education committee, and they will make publications or public announcements for now.
This was one of those weird loopholes we had to jump through.
Well, yeah, and I don't, posting the alert to the.
Yeah, but that's why it was.
Yeah, the point is we want these to happen.
Maybe something that requires a motion and a vote, and that's like, well, you can't wait till the next meeting to do a vote.
No.
And like this tool, especially like comes with a lot of trust, right? Like, you've got the right people in the committee and the group that are doing the work, we're trusting them, leveraging them to do this stuff.
We may have some sort of decision point on this. Governance is all mixed up.
There's been a lot of meetings.
For an alert?
Yeah, for making decisions.
I don't remember that, but that was a good process. And I mean, I think if it's like Wyatt has his flyer, there's like, that's the council bringing it to you. No one's gonna argue that's an agency bringing it to you.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
in all due respect, we're pretty good at posting on our websites out there. Need any council support, posted on the ODM website, or Citizen website, very easy to learn.
Yeah.
We don't need council to do that.
Right.
So it's already an alert.
So something like that is really obvious. I think the land reply is not as obvious because that wasn't, you know, one of our agencies saying, we have this alert, if you want to just help us spread that word. It's.
What if like OSU or some of the, did a fact sheet, okay, it's an alert now. You know, it doesn't have to be one, you see that.
Well, yeah, but in that case, it's just one of the species, right? Because it's not like the alert is really keep your eyes out for this right now because it's seen somewhere or nearby in another state in where, or there's mothballs that we're extra worried about. People really do. But that's my interpretation.
Yes. So if that happens, like, oh, it just puts out a new land use like thing, we can attach it to the hub, but we don't make an alert. The alert is because there's something emergent happening right now. Or a new find or something.
So let's see. There's always going to be disagreement.
Mhm.
One entity might say, this plant is a pest. And another entity, oh, I really like big leaf maple is a pest to reforestation. But urban forestry loves big leaf maple. So you're always going to find someone that says landfly shouldn't be alerted, and someone other. And how I like this group consensus. There's a lot of people that say, yeah, we should look out for flying landfly or whatever, species X. Let's put it on there. Yeah, that's my opinion.
And I agree with you because I, if you look at call to action, I doubt that we'll say, go cut these trees down or, something that impactful. Routine this from your county. Like, we're not going to be doing that. No. A lot of these, I do think, report sightings, so Oregon-based hotline, remove if found, return to site for follow-up visit, educate those that possess pet or educational prairie species, about the threats. But that's very educational based. So I purposely don't see why we would hold back on an alert if we receive it.
All of our agencies are supposed to be, I know we do it, or I do, promote the species hotline.
Mm-hmm.
All of our agencies are supposed to buy into. So there's an alert, respond to landfly, and report it to the hotline.
Yep.
And wants to respond to it, they can, but at least it's a public record right there.
Yeah, and I found that most important because it would go to Rick, and Rick was on top of it. It was perfect. Yeah. So, all right, so we decided here as a working group that the alerts are educational and we do not need to go to other committees. There. Perfect. And
Everyone needs to get notified that you're doing it.
yes.
So there's nobody's blindsided.
And by everybody in the working group or in the council. Okay. Sound good?
So when the phone calls come, some information.
Yeah. I guess this will be the last question of the day, I hope. But I mean, how many alerts do we think we would be posting? Realistically, was this imagined?
Handful, maybe a year.
Okay.
Because we're mostly looking at something early detection. I mean, it's not going to be a common. Some people might want to use it that way just to information forward.
But that's all the rest of the species. They're all, it's not like someone wants to. This is right now, extra specialty track.
Yeah, and I know just previously we've had discussion of regional alerts and like different layers, but I think for now we'll keep it at yes, a handful a year new to the state. Okay.
Even the regional alerts, we may need to wait till this is the state first, and they do their thing, and make it alert for the state level.
Okay.
Because
yeah, that's fine. It's the end of the day, so.
Remember, just putting the alert on there, don't automatically get sent out to the world when you post it as an alert. Still shared. So it's like, it's okay if nothing's gonna happen if you post an alert, right? And share that out and distribute that out. It just, unless someone happened to come to the website that day, you don't share it out, no one can see it anyway. So when you notify the council, you can share it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure no one else feels like the working group is going, faster than they want. So that sounds good. Cool. So what I am going to do is send out that, so let's get these just working group taxa teams together. I'll send out that Excel sheet to get folks information propagated, create these little teams, and then send out, do we decide the Excel form in either shareable in Microsoft Teams or Drive? And then,
We need to edit the fields to add in the stuff for like the IQ grant, the first foods, climate change pieces.
So
Editing or,
we're not propagating those fields yet. What Roy is doing is and he should be doing this today, but just creating columns of check boxes so that we can track what has been designated as applicable internally. Thank you. I know we go down holes sometimes, but I think a lot of them are the valuable things we always say we want to get to.
Thanks so much for doing a lot of work. You have a business to run. You know, so
It's
like, how are you doing this and running a business? And this is such a huge job to coordinate. So we're gonna have these taxonomic evaluators, curators.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna follow up to you presumably. And long term, just don't see how that's sustainable. But this is a huge job, seems like. Like this could be just one position at OSU.
So long term, I 100% agree. And if we look at like the presentation I took from Jolene that I made from this one, there is a publication protocol in there about the OISC coordinator being Patrick, being very involved and doing all of these changes. And, you know, and I was gonna meet with you and we will to figure this out because, you know, I think that was the idea. And I don't know if the council communicated that to you previously or we didn't do a good job, but long-term wise, there needs to be that answer. And that's why, you know, we didn't get to that in this hour meeting. Thank you for staying for an hour. But yeah, is it the OISC chair that is the constant that kind of is on top of this? The coordinator we hire, the chairs, these are the questions that I'd like to figure out in the next little bit. But yeah, right. And most importantly, I want to make sure that it's moving along and a good job is being done.
Keep in mind how you feel about change. Once the 125 species are all loaded in, then it's in, right? And it exists and the fields are filled out. And the number of updates for any given species, additions of new species, minimal. Eventually, that thing's going to be fairly static, minus occasional new research or updates that you upload to a given species. So the initial build out requires a huge time commitment. And feel about whose responsibility it is to update this or that. I have to do that. My opinion about change. From now versus when all the species are loaded.
Yeah, I agree with you, but also the amount of things we've talked about the hub doing or all the different ideas we've kind of tabled or just kind of forgotten about is pretty high. And so, I mean, the group will continue trying to evolve it and do more to it. That's what happens when there's a group of hardworking people that are interested in doing something. So I guess I agree with you that it'll be done, but I think there'll be a lot more work that always goes into it, has to be kind of remain on top of it. That's my thought.
Yeah. Will there be opportunities ever, do you think, for like biological students to assist or something like this?
Every year we could do that.
So, Western IPM, grant, you can get those funded multiple years. After you get phase one build out.
I can always have a student team, like every year we can update what we want, like identify the species we want added, students teams to do it, and then.
Yeah.
It's always been in the discussion. We've always talked about having cats. Last health.
Cool. Well, you can stick around and chat. I'll stick around, but otherwise, enjoy your evening.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick, for setting everything up. What is that? What did I do?
You want some more?
They almost sent me that to Liz.
Oh, I know. I remember that. No, I'm not. We're not. Yes.
Logistics for tomorrow. I think since we start, the possible most of you staying and getting to Charleston, I think it's fine in your vehicles, but then I'm trying to get carpools to go up to the slough, to the headquarters and everything, because that is just not, you don't want to do that with. So I think it's okay if you want to drive to Charleston and just park there, and then we'll try to get a van or two that might be.
And I think if you're a state employee, I think you can ride in my truck.
I can take it better.
So this is over time.
If it's someone's comes, you don't talk to them.
Well, yeah, I would.
I'll watch.